コースマークの後4番ポストが、ビブスがまだありますのでご協力いただける方。少々ディレイになります。お知らせします。少々ディレイになります。
Good morning to the world from Inabe, Japan. This is the 8th Scale Nitro On-Road IFMAR World Championships presented by Infinity, and what you're looking at there is a beautiful shot of the Infinity International RC Speedway. Great to be here with you. Ken Stout and Charlie Suenka sitting right alongside. Our good friend Scotty Ernst will be out calling the races from the deck as he is race director. It looks like the kids on the far side over there at the baseball field have joined us here today. So day 4 for us, I believe day 3 for me, day 4 for you, Charlie. And we've been doing time trials, heat races, if you will, up until this point. But today we're going racing.
Finally, it is time that we get to go racing. 6 rounds of qualifying, an unending amount of practice rounds, it seemed like, in the build-up to this. So finally get to do some racing. We're going to kick things off with our lower finals, as they're called, where the top 3 finishers will transfer to the next main. So they'll have basically a heat race to prep the cars and get back out there and try again for the work their way through the ladder to maybe start racing on Saturday.
Yeah, with the time change, we're finally getting acclimated, if you will. Everybody feels pretty good. Been sleeping really well. Beautiful hotel that we're staying in over in Nagoya, about an hour away. Just to give you a little more reference, we are about 4.5 hours outside of Tokyo, I believe a little bit southwest if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, just a beautiful area. We've had gorgeous weather every single day. Starts off in the 60s, works its way up into the mid 70s. Not a drop of rain. It has just been absolutely perfect, and a lot of players have been throwing down. We had a great time yesterday to decide number 1 and number 2 starting positions.
Yeah, pole position gets seated in, but they have something called super pole, and it's a unique format that they do for on-road racing, where the 2nd through 4th place qualifiers go out and do battle, if you will, in a 6-lap shootout for hot lap to secure the 2nd starting grid. Dario Balestri laid down the hot lap of the weekend with a 13:51 on his 4th lap. It was amazing. Fun
he walked over last night. We were eating dinner. He walked over for a second. I was eating with Scotty Ernst, and shook his hand, and I said, man, I was waiting for the next lap. I thought maybe we'd see a 4, but he pulled the plug on it right away. As soon as he got the deal, boom, that was it. That's all you're going to see here for today. And apparently changed the body on that car as well. Did a couple of little things for qualifying, if I'm not mistaken. We did not have the opportunity, unfortunately, to hear the interview that Scotty did.
I watched it. He mentioned that it was to his advantage to go last because he got to see how the other cars handled, and they made changes right before they went out. So it was.
So I heard he went straight up on rear toe, took some of the rear toe out of it that typically would help them turn in. It makes the car a little more darty, but takes away some of the scrub.
Right.
So he's certainly talented enough to wheel that thing the way it was. Didn't have to worry about other cars out on the track, and threw caution to the wind and put a flyer down, man, for sure.
Yeah, one of the things that the drivers were saying is that they can drive them with that amount of toe. It's just hard to do it over any amount of time, so that you can kind of turn the pucker up and get her done for a few laps. But to race the car like that is a bit much. So
some lines out there for the starting of these races, and it looks like they might tape measure out there to add something else to it. Scotty Ernst out there with the official white tape.
Grid positions oh so important. There are IFMAR regulations that dictate everything, including how far apart the cars are on the start. So I think they're making sure that it all matches.
Scotty picking up the reins and making it happen here this weekend. Was originally scheduled to announce this event and got here and said, we need you to be race director. So he was not anticipating that, and it's a hefty task to say the least, but we're thankful for Scotty and his knowledge obviously in this industry, and glad he could fill in with a very important role.
Well, it's a good guy to have in charge because everybody kind of likes him. So when they ask him to do things or he makes changes, it's okay. So I've been tasked with race announcing over the years, and that's easy. Race director, I always turn those gigs down right away.
Yeah, that's a real position right there.
Pretty much, yeah.
Start-finish line right there, by the way, as we take a look at that, and you can see the steps, if you will, up to the driver's deck. That's where they stand up there, and you can see the entire track for them. Wonderful track it is as well. That is a 25-meter long driver's stand for reference. And while we're killing a little bit of time here before this first race, we'll get you up to speed on some of the action that's going on here. Fuel is controlled. There are two choices, both OS and Maxima fuel. And tires are also in a controlled area as well. Just one option there, and that is the Matrix front and rear tire. Obviously two different sizes, 69 millimeter, 76 millimeter, and a little bit different on the durometer as well. It's 32 and 35. So those are all controlled options here for the IFMAR World Championships for the on-road, and the cars themselves are nothing short of exceptional. These things are absolute rocket ships. We're hearing speeds somewhere in the 70 to 75 mile per hour range down the front straightaway. 2-speed centrifugal clutch, and yes, you can hear them bang gears. It is absolutely incredible.
It's exciting to watch. It's been a minute since I've been to an 8th scale on-road race, and I forgot how much traction these cars make. It's like they don't even slow down for the corners. They just kind of lift, turn in, and away they go. So,
well, and you had a chance to talk to them. They literally said if you're driving correctly and nobody's impeding you, it's very little to no brakes.
Yeah, the brakes are basically used in the pits or to avoid wrecks, or sometimes, as we saw in some of the qualifiers yesterday, to make a wreck. So
I saw some of the guys out there. It looks like they might be actually making the starting positions, marking the starting positions with tape. I saw a couple of guys out there stepping it off, and clearly felt like the spacing between the two were not correct. So looks like they're going to go out there per the IFMAR rules and make some adjustments based on the tape that we're seeing here. So making some final adjustments before we get going.
So my guess is that the spacing that they have on the grid right now that's painted on the track is incorrect.
Right.
For IFMAR regulations, so they're putting the exact spacing that it's supposed to be.
Yeah, my apologies if I did not explain that properly.
I don't know, though.
I was thinking the same thing.
I often get it wrong. Yesterday, I thought that it was 15-minute lower mains. It'll be 20-minute lower mains all day today. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, top 3 going to transfer when I thought it was the top 2, so wrong on all fronts. Apologize if you're counting on that.
The cars do have a brake. We were just talking about those. They don't use them very often, but they do have one rear brake, nothing on the front. They are spool in the back, so both tires are driving hard, belt-driven, front half shafts, if you will, CBDs, and minimum weight 2,350 grams. Fuel tank 125 cc's, making about 3 horsepower. 3.5 cc engines are 0.21 cubic inches. Obviously, nitro, as we talked about, 25% nitro, and you can absolutely smell it. My shirt, for whatever reason, just the way the airflow was a day ago, it kind of packed itself into the corner of our cubby, and we inhaled it there in the beginning of the day. And we were riding home in the van last night, and my shirt just stunk like nitro. And I don't know that it stunk, but it smelled like nitro. It's kind of cool, actually.
Ode to racetrack. That's
right. That exactly.
At any given time during the day, there's probably 20 to 30 engines revving in the pits, and a lot of times they're lined up for the next race, so that's just this cloud of nitro fumes. I like it. I haven't been to the nitro track in a while, so it's been fine. But
yeah, the smells, sights, sounds, and smells they sound incredible. They smell incredible. 40 to 45,000 RPM. No shortage of RPMs here with these things. They absolutely scream. They do have a rear gurney on them, which is spec, and built into that gurney is a wicker bill, if you will. So it's adjustable, but you have to use that one. Different sway bars if they want to make some changes there. There's 2 bodies that are allowed, the Hyper Diablo and the Super Diablo. Sponge tires, that are out here. They are wide. They have a lot of grip. It is super cool, and of course, a lot of interchangeability with the adjustments of the car and caster and camber and dampers, and you were talking about roll centers yesterday, so a lot of options here with these cars, and without question the pros at the top of the pack are taking advantage of all of it.
Even fuel strategy came into play. They were 4-minute qualifiers, and making that 4 minutes proved to be a challenge for many of the top racers as the handling came and went, the driving styles came and went, the weather conditions changed. So it was real interesting to watch guys run out of fuel in last lap or even on their in lap after they had finished. So cut it very, very close here.
Yeah, we had a number, and you mentioned it before, and it actually, to take it a bit further, it was a points-based heat race session over the course of 2 days. We had 3 heat races going back to Wednesday, 3 more yesterday, 1 day ago. It is Friday morning here, by the way, depending on where you're at and watching there from in the world. And if you're coming from the U.S., it is still Thursday. Let us know. We'll let you know who wins the game so you know how to place your bet, if you will.
Right. The time machine is real.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
We're in the future.
But it's a points-based system, so the lowest score, advances up front. And we had a number of the players, as you talked about, in the 2 quickest groups, 11 and 12 heat races, that flamed out a couple of times, and it really affected some of the players a little bit down below them. They ended up with a really good score.
Yeah, if you're a fan of RC cars, you've heard of qual points, and that's what we're talking about, that each round, where you finish in that round, get your points, the least amount of points. So it kind of resets every round, so you have an opportunity to kind of salvage. And they only take your best 3 points to get your qualification score, if you will. And going into the 6th round, there was a handful of drivers that had 3 bad runs and 2 good runs, so they really had a lot of pressure on them. Had to play it a little bit safe and made sure they got a finish, and we're kind of in the mix there. The idea is that you want to start racing on Saturday, not on Friday, so you got a lot less work. You're in the faster heats. You got the day off today, essentially, to prep the car, watch what the track's doing, work on fuel mileage.
Yeah, to put it in perspective, Lamberto, the Colorado, the 9-time champ, is in the 9th heat race. So if you looked at the overall group, 117 or 18 registered here, it would put him in the 40s, somewhere at 30 to 40 range. He was inside of the top 10 at the end of the first qualifying session, to put some of that in perspective. With not only is he fast, but then some of the fast guys have some issues as well. Boom, you've got yourself a really good score.
Yeah, there was a lot of DNFs at this Worlds going through this from inside of the top 40 for the most part, due to either tune issues, flame issues, fuel issues, even a couple crash issues where they just ran off the track in the closing stages and ended up with a bad run. So it was very interesting to see things shuffle out, and everybody had a chance at kind of all times, so it was great. But welcome to the show, everybody, in our super chat. Thanks for tuning in, letting us know you're here. Daniel, Lou, Tony, Firth, Trim, hey, and the Trackmaster. Thank you guys all for joining us. Wouldn't be a show without the super brain. So if you have some questions, feel free to ask. Tony Firth will answer for you because he knows more about this stuff than we do.
He's already given shout-outs.
Yeah. He knows all of the Australian racers that are here. So Shap's out there helping him with the tape measuring duties, because you can't trust Scotty to operate a tape measure.
Well, we don't know what the hell the numbers are written. What language are the numbers in?
Right.
I don't know. Could be squiggly lines. I was looking up car parts on my computer this morning, and the prices came across in yen.
Well, that's good. They're writing the numbers on the tape, too, just in case you can't tell what's going on.
I trust Scotty in that aspect there.
Sounds like he's giving them the signal to kick the tires and light the fires. That's a good sign.
Put some heat in them. The official taping has been completed.
So it looks like these spaces are larger than what's taped on the track. So they had to get their officialness going.
And started from the back and worked their way forward, as they should.
It's Saunders there in the IFMAR shirt. He is standing next to Scotty there. The rule enforcer. He's got the rule book out, checking things, making sure that we're doing everything correctly. That's a tough job. I would not want to be that guy.
Butch Kroll's the first winner for the on-road 8th scale World Championships going back to 1977 out of the USA, and it was held in Pomona, California that particular year. 14 different winners over the course of time from 8 different countries, and 22 events held over the course of 46 years. And the only driver with more than one win is Lamberto Colorari, as we talked about before. 9 of those, by the way, not just more than one. I mean, if you're going to do it, go with it, right? And, of course, a couple of incredible runs there with 5 consecutive and then 4 consecutive. That's nothing short of amazing.
Colari is the guy who started the dominance of Italian 8-scale on-road racing. You, like I said yesterday, if you're an Italian 8-scale on-road racer, you can just pull a 10th out of nowhere, no problem, just like that.
just because of that.
Taught all of those guys how to do it. He was their gold standard. Everybody had to aspire to get sponsored and kind of get on the circuit, if you will, because nobody in Italy needed to be sponsored if they weren't Colari. So.
Great stuff. We've had 8 different countries that have won. And, of course, leading the way with that, courtesy of Lamberto, is Italy with 10. One other driver was able to join him there. USA with 3, Japan with 3, France with 2, Switzerland, Netherlands, Great Britain, and Germany. I was looking for that other driver. It was Dario Ballestri.
Ballestri?
Ballestri, that was the other Italian driver. Certainly makes sense. That did it in 2017. Of course, our reigning champ was Shoki Takahata. 2019, 2021, it did not happen. And this takes place every other year, so every 2 years. It's been held in 12 different countries over the course of the 46 years. A little bit of history here on the World Championships. Pretty cool, to say the least.
That's what you like to see. Cars in the pit lane. They're going to get a 3-minute warm-up, is what I was told yesterday, and they bring them back in, top them off, set the grid, and 20 minutes of racing action. With a 4-minute window, expect to see 5 pit stops. Is that right? 5 times 4 is 20 all day long. As I walk, we were
but you're going to start off and run that first session, so would it be 4?
4, and then you get to 8, and then you get to 16, and then you get to 20. 4 pit stops. Thanks, Ken. I was using my.
Well, you get the 4. Yeah. You get the 4 right off the bat, and then you get the last 4. So
I'm super
you
bad
do the quick
counting.
Math, and then you have to delete 1. Trust me,
It keeps happening.
It's easy to get confused on that. So yeah, I would anticipate 4. I wonder if somebody tries to save a little bit, because I think the way it works out is it's like 1 lap. That I might have to write down, but I think it's like 1 lap farther than what you should be able to go.
Right.
So consequently, that 4th pit stop. But I wonder if somebody tries to cheat it a little bit.
I think because the way the qualifier works, you got an out lap, you lose 15 seconds of run time there. So with
That's
this
a really
being the
good point.
case,
Yep, the out lap is a full one.
It may equalize that 15 seconds just a little bit to make 4 minutes very doable for the most part. And then you take that into account that those guys that could do their in-lap very easily, maybe they could go 4:30. So 3 laps with 4:30 gives you an extra 90 seconds. It's going to offset you on pit lane action. So you may have pit lane all yourself.
You know, I mean, we talk about that and we think about that, and from being involved at an IndyCar, I as a spotter, I have privilege to hear all the radio communication that goes on from the stand to the driver, and they have the luxury of all the data that's in front of them. They'll tell the driver to hit the number, you know, and so you can back out of that fuel thing. Here, it's a guy pulling a trigger with his fingers, so, you know, to save fuel a small amount like that to gain an extra lap, it sounds like a great plan, but to actually do it, I would think it would be extremely difficult.
Some of these mechanics are very in tune with their drivers. They can see the car, how hard it's being driven. They can kind of watch their throttle inputs from down below and get a feel for what's going on and get an idea. But I think overall, we're going to see, generally speaking, 4 pit stop programs on 4 minutes. So.
I mean, I guess another way to do it would be to adjust your radio, right? I mean, if you wanted to make this plan, you say, hey, if we don't give it any more throttle than this throughout the course of the entire race, honestly, we should be able to save a pit stop. Yep. So it'd be another way to attack it, I guess.
I think the pace ends up being the key, but we'll see. These guys have proven us wrong more than once this week, so.
Yeah, that's why we race them, right? And we love pit stops.
I was walking around this morning in our downtime, and there was a couple teams down there practicing their pit stops, rolling cars in, doing the maneuvers to do the fuel gun and change the tires. It was pretty fun to watch. Victor Wilk and his crew were down there doing it again and again, because there are some rules, of course, on how these pit stops can happen. They have to get them up and over the wall, kind of behind the barrier. So as they were doing these stops, one of their spotters would point out, hey, you're not getting the car over the wall. That's going to be a penalty. So they do it again. And they were doing the tire stops to get the mechanics down for when they had to slap tires on and off. And it was fun to watch. They probably sat down there for 5 or 6 minutes working on that, talking to each other.
Yeah, I was talking to Scotty about that early on. You can go right over the top of the wall, but boy, the tire better be clear of the edge.
Right.
I don't know if you want to tinker with that or not. Just get it over the wall and not worry about it. Or behind the wall, I should say.
Warm-up's still going underway. They're coming into the pits to do a tune check. They come in, they check temperatures, adjust the carburetor needles as needed, top it off, and send them back out. Once in a while, you'll see some wing adjustments, but the rear wicker or gurney is slidable. You can move it up and down.
A little bit warmer today. It was right at 60 degrees when we started yesterday, and 64 degrees here today.
Yeah, it felt warmer this morning.
Or this morning,
sure,
I should say. And I agree with you. I mean, it feels a bit more humid.
Yeah.
Everything was really soaking wet when we got here this morning as well. So that'll certainly affect the tune-up that they put inside of these cars.
So you see them carrying normal, what I call a fuel bottle out there. It's a squeeze bottle with a big aluminum straw on the top. That's for slow refueling. During the hot pit stops, they have a fuel gun, which is a tube with a little nozzle on it. It has just the right amount of fuel and a huge opening on the back, so it's gravity-fed. But they're going to go down and quiet.
Here we go, our first main of the weekend. As, well, man, leader also got off to a slow start there and then makes a bit of a mistake, and then second place stumbles, might have flamed out.
Got a little loaded up on the start, couldn't get it cleared out through that section because he had traffic in front of him and rolled to a stop. Marshall's going to bring him back to the pit lane, try to get him out there, but our early leader going to be Akio Sozu. Takumi Oida in the 2-spot, 10 at W, running third right now, and Michio Hashima going to round out our top 4, working together here down the upper straightaway.
Yeah, we've been talking about it throughout the heat races where everybody's been pretty respectful for the most part to give way to somebody that might be faster. Well, that's not the game today. Today is about blocking. It's about taking the spot, stuffing it underneath somebody, trying not to make any contact. You don't want to get a penalty out of it, but it is all about picking up a position.
Green car, our race leader. Oh, gets it wrong there. Takumi had it for just a few laps, got on the grass, went for the wild ride. That's going to give it to Thailand's 10 at W. Akio Sozu, our top qualifier here in this lower heat, trying to get back to the front.
As Charlie talked about, the top 3 will transfer up. That obviously is the goal, so we'll keep an eye on that third and final transfer position, which right now is Michio Hashima.
Yeah, easy for you to say. I think it's Hashima, but it's okay. Takumi Oida here looking nose to tail as they battle it out for this third transfer spot. And that says a lot for the strategy, too. As you get out to the front and get comfortable, you can kind of pace it down a little bit, let them battle behind you. And a lot of times that battle will turn into some contact that slows everybody down. But getting a little tighter at the front as Michio starts to gap out just a little bit over Takumi. As I say that, a bit of a bobble. Takumi going to close back up now. Woo. Second spot of Akio going for the wild ride coming up the hill. Going to drop all the way down to 4th now.
Yeah, and outside of the transfer, that's the critical part, of course. That'll bump everybody up, and we'll see the change whenever they come back around here.
Battle for the
and again, completely off the track, out on the grass.
Feeling the pressure here early on in the morning. Grass is wet right now, so you go out into the grass, not going to be able to drive back in, and you're going to get everything all soggy.
Yeah, when you get back in, it's not going to function properly, at least not for a lap or so.
Top 3 changing now as that was Michio going for the wild route. Takumi going to move back into the 3rd spot.
Akio still out front, Thanet W, Wongsikun.
Take a look here at that mistake as he got down onto that inside paint, got into the rough stop. Car jumped up in the air, lost all the inputs, and just slid across the track into the grass.
Yeah, we saw a car do a big wheel stand through there just one day ago. Same scenario, if you will. Got in there, upset the front of the car, got on the throttle, and just did a monster wheel stand.
We are on board, I believe, the all-yellow car of Akio.
Yeah, no pressure right there, so you really can settle in and start stringing together some laps. Akio with a 15:34 is a lap time. As we talked about a little bit earlier, we saw Dario throw down a flamer looking for that second position there in the Super Pole.
Coming up just past the 3-minute mark now, so should be getting queued up for some pit stops. Probably another 2, maybe 3 laps. Yeah,
clock counting down here. We'll have 4 minutes in the boards here in just about 30 seconds.
Suzu looking very smooth here across the line, or maybe this is Tanit in the yellow. My apologies. Looking smooth there at the top side, coming back down the hill, little nose bobble. The less the car wiggles in the corner, going to be better fuel mileage and hotter lap times. See these guys on an easy pace here, mid-15s, not pushing too hard. They got a long race ahead of them, perhaps a long day of racing ahead of them. Have an opportunity to transfer all the way through the ladder today and start racing on Saturday.
Akio up ahead just a little bit, and yeah, first pit stop's beginning here.
Tanit into the pit to get it up over the wall. It's going to be fuel only for this one. Oh, maybe not. A bit of a bobble there.
Yeah, one of the drivers maybe not knowing where his...
I think I see tires going on.
Where his crew chief was. Or mechanic was, I should say.
In the pits. Oh, it looks like it flamed. They're getting the starter box out, reaching for the glow igniter. And that is going to be a devastator there for Tanit. Very long pit stop as we move back to pick up, I believe that's Oida, the 8 car rather, of Joel Recovery coming into the pits. Nice clean one there. Casual. They got a long game plan in store here. They're sitting 4th right now. While we see the red bars of pit stops happening. Oida now out of the pits, 23.6 on his out. Satima still on the track, moving up as he has not moved into the pits yet. Recovery going to climb up the ladder a bit here. Looks like Souza and Oida's pit stops are done now. Isuzu with a 38 out lap, not doing himself any favors there. Went from the leader to 3rd.
Yeah, I wonder if that's obviously counting that pit stop delta, right?
Yeah. So they come in on a slow lap and they go out on a slower because they have to lower it down a little bit as they come into the pits, and it counts the lap, and then their out one's going to be even worse.
19 laps in the books here for our leaders so far. Takumi out front. Frederick Sedema there in 2nd place as it stands right now. Just threw down a 14.99. Pretty decent lap here for this race.
I didn't think that Sedema did his pit stop yet, but there's no way
he's gone this far without it, right? I mean, he has twice the size fuel tank he's supposed to have.
With the way those front runners' pit stops were, he was able to climb up a couple spots pretty easily. Those were not hot pit laps, so it's quite possible.
And had pretty good pace there, so.
Say that, and he just did a 19.9. I don't know. 5-second pit stop is possible, but he would have lost a spot if he was pitting. As we pick up.
Akio jumps up into 2nd. Now Frederick down into 3rd, that final transfer spot.
Frederick's in the pits now, I think.
Yep, there it is. So somehow did hang on that long, which is odd. Maybe got out on the grass. Maybe something happened there.
Could have been a couple rough laps.
Still on the same lap. I mean, 22 in the books for him. So we'll see how that shakes down. Now Joel Recovery up into the 3rd and final transfer spot.
We ride along board with the green car. Off Takumi Oida, our current race leader. 15.4 last time by Akio Souza in the 2-spot. Recovery up to 3rd now.
A little puff of smoke out of them if they get out of the throttle there just a little bit to get through the turn, load it up.
Leader off the track, got into that paint, probably touched the brakes, or it's a little moist on the paint perhaps.
Saw that same exact move one day ago by one of our leaders as well, so it's a tricky spot up there if you really open up that left-hander.
That should allow Souza to come by, but I don't think Recovery was close enough to move up a spot. Oida going to drop down 1. Recovery going to hold on to that 3rd spot. We take a look here at our Infinity Instant Replay. Race leader gets out onto the paint, no traction on the rumbles. Goes for the wild ride into the wet grass.
Sideways, didn't it?
It could have been the brakes. He could have seen himself getting out there, but I believe that there is little to no traction on that outside line. The new leader going to be Souza. We jump on board now with the 1 car. Started from the front, has it back now across the line that time by with a 15 flat.
Souza, then Oida, and Hashima. My apologies. You corrected me already. You had a chance to think about it.
I don't know if it might or wrong.
Hashima there in the third and final transfer spot. Joe Recovery now falling down into fourth. Tak Wu in fifth. To round out your top five, Frederick Sedema, as we were talking about before, falls down in the sixth position after that pit stop.
Akio now probably looking for a pit stop. We're at the 8-minute mark. There it is. Comes in like clockwork. Little slide into the pits. Comes up and over the wall. Fuel gun going in. This is a long one. Kind of fumbled with the lid there. Down and away he goes. So keep an eye on Akio's lap time. Get an idea there. I want to say that was a slow one in my book. See the little bit of fuel on the tires. They got to take it easy. Make sure that the car's feeling good. And then hammer down. So Akio stays in the third spot, 25.6. So about a 10-second pit stop there for the team.
Yeah, and we've heard that typically, I think you were thinking somewhere in the 3 to 5 second range. Good one to an okay one.
That was Oida, our race leader, a bit quicker there, but a bobble on the way out. Pitman did his job. Driver had a bobble.
Is there a pit lane speed? Because clearly did not hit the throttle hard coming out of the pits.
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. I mean, it took him a minute to get going unless it was just loaded up.
Yeah, I think part of it's the load up because they open the tank so the pressure comes out of the motor with the fuel bubbling and burbling in there. And there is a bit of a splash that can happen. So they try to take it a little bit easy. Pit lane can get messy down there, get some grease on the tires.
Akio up front here once again. Takumi Ida. Ida, I should say, they're up in the second.
Takumi's outlap was a 23, so a bit quicker.
Tak Wu now up into third. I'm not sure if Tak has pitted just yet.
I would imagine by now we're at 9:40 into this one. More than likely the pit stops had all cycled through.
From what we understand, tires are good for about 20 minutes here, so shouldn't see any tire change. I wouldn't think you'd want to spend the extra time to do that.
Most of the guys that were working on pit stops were working on for tomorrow because those races are a little bit longer. I have the information somewhere around here. Let me go look up what it says.
Once again, keep an eye on Akio Souza. Continue to ripping off laps here. Mid-15s seems to be race pace, somewhere in the 15-second range. Tak Wu with a 15.1. We did see a 14.9 a little bit earlier. But low to mid-15s.
So Scotty sent us an update about the grid situation, and IFMAR has a range of 2 to 4 meters for the starting grid. This grid was a 2.5 meter, and Scotty says that's too close. These cars are far too fast. These guys are very aggressive. We should space them out a little bit more so that we can have some clean starts. So executive decisions being made by our race director.
Seemed to pan out. I mean, right off the bat, we saw the pole position there stumble just a little bit and create a little bit of havoc.
We on board here still with the green and black of Oida. 40 laps completed now as we work our way to the 12-minute mark for our third round of pit stops. Jump back on board with our leader, Suzu.
Yep, past the halfway point here in this 20-minute moto, if you will.
Vincent K now moving his way up the leaderboard. Tak Wu, bit of a rough lap there. Maybe a late pit stop or early pit stop. You see a 22.4 on the board. Frederick Sadema in close contact with Vincent K right now, but not that close. Probably maybe a half second back. Vincent K and Frederick actually coming across the line together that last time by, but Suzu looking strong here at the front, getting lots of help from the lap traffic there, coming back up the hill into it's an uphill short chute section. Back down our roller coaster, nice and easy through the elbow. A little double apex, does it as one big apex just to keep it interesting. 15.3 that last time by.
A little bit wide right there, gets it gathered back up and again wide, kind of missing a couple of marks there.
Suzu going to be coming into the pits this time by, that's 12 minutes. This would put him clean and easy to the 16-minute mark. No, staying out for one more. They do shuffle front to back by about a lap as the pit stop itself takes some time, gets some slower laps, so it won't be dead on 4-minute spacing.
You can make it back around here. Seems to be okay.
There he goes.
There it is.
That's a pit inline. Going very safe to avoid the... Oh, a little swerve there at the end. Gets it all the way over the wall.
It was way outside. The mechanic could barely reach it.
Right behind him. Nice clean pit stop there. No bobbles.
Back on the throttle there that time. Immediately starts passing cars there, so back on the pipe, looking pretty good here with 7 to go.
So you see his pit in, a 16.1, slower than the average by about a half a second, and his pit out. going to be at 24. So you're losing 10 to 12 seconds on the pit stop situation. We take a look here. Oh, big contact there.
Lost a wheel.
Gives him the shove and run. That was Tannett getting delivered by another racer. Tough break there. Don't know if it broke the car or maybe the wheel wasn't seated correctly. They do quick release wheels, and those pins can get a little bumped on and loosen up the wheel a bit, but looks like a tough one there.
Either way it goes, down one, cost him a lot of time, pretty much the end of his effort.
Suzu back on the horse now, 15-2 that last time by. Sedema moving up to second, Vincent K to third now. So as we mentioned, top three going to transfer.
Vincent K and Tak have been very, very close. Vincent K pulling out a bit of a gap here now, safely inside of that third and final transfer spot.
One of our early front runners, Takuma Oida, off the track there 5 laps ago, rather, falling down the ladder. So we see some shuffling happening there. Vincent K, quickest lap that time by, doing a 14.8 from third spot. Suzu trying to keep it smooth. 6 minutes left on our master clock. We'll be queued up for another round of pit stops here in a couple. We'll probably come in with about 4 to go or less, if I had to guess.
52 laps complete here so by Akio. And out there, potato picking right out in front of another car.
Leader got on the gas. It stepped a little sideways to the inside. Tried to stay in it to power through. Got onto the grass. Went for the wild ride. Came back on with some rear contact. Suzu's going to hold on to the lead, though. Maybe. That might be Sedema with him now.
Go back and take a look at what happened here. Just comes out of that turn, gets a little out of shape, down inside of the grass, trying to drive through it. Doesn't want to make a big abrupt move. Unfortunately, comes out right in front of another car and gets tattooed.
There wasn't much he could do right there. Stopping the grass, perhaps, but could have been worse. Could have been a lot better. Able to hold on to the lead, though. Back underway with a 15-2 that time by. That'll make the mechanic pucker for sure. Car looks okay now, so maybe just got a little too far onto the paint. You see he's staying far away from it now.
I thought it was a fairly controlled move. I mean, he didn't make a big abrupt move to get out of the grass and back onto the asphalt, which he could have easily done. I'm sure he wanted to blend back out. That didn't quite happen, but he didn't yank that thing back to the right and crash it.
He might have been trying to, but the grass wouldn't let him. Who knows? But car looks okay now, so that's a good sign. And another topic, this could be the most runs he's had on a set of tires as well. So maybe tires getting smaller than they've been, car handling a little bit more loose than he's been dealing with thus far this weekend. So change of pace takes a few laps to get a hang of.
So on a 74-20.07 pace versus Vincent K now in second on a 73-20.04 pace.
Going by pit lane with 4 minutes left to go. More than likely going to be pulling it in this time. Maybe.
Final effort here. We'll see if that's the case. Nope. Pushed one more lap last time as well, so maybe that is
I think it's the offset.
Their window.
Yeah, from you do 3 stops, adding 10 seconds each, so you'll be coming in about 30 seconds past our 4-minute average.
There's the wide lap, wide corner, if you will.
And that being said, the order shuffling around, second and third. Frederick dropping down, Vincent moving up, and Tak Wu all the way up to second spot now. Tannett in fifth, battling with Sedema right now. So,
yeah, the important part there is Tak able to get by Vincent. Those two have been pretty close together throughout this race.
I think Tak just pulled into the pits on his out now with a 21. Vincent now on his out with a 15.5. Sedema in the pits right now. Tannett in the pits right now. Recovery in the pits right now, but Recovery looks to be a couple laps down.
Yeah, Vincent and Tak really close there on the 73-20.07 and 73-20.11. And then you go down to the fourth place position, which would need to apply pressure to Tak to make that transfer spot. But off the pace there a little bit from him. He's on a 73. Just changed that, right?
Yeah, Sedema and
Sedema, Tak just did Tak come in a pit?
Tak must have been in the pits, or maybe worse than that, hasn't come out yet because he had a 21 on the way in and still hasn't got checked in with another lap. There is a 44, so that's a devastator.
Really long lap.
Drop 2 spots. That's actually going to put Hashima in contact with Sedema, but has to go all the way around the long way, catch back up to him, and then pass him.
So Sedema in a good position here to hang on to a transfer spot with 2 minutes to go. Just run some good clean laps here, try to stay out of trouble. Should be okay. It's on a 72:20.07 pace versus a 71:20.05 for Michio Hashima.
Sedema has a bit of a gap, so he could play it fairly safe here. But Suzu in command. Looks like he's going to beat these guys by about a lap on pace. So he works his way around some lap traffic. I do believe that is Tanit.
Yeah, really respectful there as well as the leader was coming through.
And worse, you got to give the leader a little bit of space in front because they could have a rough lap in front of you and get right into him there. And you see Tanit backing it down. He closed up a bunch, and then you saw the smoke just stop as he lifted. Suzu now in the closing stages, 68 laps completed of a predicted 74.
About 5 laps left, somewhere in that general area.
Suzu started from the 1 spot, lost the lead for a handful of laps early on this one, but able to collect himself, get back out there.
You know, the end of the heats, man, a lot of stuff happened in those last couple of laps as the pressure continues to build. You want to put together some clean ones. A little bit of action here.
Getting some space. Ooh. Always gets a little dicey.
So we'll see if everybody can hang on and keep the pressure in control. First main of the weekend. Great to have him out here and throwing down in anger. Oh, moment right there in front of our leader.
Ooh. So it looks like this one's shaking out pretty evenly. Hashima's falling back a little farther off of Sedema, so Sedema should be safe now. On board with our leader, 15 seconds left to go. Probably going to get another lap in after this one.
Did you just say Hashima?
Hashima, I think I did. Hashima.
I'm just getting even with you.
Hashima.
Good stuff here. Down to the end of this one. 3 seconds countdown on the clock, and we go to zeros. Checker flags flying.
Flagman.
Top 3 across. It's going to be Akio Suzu, Vincent K, and Frederick Sedema. That will transfer on into the next A main. Congratulations to those 3. Everybody else, they get to watch the World Championships go on from here.
Their weekend is done. They can start their celebration process. You will be able to find out how to pronounce all these games at the banquet, or names at the banquet tonight, because we'll be able to interact.
Might be a little bit late for us, but
it'll be fine. But great work there by Suzu, Vincent K, and Sedema to continue on their race weekend. More racing action for them. They get about a 30-minute break to prep the cars, get things cleaned up in their pits, and then they'll be back out here for the B side of the 123rd final, or 128th final.
Yeah, I took a look at those numbers. I'm not ready to go there.
The way this works, they take all the racers and they qualify in order, and since the top 2 are seeded, you have 3rd through what would normally be 120th, and they take all the even numbered qualifiers, so like 4, 6, 8, 10, and they break that into one side of the ladder. They put them in groups of 7, so the top 3 can transfer up to make a race of 10, and they do the same thing with the odd side, and you work your way through this single elimination ladder that if you don't finish in the top 3, you're out, your race weekend is over. If you do finish in the top 3, you move on to the next final above you.
So, yeah, what Scotty had sent me for a race schedule at 9 o'clock. Obviously, we started off there a tick after 9 o'clock as I made some starting line adjustments. But the 1-256B main is what we just ran. Up next will be the 1-256A main. Follow that up with the 128th B and A, and then the 164th B and A. Then we will take a lunch break. We'll go to the 132nd B and A just after that, approximately 1 o'clock or so, and the 116th B and A to end the day up.
It looks like they are queuing up the next group, but
they are to run back-to-back, is my understanding. You can see the gang getting ready to go up the steps.
They allow them up by qualification order, so they can pick their driver stand spot. Some drivers have preferred areas of the driver stand I like to see, and it does affect the...
It looked like it might have been. Was that Ferrari up there that said to one of the other drivers, say, right there, right behind, come back here, right behind me.
No, Ferrari should be further up.
She should
there.
be a little bit later, right? I would think so as well.
She might have qualified. I think you have to get in the top 46 to race tomorrow, so that's a that's a tough one.
Good point. See if we can figure that out for you.
It's Super Non is her name. I don't think she's on that screen as Ferrari, but I could be wrong. Super Non.
Ferrari right there, 72nd.
There you go.
Where she's ended up after her heat races in the field of 117.
So our second 1-256 final about to get underway here. They're going to release the cars into the pit lane. They're waving at the cameraman. Wave back at the camera. Woo!
And I say 117, it's actually 116 have recorded times here this weekend.
Of course they weren't waving at the camera.
Joel Recovery there, who we just saw racing a moment ago, is that 116th car. And was up in there in the hunt with had a shot at that transfer spot.
So Recovery, lowest qualifier, but racing again today. That's great.
How about
see.
that?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
That means he's not going to finish last, even though he qualified.
Was Sedema one of the transfers? Did Frederick Sedema transfer as well?
Yeah.
114th. So good on him as well.
Wait,
and Michio.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was Sedema that transferred, not Recovery, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if Recovery. He was in a transfer spot, but I don't think hung on to that transfer spot. If you want to look that up real quick, and then Michio Hashima was 112th coming into today. Vincent K. 110 coming into today.
Track being opened here for warm-up session in our A side, 1-256.
Wu-Tak was 104th. Thana 106th. So all the players in that last main. Akio Suzu 102nd. So our winner was qualified 102nd.
Yeah, sadly, Recovery was 5th in that one, so did not transfer. So I take it all back. My bad.
Missed that out. So.
But he did. He qualified last.
Vincent K. and Frederick.
But he didn't finish last. Tanit got taken out and finished last. But yeah, it was Suzu, Vincent K. and Sedema that were our transfer drivers.
How about that? So, yeah, Sedema, 114th. So and moves on. Never know, man. Got to get out there and race them.
Yeah. 20 minutes of racing action going to get underway here after the warm-up is completed. I was told it was a 3-minute warm-up, but they always seem longer than that.
Yumiko Fishimoto inside of this one, currently qualified, or comes into the day qualified 101, 101st. Ichikawa Sichi, Ryoka Tanamura, Haruhiko Yonida, Yoshihara Hara, Kunihara Suzuki, Makoto Fujita, Jason.
They fixed the names.
Jason, yeah, they did. I was thinking the same thing. Which one of these do I have to read backwards? Jason Choi, I believe, or is that Kai? Jason.
I think it's Choi.
And Shigo Henyu. Henyu.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine.
Emphasis on the wrong consonant. Consonant?
Tony gave me a suggestion to go have at the cafe one of his favorite dishes, and Tony, every day that I go over there, that particular one is sold out, so it must be that good. The ramen with the fried egg, or maybe they ran out of eggs because they haven't had any more yet.
I have a nice picture of it.
Yeah, they do have a nice picture of it. I know which one you're talking about. Looks like everybody except Hanyu checked in, so maybe... Did Hanyu turn any laps in? Because we had a couple entries that never actually turned laps, but their names were on the list. And a lot of times they don't remove those. Because unless the racer says they're not... Like, he could show up this morning and decide that he wants to
you make it a great point. Down in... Well, it says 117th, but there's two of them at 117. Neither one has scored a time, so 117, 118, and that would be Salimi, Mirko, and Hanyu, as you just made note of. So ready here, we'll get our next B main, or A. This is an A main for this portion of the Christmas tree or ladder, as they refer to it, the 1-256A.
A-side, B-side. It's like a record.
A-side, B-side.
Yeah. So historically, they've been called the even and the odd side because it tells you the actual qualifying position. This is the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, as we chatted before, I would go the Chili Bowl route and just say we're in the M's, you know. The first M main, the second M main, and then go up the alphabet till you get to the A's. Or to the A, I should say.
Historically, all of the IFMAR races, and even most of the ladder style races that they do in nitro racing, they've called it this way for as long as I've been around. So.
Yeah, so I don't want to change history.
Yeah,
it was just a suggestion, just a thought.
But RC people understand.
Just because we're easily confused.
The non-RC people, yes, it's a tricky one. I don't, I say I understand it, but I just have said it many times.
We just read the numbers and move along.
Right. Deliver with confidence.
Ready to get this one going, though. Mechanics out there with their cars, the drivers up top, of course. This is quite a process, too, with these things running. And, of course, they want to set them down at the very last second, make sure they're full of fuel. And I'm guessing the last thing they want to do is really let them idle for more than any longer than they have to.
Yeah. You see those constant plumes of smoke coming out of the cars. That's the driver rapping on the throttle.
Oh, false start right there. One of them took off, then had to check up a little bit. Curious what happens in that scenario.
Paying the price. Now, I think the rule is if you jump the start and you stop immediately, let the field go by, no penalty, but otherwise you got to come in for a stop and go.
Oh, man, big contact. 3 different cars.
Everybody trying to occupy the same space on the track.
One of them squirreling out down there.
That's going to make our leader, Fushimoto, the 1 and the 2 got away clean. The 7 car with a gift from the RC gods all the way up to 3rd. And as I say that, gets off the track there, so gives it all back. Our leader at the topside section, 2nd spot, just a couple corners back. Jason Choi from 8th on the grid.
How about that?
Up to a transfer spot. Tanamura started.
Well, those 3 cars all got together, and then we saw that one with a jump start, so he probably picked up 2 to 3 spots right there in that first lap. Finds himself in the transfer spot. Oh!
The jump start, that was very courteous. He didn't want to just jump on the gas and get back in the way. Gave him some space, knew that they'd be able to carry on here with transfer spots. The jump start guy pulled to the side a little bit to kind of let the field by.
He did stop. Yeah, I mean, he came to a complete stop, so I think everybody that was in front of him stayed in front of him.
But he got collected.
Probably got passed as well.
He got collected by the 9 car, and they both went into the grass, so.
Went from bad to worse.
Yeah. Fushimoto now at the front of this one. I believe we are
Fushimoto, and then Seiichi there in 2nd, Tanamura in 3rd, Hara in 4th, and Hara right there hanging on the rear gurney, if you will, of Tanamura for that transfer spot.
They've reset back in the running order, the 1, the 2, and the 3 at the front of this one. Fushimoto, Seiichi, and Tanamura jump on board with the 1 car now in the double apex. Already coming into the pits, 2-minute mark. Oh, he's got a drive-through penalty being issued there. That's interesting.
When that battle for 3rd is absolutely on, at least looking at our graph, looking at the bars here, they are nose to tail. If we can find them on the track, possibly.
Oh, another drive-through. Back-to-back drive-through.
Troy falls down.
Because they didn't do a stop and go. He didn't know he had to do a stop and go.
Seiichi jumps up into 2nd. Fushimoto still leading this one. Hara now in the 3rd and final transfer spot. Choi drops down to 4th.
Fushimoto with 2 drive-through, or a drive-through and then a stop and go? No, that wasn't him.
We need a radio in here with race control. Hear what they're saying.
Fushimoto's been at the front the whole time. Hasn't really gapped back. Seiichi is about the same distance there. 2 laps off on total pace.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're watching Seiichi here being followed by Hara, because they have been very, very close to each other the entire time and certainly keeping pace here. It's been a great battle.
That's Yanida and Fujita battle. It's 5th and 6th we're watching here. Way across the line in 3rd.
Ooh, a little wide there.
Yanida in 4th. Fujita not, or this is maybe Fujita and Tanamura. I believe that is correct. That's Yanida just ahead there. He's going to turn the green light off.
Hara, I'm guessing, came in to make maybe an early pit. Falls down into 7th. Choi back up into 3rd. Looking for the undercut, somebody might call it.
Oh, big bobble there by the blue car. That's Yanita giving Vegeta some track space back.
Pretty good racing here in this particular main. So hard for me to call this an A in main. I don't know why I'm struggling with it whenever they call it that way. The 1-256 A side. There you go.
Pit stop happening here for, looks like the 7 car of Mikado. Got more pit lane action there in our picture-in-picture. Everybody kind of coming in on the same lap, gets a little clustered out there, gets to that outside line, and away they all go.
Yeah, 2-3 cars in there pretty much the same time. Oh, man, contact there right on the out lap. Oh, another one out into the fence.
That was a big one. Car's okay. Maybe.
I would say ruin your race, but as long as you don't lose a lap, you just don't know what's going to happen out here. I mean, somebody else could have that same fate, of course.
But Fushimoto is still at the front. Saichi still running second. You see some tough break there for Tanimura in the 3 as he's dropped way down the ladder. Mikado Fujita with a gift from the RC Gods in the 7 car, moving way up the ladder right now in transfer position, but we're not even to the halfway point. So we take a look at this big off coming down the backside straightaway. 2 cars collected. These guys got in each other's way. Green car just made some bad decisions.
Crazy stuff right there with the green car, right? I mean, off the throttle going through the left-hander, and then it just kind of drove itself. Oh, a big bobble right there. A couple of bobbles there.
And that
the 2 cars.
is Fushimoto in the all blue there.
Fushimoto's having a great race here so far. Seiichi still hanging out in second, and Fujita, by the way, running some pretty decent laps here, just threw a 14.9 down.
Moto still looking strong here. 14.8 last time. Starting to quicken now. Up the hill, down the hill one more time through the roller coaster. Wide on the elbow there. Tidies it up just a little bit. Fast lap was a 14.8. Last lap was a 15.7.
Yeah, some inconsistencies here down at this level. To be expected. Put it back together, though.
Fushimoto has a pretty sizable lead right now. Probably half a lap. Saichi with a half a lap on Fujita, and Fujita not too much to worry about. Looks like you need a couple seconds off the back door of him still. So top 3 going to transfer. Everybody else gets to pack it up for the day.
Average for Fushimoto is a 15.9, quick a 14.8. Continues to string them along. 25 laps in the books here as the clock continues to count down here. 13 minutes left inside of this one.
Should see another round of pit stops coming up here in just about a minute, maybe 90 seconds. Race leader looking pretty smooth thus far. Fushimoto started on the 1, has had the lead the entire race, hasn't really looked back.
A lot of clean track there in front of him. That's should be good to go here. Just string together some good laps, get in the groove.
Looks like Kunihara Suzuki off the track early in this one, unfortunately. Race weekend coming to an early end.
Ichikawa Seiichi there, still in second place. Average for that driver is 16.1 with a quick at 15.3. And then Makoto Fujita there in third place, that final transfer spot. 14.8 quick lap for Makoto. Threw a flyer down, threw a heater down, if you will.
Fushimoto just going along nice and consistent here. Did a bunch of low 15s in a row and just starting to liven things up with a 14.9.
Yeah, really good. I mean, that average of 15.7 is better. Oh, somebody out there into the fence, flipping and tumbling along.
Average even better if you consider that they break that average with the pit stop laps as well.
Yeah, so significantly better than the rest of the field here by some 0.4 of a second.
Coming into the pits now, our race leader. Way down at the end. Car comes up and off the wall. Nice casual pace. Fuel goes in, car goes down.
And gets a little tag in the bumper. Off into the grass. In trouble here on the throttle. Trying to get it out and spin it around. Back in the grass again. 1 car by.
Tough break there for our race leader Fushimoto.
See how things shake out here.
Had
Still in a transfer spot.
almost a lap lead, though, so he might still hold on to
Sure
this.
who that was that ran into the back of him, if that was for position or not. Take a look at this one more time.
Here.
Courtesy
So
of
one
Infinity
car.
for a replay here. Boom.
I couldn't make out the number, unfortunately.
And honestly, nothing on the car that ran into him.
Right.
It was Fushimoto's car that just did not respond to the throttle.
Just got him a little flustered with the contact, hit the wall, and tried to probably rabbit throttle out of there, and car didn't like it.
Yeah, it for sure was loaded up, was not accelerating.
Fujimoto now moving to the 2 spot. I think Saichi pit cycled through in the 2, so
I say loaded up, it might have been starving for fuel, right? I mean, potential there.
any number of mechanical mysteries can happen during a pit stop. I was listening to one of the mechanics chat with another mechanic, and they said, car ran perfect in warm-up, we refueled it, and the tune went away. So sometimes maybe the fuel tank doesn't slap shut all the way. You get a little something in there, and it pressurizes the tank different, changes the tune. So Vegeta still holding on to the 2 spot. Saichi, believe, already pitted, and Vegeta must have pitted by now. We're at 10 minutes, down 10 minutes left to go.
Yeah, Seiichi was in second place there, so Makoto bumping up a spot there. Of course, Yoneda is the one that you would want to keep an eye on to see if he has any opportunity to jump up there and take over that 3rd spot, that final transfer spot.
Race leader still looking smooth right now. And behind him, a lap down. No, that's Hara.
I think they're both on the same lap here. 39N, bit of a gap between the two. Top 4 all on the same lap.
Vegeta continues to circulate. I may have just missed their pit stop, and they could have came in at the same time as Saichi and just swapped spots in the pits. You can lose quite a bit of time in pit lane.
Or coming off a pit lane, apparently.
There's that, too.
You get a little bit of help from behind.
15-2 last time by for our leader, back on their marks.
Back in the groove.
Sweeper, or hairpin corner.
Yeah, what he needs to do, right? Fujita with a 15 flat and Fushimoto with a 15 flat. So both of them stand about the same pace there. They both have 14.8s for quick laps. So talent, skill level about the same here between the two. Wow. Flapper in front all over the place there. Finally did get out of the way.
That looks to be maybe Yoneda or Hara trying to work out the kinks here. Oh, flirting with disaster as our race leader touches that outside skirt just a little bit.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was Fujita as well behind the lapper there, trying to find some clear air.
You see Fujita there.
About a half a lap back.
A 14.5 2 laps ago. Trying to find some pace out there and put a little more distance between himself and Saichi.
Yeah, and I think he was behind that lapper because last lap 16.1. So from that 14.5 to a 16.1, he got behind that lapper and was balling things up there just a little bit. That allowed Fushimoto to get a bit of a gap.
Fushimoto just getting a little relaxed out there as our leader comes into the pits
back
here.
in the pits.
At our 12-minute, 30-second mark. One car is up, fuel is in, car is down and away. You see a big splashing fuel on the side there, and that's one of those that'll catch the driver out, and a lot of times why that outlap's a little easy. And on stop number 3 now. See Fushimoto taking their pit stop there, in on a 16.5, out on a 24.2. Put Fujita to the top, Saichi all the way down to 4th, with Yoneda moving up to 3rd now, probably on a pit stop cycle.
And that just flopped right back, so Seiichi back up into the 3rd place.
Fujita in the pits right now.
Fushimoto goes back up to the point. Yeah, on a 24.8 out.
Check mark on Fujita's pit stop. Saichi had a 17.4 last time by. That might be their pit in, and we're waiting for their pit out to clock. 14.9 for
right
Fujita
back in it.
by.
Nice job. Fujita's showing some speed here. An average 16.2 to an average 16.2 Fushimoto. So Fujita keeping the pressure on, that's for sure.
6 minutes still to go on this one, so one more round of pit stops still due.
Top 3 cars here, all on the lead lap. I don't know if Unita is also, Unita, I don't know if Unita's on the lead lap or not. If so, just barely.
Right. He's probably a couple seconds off the back door of Saichi. See, checking in there with 52, and we got 4, 7, half a track, give or take.
Yeah, just ahead of Fushimoto. But hanging there on the lead lap, and as we talked about before, man, I mean, we already saw it happen to Fushimoto, right? I mean, one more mistake like that could really help him out, put somebody back in the game.
Watching Fushimoto get around the track, it may have picked up a pretty big push. It looks like he's having a hard time getting that front end to rotate, and he's waiting on it the whole time around.
15.1's pretty much where he has been running.
Back end stays stable, and the front wiggles around. That's a unique. Haven't seen that one yet this weekend.
Nice straight shot there in the back straightaway. Gets off track there just a moment.
So Fujita now was running in second, down to 4th. So maybe got the pit stop cycle through finally. Still another very long lap here for Fujita. So kind of falling apart. Got up into the mix there, 23.5. So that could have been his pit lap. That would possibly put Fujita on final stop on that spacing. Maybe that's what they were going for. Fujita in the 7, Uneda in the 4, Saichi in the 2, Fushimoto in the 1.
And I think Uneda's a lap down at this point. Fushimoto at 58, he's at 56. He'll flip it over to 57 right now, but I think Uneda's a lap down.
The real battle here is going to be between the 4 and the 7, Fujita and Uneda. The Uneda just got into 57, Fujita now into 57, so half a track back.
And Fujita has some speed. Yeah. We saw that a couple times.
Yellow car upside down at the hairpin there. Leaders had to split him.
4 minutes yet to go here inside of this one. Fujita's got to get after it.
Fushimoto here in the all-blue number 1 continues to lead the way as we are just past 4 minutes left in this one. And looks like Fujita with the red bar of death dropping down our leaderboard.
Yeah.
Tough break there for the 7. Had a shot at this for sure. Maybe that pitch strategy didn't work out. Our leader into the pits now with 3:40 on the master clock.
Be the final pit stop.
Cool, calm, and collected. No rushed motions. Looks over his shoulder to make sure he's not putting it down in front of everybody.
Look at that. Got out of the way of somebody that was coming through on a heater. That was not full position.
Fushimoto wants to hold on to this one. 14 more laps to bring this home. In lap was a 16.1, nothing too crazy. Out lap.
And how about that? That car that he moved over to let go by, pulls right into the pits, ends up with clean track. Wise decision, really good move.
Fushimoto, Saichi, and Uneda with Yasuhara Hara trying to close that gap, but I don't know that he's got enough time. It's going to take some bad luck for Uneda. Or perhaps pit stop cycling as Uneda's got
bar there for Uneda.
Yeah, it probably means he's in the pits usually. The 22 on the out, maybe not. That'd be a very fast pit stop, so could have just been a rough lap.
Uneda hanging in there. Is Hara ahead of him? Oh, Hara at least a half a lap back.
The 4 car and the 5 car duking it out right now, but it looks like the 4 has a pretty sizable advantage. 2 or a lap and a half, give or take. Oh no. Bobble there by our leaders. He drops it into the double apex.
Still okay here. 2.5 minutes to go, just under 2.5 minutes to go here. Fushimoto trying to hang on, see if we can close this one out. Getting a little squirrely.
Car getting a little loose here, only 2 minutes left to go. Got to hold on to it. Actually didn't see what happened to him in the double apex there, if that was lap traffic or just a little donut.
Ichi just now completed his 66th lap there behind Fushimoto. Uneda a little bit further back as well.
A lot of cars maybe losing the handling package in here as we see the marshals running around being very busy with cars getting off into the grass.
Another one of our lappers there moving over for the leader, getting out of the way.
And a big slide after that. So Saichi with the red bar, perhaps a last minute pit stop here just to be safe. Did it with a 23.9. Uneda, well, Hara now starting to close that gap on Uneda.
Oh yeah, how about that?
A 22.8, Hara.
Oh, right there.
Yeah. So they're nose to tail right now. Battle for the transfer between the 4 and the 5 starting to heat up with 1 minute and 15 left to go in this one.
See if we can find that battle here on the track somewhere. According to the graph, they are nose to tail. See it out there on the track.
A little bit of a bobble there. And you see the 4-car and the 5-car neck and neck across the line. Both matching time 60 as we pick it up here.
Look at this battle. This is for the transfer spot.
Tries to look to the inside. 45 seconds on the master clock. They know that it's all on the line right now.
Couple laps yet to go here inside of this one. Who can deal with the pressure? Who can make it count? Great battle. Oh, man, I thought it was going to happen right there. Did not.
These guys have to be careful because they could throw it all away.
You got to go for it, though. Unida's right there just ahead of Hara. You have absolutely no choice here. It's the end of your weekend. You've got to fight for this spot.
They're going to make it by for one more. Unida has a little bit of breathing room now, has to hit his marks. Hara pushed a little bit too hard, got off kilter. They had to collect it. Out on final lap now. Can Unida hold on?
There it is. Open up the door. He's right there on him. Right on the gurney. Can he get it done? Oh, and opens up the opportunity and goes off the track, up and over. That one's out. I'm okay with it, man.
Tried it on the inside.
You've got to go for it, right?
Unida gonna hold on for the transfer spot.
I love it.
Left it all on the track. Knew he was gonna have to make his move.
Look at everybody clapping there. Absolutely, man. I mean, you got to go for it. I'd rather crash going for it than just say, I played it safe and finished up fourth.
Not gonna roll over.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Congrats to both of them.
Great battle there. Haruhiko Unida transferring.
Fushimoto's like, hey, man, I won this thing. They talked about me a little bit, but
Ichikawa Saichi going to be in the 2 spot on 74 laps. Yumiko Fushimoto taking the top spot here in our 256th final.
Great stuff there. Great battle for that third and final transfer spot. Congrats there to Haruhiko Unida. Haruhiko.
Sure.
We'll go with that one.
Take a look here at this last lap battle. Our leader got down onto the paint. Fourth spot, got down onto the paint, moved over just a touch, put the pressure on. He moved over to avoid the contact, moved over too far.
Hit the ramp.
Yeah.
Hit the ramp and launched it.
That's a high-speed section to drop a nose into the grass. It's just going to make it dig down, and we all saw what happened after that.
See the grandstands up there as well. Just a beautiful place here. Absolutely love it as we take a look at the unofficial results, as you can see there at the top. Beautiful Infinity International RC Speedway is where it's all going down here in Inabe, Japan, just outside of Nagoya. So good stuff here as next up will be the 1/28th B main. Keiji Tire will start off in the number 1 position here. Joseph Evaristo in the number 2 spot. Tainan Tuka in the number 3 spot. Annan P had a really good qualifying effort, has moved up here a little bit. William Chu also had some good qualifiers as well over the past couple of days in the number 5 spot. Tetsuki Inoue in the 6th spot. Hirioke Mori in the 7th spot. Akio Suzu, transfer position. How about that? Vincent K. and Frederick Sedema, those final 3 all transferred up out of our first B main, which was the 256th B. B side, I should say.
So this will be the first opportunity for us to see a double transfer. Often, the most transfers you're going to see are on day number 1 because they got easiest pickings, maybe is one way to put it. And they have the most track time compared to the guys they're racing against. So the car gets better, the tire strategy gets better. They get more accustomed to driving a car on 20-minute tires than anybody else's and can really play into their advantage in the closing stages of these lower mains.
Well, in that previous race, we saw starting off 8th on the grid, immediately up into the top 3 or 4. So anything can happen there at the start of one of these races as they get ready for their warm-up session.
Warm-up laps happening here in our 1/28th final on our B side or even side, if you're more accustomed to things of that nature. A little bit rough here for a few of these guys as they're
shaking the rust off here.
Trying to kick the tires and light the fires, but you can't do it when you're in the grass.
Yeah, so obviously for a handful of these guys, the top 7 anyways, first time they've been on the track here today.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for tuning in here on liverc.com. We see you all in the super chat. We're not ignoring you. That's my bad. I had the wrong screen covering the other screen. So welcome back, everybody. Harry, Daniel, Dean Breed, Alonzo, Texas Hill, Blisco, Dr. Zippy, as well as my brother, Dak. Hi, Dak. Terrible name. I didn't know Kenji raced.
Prescott doesn't think so.
Kenji's too hot on the driver's stand. He's got to disrobe.
There you go. Scotty Ernst standing right there as well, our race director here this weekend. One of our cameramen. Those two have been battling for position up there on the driver's deck.
That's Travis.
Travis hanging in there tough. And Scotty, you're going to have to slide over just a little bit.
Travis and Cam went to the curry place with me last night, and we had authentic Japanese curry on the street side restaurant. It was delicious.
The American menu.
Yeah. In English, not American. It was just in English.
English, yes.
We ordered off a tablet. We didn't have to talk to anybody. It was great. Kenji Taira, our proprietor of this wonderful facility, Mr. Infinity himself.
Yeah, from what we understand on the way in this morning, bought some property down the road, and rumor has it we'll be building an off-road track and building an off-road car in the near future. We look forward to that. Who knows, maybe some World Championship action going on here on the off-road in the not-so-distant future.
Lots of cool things in store for Infinity, that's for sure. Kenji's a very motivated owner-proprietor of a manufacturer. As you pick up Kenji in the one car, pink and white. I thought it was the pink and white. I could be wrong. I could almost see the numbers. Almost. The cars are too fast to see the numbers.
They're rocket ships, no question about it. Third race of the day here, third of 10. So if you have some friends that enjoy watching this one, this day will end a tad bit earlier than it has in the past couple of days. Rattle their cage a little bit, let them know we're throwing down out here, and if they want to watch it, they better get up on it. There's old Scotty Ernst running a tight ship around here.
Warm-up has been completed. Fueling and gridding comes next.
All right, get them across the track. Let's get them lined up.
Kenji's car is the orange and black and white. Now I got it. New car is all white. That's Joseph. That's the Philippines flag, right? Evaristo?
Kenji Tara, by the way, qualifying 88th overall. And the number 1 starting spot here. Waving the flag, it goes down onto the ground. They have just 3 seconds to go. Once that happens, hands off, and boom. Great start for our leader right off the bat. Oh, and a big moment in the back. One of the transfer cars, I believe, there, going for a ride.
Contact in the back.
Another one off. Looks like a flame out, possibly.
Get the running order here as they check in, but Kenji going to lead the way in this one. Opens up with a 14.9.
Corner worker can't get back across the track right there. Actually, might have been a mechanic. Had a fuel jug in his hand.
So Souza, our transfer driver, got through that clean in the mix here.
Kenji doing a good job. He got off to a great start. I mean, the second they hit the throttle, man, that thing launched, and he had a bit of a gap.
Battle at the front here. First, second, and third all running nose to tail, but it is very early on. Only 2 laps in the books of a scheduled probably 75 laps by the time the pit cycle's through.
4th and 5th pretty close together with each other. That is William Chu had a great job. And how about Akio Suzu, one of the transfer cars, up into 5th. Really good start right there with a lot of race time left.
Cutting through some cars as Suzu was 7th on the opener, so getting some positions climbing up the ladder.
Yeah, nicely done. We'll keep an eye on them, see lap time-wise how he does. 14.8's on the board already, 14.7 for Chu. Chu can throw down, no question about that. We saw him do that through qualifying. Some really good lap times.
Drop back and grab this battle for the transfer spot. That is Tuka and Chu right now. Tuka in the 3, Chu in the 5. Out of the main straight they go. Chu with a bit of a horsepower wiggle there as he moved through the sweeper.
Staying right on. Whew. Right on the gurney. It really closes it up right here. Good battle going on.
A perfect example of how much time can be lost with a little bit of a bobble. He ran a little bit wide, and that gap closed up immediately.
And conversely, right back at him. Ran a little bit wide. Then a quick stumble on the throttle. However, right there again. And the closing rate is incredible here if the car just bobbles at all.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark now. Got about another 2 minutes.
Wow, almost contact right there.
Yeah, these guys pushing hard early on in this one, but they kind of need to. Got to find the pace, get the heat in the tires. Ooh, takes a look, can't do it.
Again, for that transfer spot, oh so important transfer spot.
Looks like a problem for Kenji as a new leader is Evaristo.
One off to the side there.
Lap traffic giving him tons of room. Didn't want to make an issue, just pulled over and stopped, gave him the race line.
Well, the entire group here, a bunch of these cars really nose to tail here, all 4 there, and then another group of 3.
This is Tuka and Chu, the battle for the transfer. Top 3, as we've mentioned before, our transfers. Yellow is in the 3rd right now, white and red, chasing hard. And you see our leaders just a couple corners ahead, so these guys may be able to climb even further up the ladder here.
William Chu with the quickest lap of the race so far with a 14.7, staying right on Tuka. Tuka throws a 14.9 down for a quick lap there, just the previous lap before. 15 flat there for Tuka. Up into 2nd place, Kenji Taira now in 3rd. William Chu still there in 4th.
Taira had a bit of a bobble there. Car got by. It looks like Kenji's car not working the way he wants to. He has to fight it on the exits.
Akio Suzu right there on the rear gurney of William Chu.
This is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, all running nose to tail, Evaristo, Tuka, and Taira.
Yeah, and I mean, just a small gap back there as well to 4th and 5th. Great main going on here.
Bobbled by our leader.
How about
that? Allowed Tuka by. Evaristo with a bit of a mistake there, able to hold on to 2nd, tries to dive back down. Kenji now.
Look how tight they are now.
With
top 5. And there's a pass, and giving it back up. And lost a spot in the process.
Here comes Suzu, though. Suzu, our transfer driver, with the 8, all the way now up to 5th position in this. Oh,
here comes
leaders
the pits.
All coming in together.
Very busy right here.
Contact.
Oh, into the wall.
This could be the difference here on the way out. Kenji first out of the pits.
Little contact as well coming out of the pits.
Kenji making up 2 spots on the pit stop. We'll let them all cycle through here, but it was the top 4 or 5 all came in together.
Now, red car trying to pick up a spot, which I believe still out there on the track. Might have to come into the pits here.
So it is Taira, Vincent K, and Tuka. Vincent K cycling through on pit stops. The 9 car definitely didn't do his stop yet. He's up at, contact, big contact here between Tuka and I believe that was Chu. Could get a penalty on that one. That was a rough one. Susan now into the 3rd spot. Evaristo down to 4th. Kenji at the front.
Great battles here. How about William Chu up into 2nd there, battling down outside of a transfer spot for a while. Akio Suzu up into a transfer spot again. Woo.
Going for a
big
wild
moment.
Ride. I want to say that could have been Suzu. Don't quote me. Across the line goes Taira.
If he falls down a little bit.
Here comes Chu. Yeah, Evaristo and Suzu right behind him now. So the battle for the 3rd spot between Evaristo in the 2, Suzu in the 8. At the front, though, William Chu putting a nose in. That is Kenji, the white nose with the dark tail. All orange behind him is Chu. And then it is Evaristo.
Hard fought in this one. Great. Somebody there ducking into the pits. Creates a little bit of gap here now. These guys can take a bit of a breath, if you will.
6 minutes down, 14 minutes left to go. Pit stops due in about another 2 and some change. Leader and second spot working together now.
Once again, a beautiful morning here as we have started racing at INFINITY International RC Speedway, the 8th scale Nitro on-road IFMAR World Championships presented by INFINITY. Third race of the day here. Top 3 transferring up.
Jump on board with, I believe this is Evaristo. Yeah, in that 3 spot. You see Souza not in the shot yet, but there he is. So Evaristo in the baby blue, Souza in the pink and white.
They just had that moment. He was right there in the hunt.
Evaristo gapping now 14.8 to a 15 flat. Checks in now with a 14.7, continues to quicken. Suzu only able to muster a 15 flat, so falling back just a little bit.
Akio, part of our first main earlier today, did transfer up. Now finds himself 1 spot out of that transfer position. Was up in it a moment ago. Plenty of time to get back in there. A lot of time for things to happen inside of this one.
Just over 7 minutes down. Pit stops due here in about a minute or less as we continue on with Evaristo as he tries to keep it smooth and clean and keep that gap between him and Suzu. 14.6 to a 14.8. So Evaristo continues to be one of the quicker cars lap time wise on the track.
Evaristo up there into second now. Akio goes to third. William Chu falls down. William Chu falling down the list here very quickly.
Who maybe did his pit stop early to get pit lane all to himself, if I had to guess. Didn't want to come out in that cluster. Is going to have some open track. We'll watch here as Evaristo cycles through. Suzu just behind him.
Great move if you think you've got enough to make it through the, to back that up and make it through that final pit stop. Like you said, get yourself some gap.
Yeah. Oh no! Evaristo slowing down, clearly running out of gas here. He's just at 8 minutes, so fuel mileage becoming a problem. That is a gift from the RC gods for Suzu as he's going to move up a spot for free.
So we'll see if Akio can hang on here and transfer up out of another main. Oh man, he gets tagged.
Somebody help him.
Oh, wheel turned hard.
Here for Kenji. His pit stop went from okay to terrible.
Oh man,
it's not getting any better. So Suzu in the pits right now, just out on a 22.7 from 8th to the lead. Kenji gonna try to stay in the mix here. There he is. Nope, still not coming across the line. Suzu, Inoue, and Chu are top 3 after that round of pit stops. That's only the second pit stop, so lots of time here as we have not even gotten to the halfway point. 9 minutes down, 11 to go.
Action-packed main here early on in the day.
Suzu at the front. We'll take a look here again at what happened.
All starts here on pit road. It goes wrong right here.
He got a bump, pushed the front end over, went for the wild ride.
Gets stuck on the wall here, had the wheel hard turned to the right. Got a little bit of help from the mechanic. Then the wheel was hard turned to the right, shot off into the grass.
Kenji going to collect his thoughts here. Still in the 4th spot, though, so not out of the mix.
By any stretch.
On the same lap as the car in front of him, both on 36 now. He's going to try to get his sights set on the back of Tuku.
Well, again, really tight racing here inside of this main. It has been packed.
Suzu's pit cycle off a bit as he just checked in with a 24. So either a bad lap or a very late pit stop. That would have been a 5-minute pit strategy.
Oh, Suzu, by the way, throwing down with a 14.6 along the way here in the race. Fast time for him. Tetsaki Inoue up top now, currently leading. 38 laps in the books here.
6th on the grid now at the front. Like we said, double transfer is on the docket perhaps for Suzu, but a lot of racing still left to go as we jump on board. Oh, a lot of slowing and going on the back straight here as lap traffic.
Wow.
It's trying to let one of our leaders by, but they're just making it worse.
Tuka, by the way, a good bit back behind Oh, Tuca jumps up there. Chu falls down a spot. Vincent K, another transfer spot in the transfer car, I should say, in the 5th position.
Kenji and William duking it out right here.
So go back and take a look at this again.
Oh, man, Kenji is getting no love out there today. The one car getting delivered all over the track.
Well, it just seemed like it was off the pace. Right there in the middle of the turn.
Now, Tara and Mora down to the 6th and the 7th spot. 8 minutes and 45 seconds out.
Completely off track through the grass.
Going for the wild ride again. Car not happy right now. I think I alluded to the fact it didn't look like it was doing what he wanted to do early on, and it hasn't gotten much better. Turn marshal
gets
not
out
very
there in
motivated.
the paint, spins it around like we saw a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's a tough one. That may spell disaster for Kenji on the last one as we work across the line with Suzu in some traffic here. Suzu in the pink and white holding on to that number 2 spot, so even with a little breathing room. Suzu and maybe this Tuca with him.
Tetsuaki Inoue still out front. Tuca there in 3rd. Tuca and Chu not too far apart. Chu trying to get back up into that final transfer spot.
12 minutes down. They're going to see some pit stops now. We got one into the pit lane. Stay on board with Suzu. Coming down the hill into our roller coaster section through the elbow nice and cleanly. Maybe pit lane. There it is. All the way out. Nice and clean entry. Suzu car up. Mechanic has it in his hands. Down and away. Clean stop. Little wiggle. Make sure it feels good. Ooh, a little check on the way out to avoid some crash traffic.
Allows Vincent K to jump up into the position for now before he pits as well.
Suzu on his out lap. Came in on a 15.9. Not too bad. As we said, the in lap for the pits going to be a little slow because they got to run it wide there. So Suzu on his pit cycle, a 24 flat, comes out in 3rd spot.
Should be fine here. Vincent K is yet to pit, I believe, so jumped up there, and now Vincent K looks like he might be back into the pits now as he starts to fall back down. And our leaders take over position. Not sure about William Chu, jumps up into 2nd. Not sure if he pitted yet or not either. Anyway, goes back up to the point. Akio there in 3rd should jump up to 2nd here after Chu makes a pit stop.
Sort of late pit stops here, I feel like, but we'll see how it pans out. Anyway, at the front, Chu in the 2 spot. Suzu closing that gap. As you see the white and blue in front of him there, should be Mr. Chu.
How about 2 transfer cars sitting in 3rd and 4th?
Right, Vincent K with a chip and a chance here. He's been, I believe Vincent K runs a 5-minute strategy, if I'm not mistaken. He may be trying to leg these guys out and get open track for himself. If you do a 5-minute strategy, would that be one less? There's 5, and then 10, and then 15. Yeah, that would be one less stop. I'd use my fingers again, folks. You know that I can't count.
We get into an hour, you have to take your shoes off.
Yeah. Suzu still holding on. Vincent K, a good margin back, so not too much to worry about there. The 6 car of Tetsuaki Inoue, our leader, William Chu in the 2 spot. Akio Suzu holding down our 3rd and final transfer, looking for a double transfer here. That's my favorite thing in nitro racing, double transfers.
I really thought Chu was out of sync there, but Chu hanging on to the spot there on the lead lap. By the way, the top 5 cars all on the lead lap. Anything still possible inside of this one with a little more than 5 minutes to go.
We're on board with our race leader, Tetsuaki Inoue. 55 laps completed of a scheduled 76, 74, give or take. Coming up on 5 minutes left to go. Pit stops due shortly. A big off there by the 7 car. That was Hiraki Morai. Over the fence. He was over the retaining
out of the park.
fence. Yeah, how did
still
he do
in the park,
that?
But
Inoue across the line. Chu on the back door now. So this is a battle for the top spot. Chu going to take it. Inoue feeling the pressure. Dropped the wheel off.
Chu can throw some laps down. We were talking about it before. 14.6 is quick lap here on the race. 62, I should say. And I believe that's the quickest of the race. 14.64 for Akio.
Does his hot lap here in the closing stages. His quick lap happened on 30, but on lap 57 nearly matches it. Chu Got some open track in front of him. Inabe dropped off the back a little bit with a bobble. Suzu still not in contact with Inabe. But Suzu now in the pits. No, maybe 18.5 that time by for Suzu. Vincent K now all over the back door. It's a double battle between two transfer drivers in the 8 and the 9 here. 4 minutes left on our master clock.
Pretty cool right here, man, to see which one might grab it. Maybe both of them get in. It's hard to say. William Chu was just absolutely on point throughout his qualifiers.
I think luck has run out for Suzu as we see his red bar dropping laps. He had 18.5 and hasn't come back around. Inabe on an out lap there for his pit. Vincent K now in the pits coming back out 22.5. So Vincent K maybe going to be a double transfer here as well as the 9 car sitting in third. Tuka in the pits, now back out with a 24.3. Suzu back underway. Rough lap there, did a 35, backs it up with a 15.2. So something going to have to change here if Suzu wants another transfer. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left to go.
Vincent K bumps up to second. Inabe falls down to third with a 24-second lap there. Looks like he might have made his final pit stop.
Evaristo came in for a very quick splash and go. So Chu at the front in the 5. Vincent K now up to the 2 spot in the 9. Inabe down to third in the 6. Tuka back underway in that number 3 car. Not far off the back of Inabe. But Vincent K with a whole spot worth of breathing room. And as I say that, the red bar of death shows up, which usually is pit stops out of cycle.
And Vincent K falls out of that transfer spot. Tuka jumps up into it, says thank you very much. And we'll have a run to the end now.
Vincent K not too far off the back of Tuka. Oh, that's Evaristo going for the wild ride. And that...
Oh, wow.
Get these guys here.
It was nearly disastrous. And another one out there tagged the pit end wall. You were talking about that over the course of the last couple of days. That was the number 4 car of Ann and P.
Coming in for a pit stop here with 2 minutes left to go. Oh, they got to give the car a once-over after that one. Caved in the front end. As we jump back on board with William Chu here at the front. Chu across the line with 15.1 that lap. Inabe still in the 2 spot. Vincent K back into the transfers. 15.5 last time by for Vincent. Tuka several seconds off the back of Vincent. They should be on final stops, fueled up, ready to finish here.
Yeah, ballpark here should be about 6.5 laps to go inside of this one.
Tuka and K. We take a look here at a very close call.
Oh, wow. Just hit that hole down in there in the grass, and it kicked the back of the car up, went for a big ride.
Tough break there for the 7. I think that was Mirai just having a hard time with that top end of the track. That was the precursor to maybe over the wall.
Chu out front. A little bit of pressure. I mean, Inabe not that close. Should be just fine. And Inabe with a nice size gap there, back to third to Vincent K. And Vincent K also with a little bit of breathing room back to Tuka for that final transfer spot.
Leader getting a close call there with some traffic, but able to work it out. That was, I think, maybe less than a minute here to go.
Nice looking lap, putting together some nice corners here. Doesn't seem to be phased too much here by the end of the race as it stands. Keep an eye on that clock, down to 40 seconds. As the bug has left the screen here, we'll keep an eye on that for you. Under about 30 seconds now.
I'm watching Tuka's lap times. He made up more than a half a second on Vincent K that last time by. Their meter's getting closer with 20 seconds left on our master clock. They got maybe 2-3 laps left.
Yeah, Vincent K can't back off too much. Might want to put together, some decent laps here without the pressure. And Tuka falls off the pace a bit by a half second.
He heard us. Vincent K checked back in with the 15.4. Says, okay, boys, I go now. There is Vincent K looking to be our first double transfer driver here in the 128s.
Being put it together. 3 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, bonus lap for Chu.
Down to zeros. Looking for the checkered flag here.
Vincent K coming across, nice and easy. Checkered flag out, gets him done.
How about that? Double transfer
for
yeah.
Vincent.
Very cool.
I like that a lot. So Vincent K, our first double transfer driver of the day, puts him in fine contention to be our first triple transfer driver.
Yeah, William Chu up there completing 77 laps here, right at the very end. But Tsutsaki Inabe ending up in second place, Vincent K. in that final transfer spot. Tuka ends up one spot out looking in. Akio, who was a player pretty much through two-thirds of that race, unfortunately fell down in there and will not make it.
Suzu had a string of rough laps through the middle. Unfortunately, I did not see what happened, but they looked like a very bad pit in, where they maybe had to make some adjustments to the car while it was in pit lane to fix some bodywork, and a very, very rough pit out with like a 35-second lap. So giving back like 15, 16 seconds. Looks like one of the drivers having a very intense conversation with Scotty. When he leans on one arm like that and kind of blocks the view, it means somebody's making a complaint.
Yeah, that's a tough position, man. That race director, and in all seriousness, race director is very tough. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff that goes on out there. You know, maybe there was a lot of contact in that race, right? So easy for somebody to come back up there and say, hey, man, this guy got in the meet, and, you know, Scotty can't watch it all. So,
well, so
what are you going to do? So
being race director is that you're there to direct the race and, you know, call the traffic and things like that. You're not there to deal with rough driving. They have rough driving officials and judges that should be watching all of that. Up next, though, our 128th odd side, or a final side, if you want. Tatsuya Sake going to be starting on the pole position. Lorenzo Bali in the 2 spot. Yukunaga Nozaki starting 3rd. Yoshito Yamamoto going to be starting in the 4th position. Tuit Liminton in the 5 spot from Thailand. Colin Fop S going to be starting 6th. Richard Alsop in the 7th spot. Yumiko Fushimoto starting 8th. Ichikawa Saichi in the 9th position, and Haruki Yaneda starting 3rd. So we'll be all eyes on Fushimoto, Saichi, and Yaneda for another opportunity to be the double transfer driver.
Take a look at the staging order there as it pops up on the screen for you. Your favorite drivers, favorite countries, and root them on. Saki, Bale, Nozaki, Yamamoto, and Liminton all inside of the top 5 here. Of course, the final 3 down in there, Fushimoto, Seiichi, and Yoneda, all transfer cars.
Track's been open for their warm-up. They get about a 3-minute window to get everything up to temperature and do their final checks. And then they set the grid for a Le Mans-esque style start from the inside edge of our main straightaway, separated by 4 meters.
Saki qualifying into this main, 87th overall in the field. Lorenzo, 89th overall.
Check in a minute here and say hello to everyone in the super chat. Thanks for chiming in. We love to see you guys here with us, joining along in the coverage of the 2023 IFMAR Nitro On-Road World Championships. If you didn't know, we're in Japan. Inabe is the name of this town. We're give or take an hour outside of Nagoya. And a common question that I get asked on most of my posts is, how far is it from Tokyo? 4, maybe 5 hours. But if Hayato drives you, 3 hours.
Yeah.
We got a new van driver. Mirai's-san has been driving us every day. They switched us vans and they had Hayato drive us, and he was telling us about the toll booth tech.
He was,
here.
yes. He's paid 3 fines for hitting the arm. That's a record of some sort.
There's different levels of contact that the toll booth arms will tolerate, and depending on the region that you're from, if they're fresh toll booths, they're set up to take you at, 60, 70 kilometers an hour, but you get out into the...
It's funny, he started off at 80 and hit and made contact, and then started to back it down. Didn't find success till he got to about 60. Couple $100 every time he tagged one of the arms and broke it off. He said, as long as you don't break it off, you're okay. You don't get a fine. And of course, the description was just absolutely incredible.
Boom!
Sound effects.
Boom!
Poof! Great stuff. It was pretty funny this morning. Out into oncoming traffic lane there a couple times. Made a couple dive bomb moves. I mean, it was an interesting ride in, I'm not going to lie.
The shuttle van drivers all know each other very well, and they give each other a hard time in traffic. It was a good time.
He was looking around inside of the van for something to throw at him.
He wanted gummy bears.
Good, yeah.
His window. There was some Japanese hand gestures out the window.
Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Cleared a path, too, when we got to the parking lot here.
Yeah.
Bailed out and made a hole.
He was not happy with how jammed up the parking lot was when we get here, so he cleared out. He jumped out of the car, started yelling at me, but get out of the way.
Warm-up session for our 4th race of 10 here today. We will take a lunch break after our 6th race, so about halfway through the morning program. Not about. We are exactly halfway through the morning program. Got another beautiful day here in the area. A little bit of haze there up by the mountains, as you could see in the background before, but just absolutely gorgeous down here. Couldn't be any clearer. Smell of nitromethane in the air.
It's the best smell.
Smell of nitro in the morning.
You guys have all said nice things in the chat, so we'll say your names. Good to have you with us, Dave Chan, Joe Richardson. Thanks for joining us. Dying Breed, thanks for coming in. Daniel Liu, howdy, sir. Texas Hill, good to have you with us. Austin Schaefer, I love these cars, too. They are so awesome. AF, thanks for chiming in.
I think it was Joe was looking for fast lap on the screen as well. We'll try to keep you up to speed on that. You guys can't see it, so we'll try to keep you informed as best we can.
He was asking for the gaps, their race time, to see it, so they could tell how far apart they are.
Yeah, that'd be nice too.
Get that.
Endless sea of information we would love to have.
So the trick is, folks, you open 2 windows because you can get the live scoring right off of liverc.com and see what we see as far as timing and scoring.
Very true. Brandon and the rest of the gang do a great job.
What I always do when I'm at home watching these streams. Oh, back to racing.
Yeah, we're ready to get it on here. Boom, almost missed that. Great start there. First, second, and third position. Second, right off the track. Contact in the back end. Comes back on. Gets tagged again. Big moment there for Lorenzo Bali.
It's not over yet as they're still punishing each other into the grass.
Oh, my goodness.
The dust hadn't even settled, and they were making more.
Bali falls immediately down to the back of the pack.
Going to shuffle things up here mid-pack. As you see, running order going to be Sake, Yamamoto, and Limpton. Alsop looking on the outside, trying to get into that transfer, but still very, very early on here. Battle for the 2 spot. Little check swing there.
Oh!
Could have been very bad. That was Alsop getting a gift from the RC gods as Limpton went for the bit of a wild ride there.
Alsop starting off in the 7th position, already up into the top 4. Falls back in the 5th now.
Oh, no, that was Alsop and Camelfop. My bad.
Camelfop with a couple of great heat races a day ago.
Big wiggle there for Alsop. I think Alsop's in the blue, Camelfop in the yellow.
Lamitton just ahead of him there, up inside of the top 3 in that transfer spot. Yamamoto second and Saki in first as it stands right now. Ichikawa on the Seiichi, our first transfer car, is in 6th. And watch us here once again, nose to tail, good racing action. And I think you were talking about Camelfop and Alsop all battling here. Camelfop S.
Working together here as they're duking it out over 5th and 6th. Yellow car should be Camelfop, Alsop in the blue, if I'm not mistaken.
And we say Camelfop, and we believe that's Superwatch Channon. They're saying Camelfop S. I know you see the last name up on there, so.
K. Dr. Zippy, thanks for mentioning it. I am alongside here with Mr. Ken Stout himself. My name is Charlie Swinka, and we thank you all for tuning in here for the 2023 IFMAR World Championships, brought to you by Infinity. We are at their home track. It is a wonderful facility here in Inabe, Japan.
4th main of the day as we continue on here. The 1/28th, if you will.
And it looks like devastation here for Yaneda. Started 10th on the grid, was one of our first transfer drivers. Not going to get any farther than this. Nozaki, who was 3rd on the grid, way down the leaderboard with Yamamoto. They were some of those drivers that were collected in that first corner catastrophe.
Like Superwatch Channon right there, just ahead of Alsop. That battle still continuing on here, and that's That is the battle for sure for the position. That's a transfer spot, and it could not be any tighter.
In their way through this backside section. We are now on board with Sake, our race leader, Tatsuya, with a 14.9 that time by. Starting to get quicker lap times here as we move through our main bracket.
Yeah, 14.71 here for Saki, our leader. A 14.72 for Laminton in second place. A 14.9 for Alsop back in fourth place. Quick lap for Superwatch Channon is a 15 flat. Also have a 14.6 a little bit deeper. Lorenzo Bali, after that horrific start, has worked his way back up to fifth.
Wow.
Throwing down that 14.6. So quickest lap in the race so far for Bali with a lot of work to do.
Those Italians, man, I tell you, they can pull a 10th out of wherever they need it to and just start hammering down, work through traffic well. And looks like we got our first round of pit stops coming up here right at the 4-minute mark. See a bunch of cars coming in. That's the 8 of Fushimoto. We work our way out with our leader. That should be Sake in that one car.
I see what's happening there. You can see when they're on pit road, sometimes they don't accelerate wide open as they keep an eye on a car that's on track. Because if you come out and impede that car or make contact with that car, it's going to be a stop and go. Right. But in the process of doing that, while they're watching that car, if somebody else is coming up pit road on the throttle, they run into the back of them, and it's chaos immediately.
You need an extra set of eyes as a racer here for these pit stops. The spotters, or the mechanic, comes in to help too. You see a lot of times they're looking down the exit so they can keep an eye on things and give them some information, if you will, on how fast they can get on out of the pit lane. Sake, through all of that, going to hold on to the lead. You see a 23-second outlap from the pit stops, not too shabby.
It's Sake throwing down a heater, by the way, a 14.5.
Thailand's Atuit Liminton moving up into a 2 spot with a 15 flat. Alsop to third. Bali all the way up to fourth now. Keeps chipping away at this gap.
Did Bali make his pit stop?
That I missed. Oh, leader, I believe, getting delivered there by some lap traffic, or that was lap traffic paying the price of getting in the way. Looks like that was lap traffic getting delivered.
Saki still out front, Laminton in second. Alsop into third now. Alsop was 1 spot out in fourth. Bali in fourth. Subawachi Channon now has fallen from third to fifth. And there's the look at that contact Charlie was just talking about.
That is lap traffic getting delivered by the leader. Sorry about your luck. Beep, beep coming through.
Subawachi Channon, really the one that got took the biggest hit right here, falling out of a transfer spot down into fifth place. With a lot of work to do to get back up into the hunt.
We are back on board with our leader, Tatsuya Sake, through the double apex, comes across the line that time by. Checks in with a 14.8.
Top 5 all on the lead lap. Everybody else at least a lap down.
Bali still closing the gap bit by bit on Alsop. 14.7 to a 15.1, so losing a touch of time there. Alsop in the 7, Bali in the 2. Our next closest transfer driver looks to be Ichikawa Saichi, all the way down in that 7th spot right now.
Bali with a little better lap average there at 15.5 to a 15.6 to Alsop. Just needs to stick with it here so you can get back up into the hunt, into that transfer spot.
Alsop continues to be a touch quicker than Bali. Sake at the front, just got it on cruise control right now, going mid-15s, maybe a high 14 every now and again, just to keep him honest.
Top 3 were all 14.9s. Wow, Alsop just throws down a 14.6 as Bali back behind him with a 17.4, loses a chunk of time right there.
Alsop knows he's got to keep his head down and go, go, go. Started 7, he's lucky to be where he is right now. Wants to keep that transfer position and keep on racing. Race leader, though, like I said, looking very smooth here through the double apex. No extra wiggles. Smooth down the straightaway at the 180 now, coming up on some lap traffic.
12.5 minutes to go inside of this one, so we'll see pit stops here again coming up pretty quickly. Couple laps. Well, good battle right there, as you can see, and quickly making the pass. Lapper moving out of the way, very respectful.
Sake looking smooth, due into the pits maybe next lap. They usually start coming in about the 8:10, 8:15 mark. We're right at 8 minutes now. Going to keep an eye on the pit lane. We got one in right now. That is the 7 car of Richard Alsop, down and away.
Really nice move there. Good pit stop.
And we got our leader. And I believe that was at Bali right with our leader. They came in at the same time. Cross line is Alsop now to the 2 spot. He pitted before Sake, so he cycles through.
See if that undercut plays out, and it just might.
And that is our race leader into the pits now. You see Alsop passing him down the straightaway as our leader comes out of pit lane.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it looked like Alsop's bar would transfer him to the front. We'll see as they come around next time.
Maybe that wasn't Alsop. I might have got my colors wrong. Apologies.
Bali up into 3rd.
Sake across the line, going to hold on to the lead, 24.5 out lap. Alsop, though, closed the gap a ton. He's only a couple seconds out of the back to the 15-1. Bali now into a transfer spot.
Lamitton into the pits, was up into 2nd, now has fallen down to 7th. Issues there with a 28-second lap. And continues to fall down. So Lamitton, who was up into 2nd, with a tough moment here inside of this one, falls down to the bottom of the pack.
Alsop looks to be closing up on our race leader. Doesn't need to, but he wants to stay well ahead of Bali. You don't want to mess around with an Italian. That is the blue number 7 of Alsop. Looking very clean and tidy. A little bit of a wiggle there, but not too bad. I could read the numbers that time. That was awesome, boys.
Sake leading from the start of this race, has been out in front, started off in the number 1 position. The big mover, Alsop, from the 7 hole up into 2nd. And Bali, who started off in 2nd, fell down to about 8th, I want to say, at that start, and has scrapped back up into a transfer spot.
Sake still at the front of this one as we continue with Alsop. You can see Sake just off the edge of the screen there occasionally. So the gap is pretty sizable right now. And really no reason for Alsop to make up that ground other than to gap out on Bali. Bali got his work cut out for him. He wants to close that gap, but you do see he has a lap cushion over Yamamoto in the 4 car. Unlikely, but not impossible for a double transfer here. As we've seen in these finals, lots of action can happen at any given moment, and the order can change. Pit stops can go south very quickly.
Average lap time for the top 3, all of them, 15.6. Quick lap so far, still to our leader in Sake with a 14.59, 14.61 for Bali, 14.66 for Richard also.
Jump on board with our race leader. This is Sake once again. Sake started from the front. He's got the 1 on the front and sides and looking very strong here. Has not let go of the lead in this one. Even during the pit stop cycles, he had such a huge lead that Alsop did his pit stop ahead of him, came out behind him, but made up a bunch of ground from where he was. Sake with a 15.5 last time, but Alsop with a rough one there, a 17.2, possibly an early in on the, no, couldn't have been because the next one was a 15.2. So
somebody's sitting there facing the wrong direction there, the X of the final turn, turn 9, if you will. Top 3 all on the same lap here. Yamamoto, see a lap down from Bali?
Yeah.
So top 3 on the lead lap. Everybody else 1 off at least.
Easy on the top 3 that way. It gives them a bit of a cushion. They don't have to push real hard. It would be hard pressed for somebody to go all the way around the track, catch back up, and pass them in the duration without some big mistakes. And as I say that, we approach the 12-minute mark.
So I ask you this. You've been in the game for a long time. Does Bali know that he has a lap on 4th place?
Yes. There are timing and scoring down in pit lane, so the mechanics are fully aware of the pace and everything. They can tell them if they need to push or not. The mechanics are in radio communication with the drivers. They all have headsets on, so they can talk to each other the whole time. Pit stop cycling through now, as I believe that was Saichi in and out of the pits. We'll be seeing a lot of cars coming through here. Try to keep an eye on the numbers and if I can keep track of who did pit stops. But here comes our race leader, Sake. Way down the lane there in the 1 car, getting the gas down and away, smooth and easy.
As it stands right now, it does not seem as though we will have a transfer car make it into the next one.
Got 1 more coming in the pits. I see the mechanic waving his arm up and down. It looks like the green and white. They go too fast out of pit lane for me to see the number, unfortunately.
Bucky with a nice pit stop time there. That delta ended up being a 22.9.
That's a quick out lap. That's the quickest. Some of the quickers we've seen have been 24:25, so to be below that is a good sign. Two cars out of this one early on. Fushimoto out on lap 42. Atuit out on lap 32.
And as you can see, the skill set here getting better and better with each main that we run, as they have qualified just a little bit higher. Track taking a lot of rubber here too. The line very easy to see at this point.
We're on board with our third place runner, Lorenzo Bali.
Can I say taking rubber?
Yeah.
Taking foam.
Yeah, it's foam rubber. It's technically
foam rubber. There you go. Okay, so
it's
one off in the grass.
The different tire manufacturers have their secret blend, and while we call them foam tires, technically they're foam rubber tires.
A little bit wide right there, but running some good, consistent laps. Again, Saki out front, Alsop in second, Bali in third. Bali starting off in the second position. Alsop, the big mover here, starting off in the 7th position.
This is our 1/28th A-side final, our 4th race of the morning.
It is. We will run 6 here this morning, so a couple more to go. 5 minutes down to this one, 5.5, I should say.
Some of you at home may be wondering, why are you watching third place? Because that's the final transfer spot. Top 3 transfer to the next final so they can keep racing. And then have opportunity, if they race all the way through the day, they'll be racing on Saturday for our finals. Run quarterfinals, semifinals, and our grand finale for World Championship domination tomorrow.
Yeah, and really no pressure either, so just play it smart here, finish this one out.
We don't want to announcers jinx them, though. Our one power that we have is that we can talk about someone so much that we bring them horrible luck.
We have no choice when they give us solid pictures. We have to talk about them. Bit wide there a couple times, but again, no pressure here.
It is interesting to see the race strategies change quite a bit from qualifiers, where it's go, 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 where to now it turns into survival mode for some of these guys.
Yeah, lap times here for Bali, 15.1, 15.3, 15.8 for Saki.
And as we mentioned before, this is the longest they've run on one set of tires. Nobody's doing tire changes out there, and they were doing 3.5-minute warm-up with a 4-minute qualifier, so they're nearly double their normal tire time. Back on board with our race leader, Sake, now in the closing stages of this one. 4 minutes on the master clock. Final round of pit stops will be coming up. You see one already into the pit lane. Down and,
yeah, one off track there, coming back out of the fence.
It's just down and not away from pit lane, but he collected it now. Sake, big hard out there in the pit lane, getting it all sorts of wrong. I bet you Sake's coming in right now. Nope, he's going one more.
One more round.
Seen this happen before.
Yeah, it could prove disastrous.
Yeah, somebody fueled out. They tried to do that extra lap and pay the ultimate price, but these guys doing lots of math and science to determine exactly when they need to come in. One more.
Interesting.
Thought for sure you got a huge lead like that, might as well come and get the gas. Alsop came in on a 15.8. I think he's in the pits right now getting fuel. On his way out, actually. Yeah, did a 20.7 on an out lap. That's aggressive.
So 2 bonus laps there. Only 3 minutes left inside of this one.
Down and away, gently. Sake had a pretty big lead there. Shouldn't have to worry too much about anybody reeling up on the back, and just found a nice open pocket of track to run laps in here.
Yeah, it was a little more than 2 seconds there for him.
Alsop got by him there, so new race leader is Alsop. Sake down to 3rd.
Alsop throwing down at 14.9 as well to get after it. Where Saki cycles out here.
Alsop and
Bali close.
Bali now to the front. Sake back to 2. Alsop to 3rd. So order shuffling around there after the pit stop cycled through.
Everybody throwing 14.9s on the board. The top 2 throwing 14.9s on the board, separated by just 0.8 of a second.
This is Sake and Alsop. Alsop here in the blue. Sake just ahead of him. You see the orange and yellow. Oh, big off here for Alsop. Can't get back on the track. That's going to give Yamamoto a bunch of time back. Marshals don't see it. Oh, almost came back out there. That may have been Yamamoto getting by. So check timing and scoring here. Alsop waiting to get by. Yamamoto across the line, makes back one of his laps.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it wouldn't be for position, but could get back on the lead lap is all he could hope for.
He needs one more, actually. Yamamoto.
Or I should say lead lap would have to get past Bali to do that. But Bali, how about Bali? From second to, I believe, 7th or 8th.
Yep.
And now scrapped his way back up to the front in first place after Saki with a bit of a moment there.
You never count out an Italian in an A-scale race.
You keep saying that. Yeah. It's coming to life.
Bali and
proof in the pudding.
Bali, Saki, and Alsop are top 3. Looks like they got easy transfers if they can keep this together for about another minute 15. Scheduled to go early on. They were scheduled to go 80 laps, and you see the pace falling down now to a 72.
Bali throwing down a 14.4.
They're doing like 74 laps
inside of this one. They were doing 7. I thought they were doing 74.
Oh, I'm sorry. I looked at the wrong one. Scheduled to go 78 laps. I was looking at the current lap. My bad. Sorry, guys.
1.5 second. I'm sorry, 1 second gap now between first and second. But Bali throwing down that heater to 14.4. Definitely has some speed inside of that car. Saki with a 14.41 now. Not happy about being in second place. He gets after it. Throws down quick lap of the race. Bali right back with a 14.9. Drops his average down to a 15.5. Saki a 15.6. And Alsop a 15.8 after that moment.
Master clock coming to a close here. But the pressure kind of off. Bali coming around to put a lap on Alsop.
And couple of moments right there.
Man, Alsop's trying to give these guys a chance to make up some time here, having a pretty rough closer, but maybe those tires are a lot smaller than he's used to driving with. That is time. You see Lorenzo Bali checking and done, Sake checking and done, Alsop checking and done. Those are our transfer drivers. Big sigh of relief from Bali and Sake and probably Alsop on the driver's stand as that was getting dicey in the closing stages. So no double transfers here on our A side of the bracket. Well, not yet. It could still happen later. And as always, in the super chat, thanks, guys. We appreciate all the love. Charlie Swanka here with Ken Stout. Scotty is our track announcer. You might be able to hear him in the background every once in a while. And in the lull of this, we like to say thanks to all of you for tuning in. And we appreciate all of you. Finishing order for this one, and they say unofficial because they do have to go through post-race tech to make sure bodies, weights, and all that matches. But Lorenzo Bali finishing in our top spot, 78 laps completed. Tatsuya Sake finishing third, and Richard Alsop rounding out our transfer drivers.
Yeah, speaking of that, we did see a DQ. I think it was Lamberto who had a DQ after one of the heat races.
Yeah,
not sure what that was for, but did see a DQ lined up there. So they are checking them, and it certainly can happen.
Historically, in nitro racing, most of the DQs come from fuel capacity, from what I've experienced, mostly in off-road racing. And some of the drivers told me that it's because of the heat cycle and the plastic starts to stretch. It gets so hot out there. These race surfaces that we're on are super hot, and the tank is always under pressure, so crazy things can start to happen.
Well, we'll read, you can see our next grouping ready to go here. This would be main number 5 of 6 here this morning. 5 of 10 on the day. Kazuya Yuriki. Looks like Gert-Jan Van Schaik. Intao Chu. Sam Lolo. I had a couple of good moments there a day ago. Nanami Subaki. Alex Thurston. Michael Schmidt. William Chu. Our transfer from the previous main. Titsaki Inoue. And Tianan Tuka. The final 3 there, of course, bumping up from main number 3.
Just scrolling through the chat here, going to try to address some of the questions. The tires, they run a foam rubber tire. It is a spec tire at this race provided by Matrix.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Matrix tire. I get the fuels and the tires mixed up, so I apologize. And the drivers are given a designated allotment of tires to use for controlled practice, qualifying, and then they get a fresh set of allotment for the finals. And I believe someone told me during the finals you can get as many as you want. There's no limit once finals starts. So
2 fuels are OS and Maxima, as you talked about there, the Matrix for the tires. 2 different sizes there, 69 in the front, 76 in the rear. And the durometer there a bit different as well, the 32 and 35. But they are all controlled here. That is it. Parc Ferme, if you will. So we will have our warm-up session here coming up in just a moment. That will be for lane number 5 on the day, and I believe that to be the 164th on the B side.
Sure. Now you know what they mean.
I didn't say I knew what it meant.
Mark Day,
I get it.
back.
I understand.
Harry, Grant, Texas Hill, good to have you guys all with us.
Yes, everybody has the same tires. It is controlled. One set, one brand, same size for everybody, fronts and rears.
And Ken may have addressed this. Our grand finale is tomorrow afternoon. Today is
I did
Friday.
not, but that is a really good point. We're going to run some of our lower mains today, right?
Yeah, we're running through 10 of the 18 finals that we have before our 19th grand finale. So there'll be 8 more, what you could call lower mains, to set everybody up for the final. And when we get down to the semi-final, those are the last 2 races to determine our starting grid for the grand finale. They take the top 4 out of the A side. They take the top 4 out of the B side. Or no, yeah.
That's so they take the top 3.
I'm sorry.
And top 3. So
we have 2 seed already. Top qualifier already seated. Our winner of Super Pole already seated. That's our front row. And then the top 3 out of the A side, top 3 out of the B side. That gives you 8 drivers for our final, and then take the next 2 fastest drivers from that semi-final, and that could be the 5th driver from the A, 5th driver from the B, or it could be the 5th and 6th driver from either the A or the B, depending on how it all breaks down.
Time-based for the final 2, that will bump in.
And the finals tomorrow are 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Are they still 20 minutes?
And I believe the final, the true A main, if you will, to be an hour.
Yeah. 60-minute final. I should text Scotty. No, I don't want to. He made a post somewhere, but I didn't see the one with the 2 pictures on it. I only got one with 1 picture on it. So they do get a warm-up here, and that's what's happening before they send out to do their 20-minute race. They get 3 minutes to get things up to temperature, warm up the tires, make sure the engine's tuned just right.
Sam Lolo inside of this one, qualified 80th overall. Chu and Tao, 78th. Van Shaker Jean, I'm not sure if that's the correct order there or not, 76th overall.
I think they fixed all the names.
Well, I was looking at the qualifying sheet, so I'm not sure if the qualifying sheet got the update or not. I was looking for Yuruki.
Oh, thanks, Harry. I appreciate that. BJ wants our guess on how many laps do you think we'll see in the 60-minute final tomorrow. I'll tell you when I watch the last 20-minute race of today, because that'll give us the pace. Yeah. They just did 78 laps.
Right. So
78 times 4 would be my guess. So
well,
I'm going to go with. I'm going to go.
The fast guys could be.
They're going to get even faster.
Better.
So let's go 85 laps in 20 minutes times 4. I'm going to go 90 laps times 4.
You go an extra 6 laps for the hot shoes. Yeah.
They're going to go half a second a lap faster than
4 minutes. They went a complete lap faster, right?
Yeah, these guys are doing 15s. The top level will be in the 14s for duration, I think.
So, yeah, up there in the 340 lap range.
Yeah, that's 300 laps. So I'm gonna call an average of 15 seconds, and then that'll no, come on, that's not right. They've been averaging that.
328 laps.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were able to run.
Wait, it's not a guess if we use math.
Yeah, exactly.
we're calculating over here.
No, we're just kind of going off of what these first couple of mains were at 20 minutes.
All right, so we're back to our B side, the 164th B, where we do have an opportunity for more double transfers yet.
I don't know if that was correct, by the way.
Don't have any. It's the A side that has the double transfers. Did William Chu transfer once already? Man.
I think we were a bit hot on that. I think somewhere around 240 laps.
In the chat, they guessed around 220 to 250.
Yeah, that would be right. I mean, if you go off of an 80 lap times 20, right? That's three times. So it was 80 times 3 would be 240.
When I first saw the question, my first thought was, what was the last race? Let's add a couple laps onto that. And then I'm thinking in my head, we're going to have to add a couple more than that. Well, there's definitely one way to find out. Tune in tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be able to tell you come the end of the main, but 240, 250, somewhere in that general area.
So this one is our 6th race of the morning or 5th race of the morning?
This is our 5th race of the morning.
One more, and then we do a bit of a lunch break. Oh, look at that. Scotty already asked me. The semis are 30 minutes. Oh, I know why. Travis asked Scotty. Thanks, Travis.
So if they go 250 laps and you divide that by 4 laps each, that's some 62 pit stops. How about that?
No. Boom. 4 minutes, not 4 laps.
Oh, 4 minutes, yeah, 4 laps. That would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Ken, I'm trying to be nice to you here, but that was terrible.
We all get one. The math is correct.
Off
Boy, exciting start there. Yeah, a lot of contact once again.
As usual, the start's a little hectic. As France's
the number 6 car.
Oh, Gert Jan Van Schaik leading the way right now. First one to complete 2 laps. Does it a 14.7. Our rapper superstar Sam Lolo going to be in that 2 spot. Ensu Chu going to be running 3rd. Michael Schmidt in that 4th spot. Nanami Tsubaki 5th. William Chu 6th. Alex Thurston. It looks like Yaruki Inoue and Tatuka not making laps yet.
Alex Thurston was the one that was sitting there, flamed out for whatever reason, unfortunately fell deep. Back into the 7th spot. Had to get a little bit of help from the corner worker. And another car just comes into the pits. Another corner worker running over to pick one up.
Got lots of bad starts in this one. So that means one driver with a chance to transfer, William Chu, or a double transfer rather. Gert Jen Van Schaik at the front of this one, working through some lines right here. I think that is him with Sam Lolo. Back and forth they go. Oh, inside line. Tried to take him on the paint. Van Schaik and Lolo doing each other no favors here at the front.
Upset the car and just launched it. Obviously couldn't turn it with the front tires up in the air. Gave it back.
I wonder if he gave him the spot or completely missed the turn-in on that one. So Sam Lolo now to the front. Van Schaik dropping down a spot.
I think it was probably a good move. I mean, given the contact and getting the pass away, he did. Probably gave it back to keep from getting a drive-through penalty.
You want it that bad, you go right ahead. I'll wait here in the 2nd transfer spot.
Another good battle ensuing now.
Yeah, Chu making up some ground here on Van Schaik. Van Schaik maybe got the tune set up for the longer run. Not quick in the front, going to be quick at the end. I've been to some nitro races where the tire strategy is all wrong or the car gets real bad and the driver drives through the problem instead of around it. And they run out of ride height. Chassis starts dragging, car gets real loose.
No minimum ride height, so I could certainly see that happening. It's crazy to think, though, how tire wears so much that it would adjust it that much, but certainly makes sense.
Lolo on a very aggressive pace here early on, down into the mid to low 14s the whole time. You got to wonder, that's the tire strategy going to hold up to those lap times.
Yeah, I think 14.4 was the quickest lap we saw of that last race, already down to 14.2s here for Lolo. And I talked about Lolo when we were reading down through the starting grid there. Had some great heat races a day ago. Certainly has some speed. I want to say Lolo put a couple of high 13.9s up on the board in the process.
And Schaik and Chu running nose to tail, getting some love here from the traffic.
By the way, a quick redemption of myself there. How about 15 pit stops over the course?
I like it.
Does that sound better than 62?
62, yeah.
That's pretty busy, man. Mechanics need to get ready.
Big
somebody off to the side. Yeah.
That was Chu going for the wild ride. Now Schmidt up a spot into our third transfer. Number 7 car moving on up as Chu dropped a wheel off.
I believe that was Alex Thurston again that they were just picking up. That corner worker was picking up. So Alex having a tough go of it here in this one.
Oh, we got pit action coming up. 2 cars coming in together. It's the 3, and I believe that was the 2 of Van Schaik. Or maybe that, no. Maybe it was Lolo?
A couple of big gaps out here on the track now as Sam Lolo continues to march on inside of this one. Early in this race with still 15, better part of 16 minutes to go.
So a new Chu to the 3 spot. Transfer driver number 8 car, William, climbing up the ladder. I believe on pit stop, though, because you see his red bar on as he is waiting to get back around to check back in. We'll see what his lap time is. A 22.8 that time by. That's a pretty good pit stop. Lolo and Van Schaik back and forth as their pit stop cycle. Lolo's pit out was a 21. Very good. Ensu Chu with a 14.8 that time by to move into the 2 spot as Van Schaik drops down a spot.
William Chu, unfortunately, a lap down, it would appear here, trying to get up. He was a reason I talk about him. He's one of our transfer cars, and the leading transfer car, if you will, in the 5th slot behind Michael Schmidt.
We are on board here with our 2nd and 3rd place drivers, Ensu Chu and Van Schaik.
William Chu, a lap down to our leader, not a lap down to Schmidt or Van Schaik, so still has a shot at that transfer spot.
Still early, too, so lots of, as we've seen, shuffling as the race goes on. Bad luck, good luck for some. They on board with Ensu Chu. Top of the hill coming back down now. Not trying to get into the paint too hard. Has some cushion. Doing respectable 14-second lap times.
Yeah, another 14.4 there for Lolo. Lolo on that 80-lap pace, by the way. You talked about a couple more, so already seeing a couple more here at this level.
Yeah, if we go, I don't think we're going to plus 2 laps each round. And this is still early on, though, so that pace is going to drop a little bit by the time we get through the next round of pit stops. But we're going to probably add, I'd say, a lap every 2 finals average for their finishing in 20 minutes. A bigger measure will be tomorrow during the semis when we have 30-minute samples to work with. Ask us again tomorrow, Chad.
Real nice laps here. This line very consistent around the lapper there, of course, but settles right back into the paint. In the paint again. You know, really nice looking lines. Definitely in the groove right here. Feeling very, very comfortable.
The chat pointing out that there's going to be tires pit stops too in the grand finale. So
no question. So it'll get a little bit longer there as well. Yeah, they think about 20 minutes. They'll have a really good read on that here today.
Right.
Before they would want to change tires.
Coming up on the 7-minute mark, about another minute, maybe 90 seconds away from our next round of pit stops. Our race leader right now is Mr. Sam Lolo. We are, I think, on board with the 4 car? Yes, it is. Maybe this is Mr. Chu.
Sam Lolo qualifying 80th overall at the end of the heat races yesterday.
That is the 3 car. Good work, cameraman. Of Ensu Chu. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't notice that they didn't switch to another car. I got confused.
And Ensu's 6 seconds behind our leader, so. And Shake another 3 seconds back behind him, so no real pressure here in terms of that. A couple of 14.4s being thrown on the board here. Schmidt back there in 4th. 1.5 second out of the final transfer spot, or a battle for it, I should say. And down to 12 minutes, underneath 12 minutes inside of this one. This is main number 5 on the day. Should get us halfway through our program for the day.
Pit stop, cycling through. I love it when the pit lane cam comes on, because then I can see action.
And it has begun.
It's too bad. Can't see the car numbers that come out of the pit lane. I can check off who did it, and we need a heat sheet too.
It is certainly very difficult to see the car numbers at any point out here. Once in a while when they grab them, if the angle's just right, we see them.
If they get a tight shot in that slow corner, I can read them almost that slow. There's no slow corners here, but
the slowest corner.
The less fast corner, I can kind of see what's going on. Lots of different guesses coming in on our 60-lap final for lap count. So you're right. The pit stops with the tire changes may equalize. At lunch, I'm gonna start asking people what they think for tire strategies, because I keep forgetting to ask. So many other things to ask these guys about. Oh gosh!
Big moment right here. Just came off pit road, I believe, as well.
Blew the clips off of it. That's the 5 car of Tsubaki. He's gonna have to come back in for some fresh hood pins. Or maybe he's just going to run it.
Out of the way.
Oh, he's coming in. Good job.
I believe that was Thurston that he made room for. He's a little bit deeper in the pack.
I've always wondered why these guys don't zip tie the body clip shut, so that can't happen.
Well, that's that same hole that's bit 2 cars here today.
I mean, it might have just ripped the body through the clips, too. So.
And certainly not the hole's fault. You shouldn't be down there in that, going through that. Not beating the track up here. That is not just a little bit off course.
Can't blame the hole for existing.
No. That's not the hole's fault.
Lolo, Chu, and Van Schaik still are front runners in this one. 14.6 for Lolo last time by, nearly matching. Or no, 14.3, check that, matching his fast lap almost. Chu with a 14.6 last lap, 14.55 for Van Schaik. And William Chu, one of the transfer drivers, trying to stay close enough to the mix to have an opportunity. Here's a full lap off the back of these guys and some change. But he does have his work cut out for him, but he's the closest in contention for front runner catastrophe to go his way. We are approaching the 11-minute mark. We're at 10:30 right now. We should see our next round of pit stops just after the 12-minute mark. Typically, they pit every 4 minutes, but with that in-lap being slow and the out-lap being slow, it shuffles up the time chart a few seconds one way or the other. And what the mechanic does is as soon as he sets the car down, he starts a clock, and he brings them back in as close to the actual 4 minutes of full tank time. So there is a little bit of a discrepancy there.
Yeah, nice.
Too much information.
Well.
Too much information for a very boring fact.
That's a great way to tell how they do it, rather than just rounding it off, ballparking everything. So an absolute strategy to it, and something else that the mechanic is responsible for.
Yeah, Harry, they were definitely doing practice pit stops in the pits this morning. There was a couple teams down there. I watched Victor Wilk and his guys working through that, and the big thing was getting the car all the way over the wall for the fuel. You can't start any services as you pick it up and bring it to yourself. And the reason being is they don't want you dumping all your fuel all over pit lane and ruining it for everybody. And IFMAR loves rules that can be broken, so they have penalties to inflict.
So again, watching, I believe this is Chu, car number 3 that we're watching here.
You would be correct, sir. Oh, coming into the pits aggressively. Chu slaps it into that inside wall. Car comes up, fuel goes in, down and away, smooth and easy.
Really nice job.
Yep. And that is with 8 minutes left to go, so he came in just at the 12-minute mark with a pit stop like that. So his in-lap was still a 15.2. Sometimes in-lap's a little slow. That was pretty aggressive. His out-lap going to be a 21.5. That's
wow, that is
solid.
The best we've seen so far. Excellent job.
The 4, the 2, and the 3 are transfer drivers right now. But William Chu trying to climb his way back in there.
Sam Lolo was 21.9, and that was his outlap as well.
Most likely.
So really good job.
I think we missed him coming in and out of the pits, but we got, I think that's Chu that just came in. I want to say the all-yellow car is William Chu, but I'm wrong more often than I'm right when it comes to remembering things.
Was that the car that went for a ride through the grass?
Oh, yeah, that's definitely not Mr. Chu. No, that wasn't. He's still out there circulating. But he is closing the gap on Van Schaik, so Van Schaik's going to have the pressure on. Keep hitting the marks. We are in our closing stages of this one. One more pit stop still to go. En-Soo Chu in that 2-spot right now. We get on board through the double apex, looking very smooth. Not seeing a lot of corner exit smoke, and as I see that, or say that, a nice wisp there. And we bring it up because the tune can change on these guys. They can, as the tire changes sizes and as they load up the motor more or less, the tuning requirements, maybe they haven't run the motor this long. Glow plug situations start to change. The lid on, with a bit of a head bobble there.
Gotta sort that thing out down the back straightaway and ducked it down in there. Turn 6, the high bank turn as they climb up the hill right here. And charge into the high bank turn number 6, back down the hill.
I went and walked around the track this morning and got down like knee high and took pictures at the track level. It looks pretty cool. There's definitely no curbing. The paint is not very thick to get in the way, but just inside of the painted marks, there is some concrete and a drop down that'll ruin your day. 5:30 left to go, probably 90 seconds from our final round of pit stops. Lolo still at the front, has a +1 lap on the field now. Only driver on 57, and as 57 gets completed, he does 58.
And we were talking about our average lap times in the previous race there as well, and I believe they were about 15.6, 15.5.
Okay.
As we take a look at Sam Lolo here, an average of 15.1 as they progressively get faster and faster here. 15.4 for Chu and a 15.5 for Van Schaik.
En-Soo Chu looking nice and consistent here. A lot of times the camera action makes him crash, but no effects here on Chu. See the elevation, good example there of the low to the high. It's probably 10 feet, if I had to guess. If you stand in the straightaway, you can't see over the top side of the track, but I'm only 5 feet tall, so that could mean it's as low as 6.
And really charge into that right-hander because you're going uphill and that left-hander right there, so definitely grips up the outside tires as you slide into the track, if you will.
Here's another fun one I saw during the pit stops. They were working on 2 tire changes, just changing the right side tires.
Yeah, predominantly the left-hand turn track here, so yeah, maybe you can get away with just changing the right sides.
To say the least, the right side only changes were much faster than the 4 tire changes. So I'd imagine if everything was perfect, you'd do a set of right sides, then a full set, and then a set of right sides and a full set again. Or maybe just the right sides, then the full set. I think 1-2 tire stops at the most. 60 minutes, we'll see. So that was Mr. Chu in and out of the pits.
Yeah, nicely done. 3.5 to go here.
Lolo on his outlap, Van Schaik on his outlap. Lolo with a 21.5 pit out.
Yeah, so that's 2 21.5-second pit stops there for Lolo. Very consistent there when it comes to that. Set that quick lap early on in the race with a 14.29. Has continued to stay very consistent with lap times into the mid-14s.
I didn't catch it, but Van Schaik had a 22.1 on the way out. I didn't see what Chu's outlap was, unfortunately. I was distracted by blinky lights.
Looks like a transfer car of William Chu at this point will struggle to make it out of this one into the next main.
Just 3 minutes on the clock. Our top 3 have done their final pit stop. Going to be charging here to the end. As we ride on board En-Soo Chu, second place runner.
Continue to rip off the laps. Some mains just packed up with crazy action as we saw one ago, and this one here has been fairly docile. Gaps early on. The top 3 really kind of settling in and just doing what they need to do to finish this one up and get into the next one. Bit of a moment right there.
I think when the races get real rough like that, there's word gets out that penalties are going to start happening if you guys don't clean this up and the drivers start doing a better job. 2 minutes still on our master clock.
Keeping an eye on the number 3 car. A lot of camera time, if you will.
No, this is now Sam Lolo.
Ah, my apologies.
We've moved up to our leader. I thought it was as well, but I can clearly see the 4 there. The sun hit it just right. It wasn't the producer telling me that I was wrong. No, it really wasn't. He's not even paying attention over there.
He held his hand up a moment ago.
I like to give Jensen a hard time. Sam Lolo looking strong right now. A commanding lead. 2 laps on the field right now for Lolo. Scheduled to go 80 in a 20-minute, 10-second run. And that should shape up. So that'll be our quickest run of the day, as you would expect, as we get through the faster mains. Lolo across with a 14.69 that time by. Chu with a 15 flat. Van Schaik with a 15.1. And William Chu still hoping for some bad luck for Van Schaik so he can get up in there and be, I think that would be a double transfer if I'm not mistaken.
It would be.
Yeah.
Final countdown, final minute, I should say, inside of this one. Lapper right there in front of our leader. We'll need to negotiate that here in just a couple of moments. Continuing on this pace here. 14.6, been throwing mid-14s down on a regular basis.
Steve Miller, tomorrow, the quarters and the semis are 30 minutes. So I don't think there's any 40-minute finals. 60-minute grand finale.
30 seconds yet to go as Sam Lolo continues to be very consistent here. Seems to be happy to sit right in that pocket where he's at, which is absolutely fine. No pressure from Chu behind to take over that spot.
What an anticlimactic finish.
Playing it smart. Nothing wrong with that one. Just move up to the next one. That's all we want to do here.
I love excitement. This is not that exciting. But it is nice to see the pace quickening so drastically.
Yeah, still on that 79 lap, and you had mentioned you thought it would increase here about 1 lap, and sure enough, good call there, Charlie. Checker flag out.
I think there's a flag
there. Ended up at 80.
Yeah. Oh, he quickened, too. It was scheduled to go at 20 and a 10, but he did it at 20 and 07, so Sam Lolo, I think, is an awesome rapper name, but also an excellent A-scale on-road racer. That is going to do it for our 164th B final. Up next will be our 164th A final, or odd side, if you will. So here are our unofficial results, because they do have to go through tech. Sam Lolo going to take on the win 8 laps in a 20-minute 7 seconds with a .69 on the end. And Sue Chuk going to finish in that 2 spot. Just 3 seconds of Gert Van Schaik. William Chu put his best effort in, but came up just a bit short. Thurston had a very rough start to this one, and as you see, paid the price, finishing in that 5th spot. Nanami Subaki finishing 6th in that one. Tianen Tuka going to finish in the 7th spot. Michael Schmidt, Tetsuyaki Inoue, and Kazuya Yoruki rounding out our running order. And man, tough break for Kazuya, as they got delivered in that opening session and got their car damaged to the point that it could go no further. Next group moving into position, you see them releasing the hounds, and that is not the staging order.
Not just yet. They're still looking for our fans at home there anyways. Still looking at how they finished up here in this previous race. And number 5, we'll show you our starting grid here for the next main. Transfers should be Bali, Saki, and Alsop, if I'm correct. We'll see if that shakes down just like that. And there they are down at the bottom. So they put on a great show and a great race. Eric Nogier will be in the number 1 slot. Tsutomo Ashihara in the number 2 spots. Shiego Tasaka in the 3 spot. Mitsuhiro Kinoshita in the 4 hole. Karoshiko Ashida in the 5th hole. Wei Chi Chen starting off in the 6th position. Jose Angel Guerrero's boy in the 7th spot. Then our transfer drivers Lorenzo Bali, Tatsuya Saki, and Richard Alsop.
I think that Sake transferred twice already, no?
I believe you might be correct on that.
I'm going to try to look it up. Throbbing Superbrain should know. New current event. And I can look at... Yes, I can. So this is the A side, which is the second one. I'll go... Akio Suzu.
Were you able to find it?
It doesn't look like I was correct. Oh gosh, I pushed too many buttons.
Suzu, Vincent K., and Frederick out of the first main. And then out of the second main was Fushimoto, Seiichi, and Yonida. So that would be the first two that would be a double, that would have a shot at double transfer. So I don't believe so. William Chu, who we just saw, Inabe, and Vincent K. Vincent K. was the one that had a double transfer up out of the third main.
Warm-up laps happening here for our 164th A-side, which I believe is known as even in regular terms, or odd, because we just ran the 164th even, so this will be the odd side.
Yes.
A's are odds, B's are evens. That'll bring us to our 6th race of the morning. Got 10 on our docket today. There will be an unknown amount of time for a lunch break because they did get a bit of a late start, so they usually use that buffer during the lunch period to get back on schedule. We do have lots going on this evening.
Adjusting the starting grid out there to make sure that they had the proper spacing.
Scotty wanted to feel important, so he made him do stuff for him. I think it was a good decision. As rough as these starts have been, it'd be even worse if the cars were closer together, so I make fun of him, but I think it was a good idea. I wonder if only the semis are, because there's quarterfinals and eighth finals tomorrow. No, so there might be 20 minutes. I'll find out during lunch, and I'll answer all these questions. David Black, welcome to the show. Stephen Miller, good to have you with us. Dr. Zippy, thanks for tuning in. SZ, go Kineshita, he says. Buddy Elias, good to have you with us. Daniel Liu, it's always a pleasure. BJ Williams, thank you, sir. Grant McEwen. Mr. Mark Day, are you still there? Or you fall asleep? You probably fell asleep at your keyboard. I know how it is.
One of the corner workers using some caution there as to not get run over.
Good call.
Yeah, the toy cars can cause some damage. They can draw blood.
They don't have to go through safety regulations like regular toys.
Double-sided protective fence there. Ironically enough, most of the incidents would have been coming at her back with that hole back behind her as they hit that hole and go flying through the air.
Getting ready to set the grid. The 4-car of Mitsushiro Kinoshita coming into the grid last.
Out there, too, their starting spots as the cars have been numbered here.
Look at that, mechanics wiping off the start area.
Yeah, how about
there? They want to make them every opportunity they can to lay it down. The 2-car.
Are we missing the number 2 car?
Asahara not making the start, it looks like. That is a rough break. I see a 3, I see a 1, I don't see the 2. Oh, big wiggle there by the 3-car. 4 almost got into him.
Oh, I was just about to say, fairly clean start.
They took out the camera.
Tag
they
2,
took out
and
the camera.
Took out the unmanned camera as well.
Good work, guys. Good
frame
work.
it up. Frame it up. Let's see what you got. Wow, look at the action back in here. Everybody nose to tail from second position on back, which I believe was car number 3 of Tasahaka.
Norgie loves this as he's got a huge lead right now. Eric Noget from France. Mitsuhiro Kinoshita up into that 2 spot. Tasaka now to 3rd. Ashita to 4th. Bali from 8th to 5th through all that. Was dipping, diving, dodging.
Alsop coming right with him. A couple of the transfer cars there trying to move their way up there. Saki still deep inside of this one. Kinoshita doing a good job there in that second position. The pack right behind him, though. Some hungry dogs back there. Trying to make contact, and that's exactly what happens.
Terrible decision.
Wow. Kinoshita comes back across the stripe in 4th.
Far too early for a move like that, but Bali from 8th on the grid, now to 3rd. And as I've said, these Italians can never be counted out. He probably played that start very slow, looked for a hole, went for it, and finds himself up at the front of the pack early on here.
From the 8th starting position, so excellent first couple of laps here.
Working his way down the hill, currently in that 3rd position, got a mirror full of Kinoshita. A little bit of a move there as he wiggles into that 180. Running a little high here. So the lap time's not down into the low 14s yet, but very low 15s thus far. We take a look back here at that attempt of a pass that should have waited. The car went wide. He thought he was going to make it. Couldn't make it at all. And that was, I believe, the 3 of Saigo Tasaka going to the inside, making the contact.
I'm not sure when it was that Kinoshita got past there. Was in 2nd, but lost a couple of spots there in that melee as well. Bali able to get around him. Ashita now up around Bali into 2nd place.
Ashita was the one that got hit in that interaction, if I'm not mistaken. Back in the front, Ashita and Bali. Kinoshita, sorry. Ashita and Bali nose to tail right here through the short chute. Bali trying to keep the pressure on, force a mistake. Just off his back door is Kinoshita and Tasaka waiting to strike. Top 6, top 7, top 8, top 9 all checking in on 10 laps.
Coming up, Chen with a quick lap of the group here so far. A little bit deeper down on the pack, but through a 14.5 on the board.
Bali and Ashita. You see the yellow car of Noje just off screen there, starting to gap out from these guys just a little bit as he hasn't had to deal with any pressure. Just running laps, running laps. Oh, Bali goes to the inside, makes contact. Ashita says, "What'd you hit me for?" and hits him back. Now Bali dropping down 7 spots. That's not going to be
a lot of real estate.
Not going to be good at all. Tasaka now to the 2 spot, Ashita to 3. Wei Chi Chen to 4th. Mitsuhiro Kinoshita down to 5th.
Bali down in the 8 hole. I'm sorry, in the 9 hole after starting off in 8.
Even worse, take another look at it here as Bali takes a look to the inside, makes the contact. I mean, I don't know. You get taken out, you're going to keep on the throttle. Did he give him enough to make that move, or it was just bad timing? That's a tough one to call. What do you guys think, Super Chat? Tell us your opinions.
Split seconds. It's nice to look at in super slow-mo like that, or slow-mo, whatever you'd like to call it.
Easy for us to say
first pit stop here.
Pit stop's rolling through. Oh, little courtesy there in the pit lane. Nice work, guys. Big, long pit stop for that white car. Still on the back row. Noje there in the yellow car, out and away clean. And
4:15 in, by the way.
Pack has bunched up behind him. See what the order is as they come right back down, because Ashita's showing us our early leader, but that'll cycle through here in just a moment. Maybe Ashita waiting to go the 5-minute run. Ashita in the pits now.
Ogier goes back up to the top.
Tasaka back to 2 and Ashita back underway in that 3rd position. He's got a mirror full of Wei Chi Chen though. As we pick up Bali all the way back up to 6 now. Going to try to pick his way through some cars.
Yeah, and right there on the rear gurney of Asahara.
Oh, Bali. Oh, got up onto the back of Asahara, went to avoid the contact, ran off into the grass, went for a little mini donut. So Asahara, Sake, Wei Chin, and Bali dropping down a spot after that little spin out.
Hot and cold here. Bali having a heck of a race. Emotional roller coaster ride.
It's tough. You can't really wait around on these guys. You got to go, go, go. But it's twice now. The go, go, go has been a little too much. Norge at the front as we jump on board.
My theory, generally speaking, in racing, is the aggressor tends to win. Doesn't always work out that way, of course. Oh, one sitting upside down there.
Been there for a minute. Believe that is the 9 car we were on board with of Tatsuya Sake. Yes, it is. Moving up to the 4th spot now. So Sake, another one of our transfer drivers, moving up the hill. Our top 7 all checking in on 23 laps here. 6:15 down off the master clock. Sake not too far off the back of Asahara, doing quicker laps, but Sake has
Alsop, one of the transfer cars, still just barely, I believe, on the lead lap here.
As we're on board now with Ishida and Asahara.
Bali back up to 4th.
Sake had a bad one there. Maybe pit stop is Bali now. Yeah, as you said, back to 4th. Bali quickest one that last time by with a 14.7. 14.6 to back it up. So Bali is charging hard. Asahara only did a 14.9.
8th to 2nd to 9th. Back up to 4th.
And we are on board right now with Ishida and Asahara. You can see Bali's are just off the back of the shot. He is hunting. Still got a lot of time left, folks. 7 minutes down. They'll be doing a second round of pit stops here in about a minute. Ishida and Asahara following each other around the track, trying to stay clean and go fast. 15 flats while Bali's in the back going 14.8s, making up 2/10 on them.
Trying to close that gap up there. And see a bunch of 15.0s. Bali 1.8 back.
And this may be what Bali needs as these guys start to race each other. All they're doing is running slower laps. Well, Bali did a 14.5.
Both in a transfer spot here. Need to be careful.
Patience is key here. Being smart. Asahara being wise and not trying to push the issue. Just backing down a little bit here and there.
Oh, man. Dodged a bullet right there.
Big moment. 14.6 again for Bali as he's making up tons of time on these two. Coming up now for our second round of pit stops. I think Bali just peeled off into the pits. He pits early to get the clean track.
Yeah, Bali was 1.5 back, ended up 7/10 back while those guys were racing like that just in front of him. And you're right, closed that up, half that gap.
Bali was first into the pit, so he's going to have clean track coming out. Asahara coming in. Asahara up and off the fence, down and away.
If Bali gets some clean track, maybe that undercut enough to get Ishida when Ishida finally does pit.
Bali just made up a spot on Asahara as they come around this time by. That's going to cycle. You see Bali's outlap, a 20.3. So he's doing hot laps and his pit man is on it as Bali now moves into that third spot with a 14.8. Ishida still to pit.
Asahara with a 21.9 lap there, so very respectable pit stop there as well. Bali currently up into third in that final transfer spot. We'll see if that hangs on.
See there, Tasaka's outlap at 22.2, and I just saw Ishida pull into the pit, so we'll see what his outlap is here. But Bali on the gas going fast, in the 14s the whole time. Asahara now cracking the whip as he wants back into that transfer. Tasaka 15 flat that time by. That is not an outlap.
We're going to see what Ishida ends up with here at 23.8 second lap. So that might be enough. That's probably enough for Bali to get back. Certainly enough for Bali to get past. So for sure should stay inside of the top 3 right here.
So we got Bali and Asahara now.
From 8th to 2nd to 9th to 2nd. Bali a scrapper.
14.7 for Bali last time by. Comes around this time by. Checking in with a 14.6. Typically, per lap, Bali's been quickest. So he's moving to the front and he's taking people with him as Asahara learning a bit from following Bali here.
Saka, I believe, quick lap of the race here at a 14.4. Just bettered that, by the way, to a 41. I believe it was a 45, now 41. And you're talking about Bali throwing one down. He had a heater earlier on in the race. Lap number 29 at 14.59.
At the halfway mark, running order is Saigo Tasaka, Lorenzo Bali, Tsutomu Asahara, Katsuhiko Ashida, Eric Noirget, Tatuya Sake, Jose Angel Gutierrez Boy, Wei Chi Chen, Mitsuhiro Kinoshita, and Mr. Alsop was off at lap 32.
Yeah, boy, a lap down, unfortunately, but did throw a heater down here in this particular group at a 14.4. Certainly has some speed, just not able to get a little bit of luck with that and some consistency.
You see Bali gapping out just a little bit from Asahara. Asahara has a car behind him, but that is not for position as Ishida is about a half a track back from Asahara on that transfer right now. But we still have another round of pit stops yet to go.
back down there into the 14s. They're all running consistent 14s. And then, as you talked about, that pit stop as well, losing a couple, probably 2.5 seconds, almost 3 seconds really to Bali, who rolled out of there with a 20-point.
Bali's pit man made up 3 seconds on that one, while Bali's making up tenths at a time out here on the track. So that's a good group to be working together with. And as I say that, Asahara now closing up on the back of Bali, putting a couple heaters here.
Again, needs to be smart. Both of them in a transfer spot.
With no pressure as well. I think that's an important thing to remember. There's fourth place is 3/4 of a lap, maybe half a lap down.
A good, you can ride up and just get close, apply that pressure, run your race. If they give it to you, fine.
Yeah. There's 2 more stops left. I did my math wrong.
Happens. 62 pit stops. Just saying.
I like Neil said the flip was a racing incident.
There you go. When you look at it in real time, I think it really is a racing incident.
And on purpose if you tried.
Yeah, split second.
All right, and Bali into the pits. Let's take a look at this one. Oh, a bit of a fumble there. Didn't get the car up right away. Down and away. Gunn was in the car on the way down. Pit lane action.
They get away with it.
Yeah.
What would you do if you were calling that?
Seemed all right to me.
Did you just back off?
I
think you just backed off there a little bit.
Oh, they gave him a penalty.
How about that? Good call, man.
They caught it. Stop and
So
go.
they could catch
And away it goes. So Bali's pit man kept the gun in the car too long. Back on the pit lane. Got the stop and go. We'll see what that does.
Made up 3 seconds and just hurting.
We'll let these guys cycle through as Asita and Asahara
live and die by the sword, man.
49. Right? Here comes Bali on 49. So Bali not very far off the back of Asahara. Maybe has the pace to reel him back in, but Asahara's been on a good one lately.
22.8 for Asahara. That pit stop there. Maybe a tick tardy, but Bali with a fair amount of ground here to make up on that.
They all did 15s. Bali did a 14.6. Making up a half a second on the lead group is a ton of time. Outlap there for Tasaka, 22, a 14.8 for Asahara.
How about that?
For Bali as he moves in as Ashita in the pit lane.
Man, Bali has had a interesting race, to say the least.
I can't imagine the Italian expletives that'll be going on.
Keep in mind, coming in one of the transfer cars up, we don't want to forget that either. Clearly starting off in that number 8 spot, so proving his worth here. Certainly has the speed.
Up and down the hill now, safely into the transfer spot. You see he's got a couple seconds over his Ishida right now, and he is typically lapping quicker than everyone.
Saka still out front here. 15-second lap time there for Saka, just off the pace a little bit.
Another round of pit stops due up here in about 2 minutes. Well, lap traffic slow into the high side. Bali gapping out from Ashita, 14.7 to a 15 flat. Asahara with a 15 flat. Bali with a 14.7, starting to close in on the 2 spot. Bali running way wide on that one. We got a car off at the switchbacks. It was upside down, couldn't even see it.
Bali 3/10 quicker than Ashita on that previous lap.
Think maybe Tasaka? No. Just had a rough lap of 15.6. And
man.
Big moment there for Bali. Don't want to get into that grass on that topside section. The cars are going way too fast. I mean, you don't want to get in the grass anywhere.
They go for a big ride, man. Big tumble there if you get off in that back section. Right there.
15 flat for our leader, Tasaka. Asahara with a 14.6. Bali coming in this time by 14.7.
Now just under 5 to go.
You're seeing pit stop.
Final pit stops coming up.
Maybe minute 20. They've been coming in just after 4 minutes to go from what I've seen. Oh, big contact there with some lap
Somebody
traffic.
just sailed off. He was tagged the infinity wall.
He was apologizing to the driver that he just ran into and forgot to look at the car, perhaps.
Tasaka still out front, followed up by Asahara, and then Bali hanging out in that third and final position, transfer position, I should say. Ashita trying to scrap up in there, back up in there. Tatsuya Saki, by the way, one of the transfer cars as well there in the 5th position.
Just dropped
falls down one.
I think pit stops starting to come up here for some of these guys. We're at 4:15 left to go. And I want to say Bali's coming in this time by. Let's watch how aggressive it is.
There it is.
Not that aggressive. Pretty aggressive. That's way more aggressive than I would have done it. Way off the track. Turns his back. Pulls the gun out before he moves the car that time. Definitely not wanting double penalties. And Bali is back on track. Still ahead of Ashita. He had a big enough lead.
So he was a high 14 last time, and this time a 15.5. So, yeah, you're right. I think playing it a little bit safer there. Bali falls down to the 4th spot now as Ashita goes by him.
I thought he was going to stay ahead of him, but a
21.9. Yeah, beautiful.
Outlap's pretty solid there. He was a 20.9, but they got a penalty, so maybe that was part of it. That will likely put Ashita into the pits.
I think that 20.9 was clean. It was the one after that actually tagged him.
So now Bali off the back of Ashita. Asahara cycling through on a pit stop in that 2 spot. Tasaka at the front. Ashita moving up, Bali moving up, Asahara dropping down. That's the pit stop cycle through. That is the 3 car of our leader Tasaka. Up, down, and away. Blending nicely. No cars
a
front
little
to
glancing
back.
blow off the wall there on the way out, but
final pit stops have been completed. 2 minutes 45 seconds remaining here in the 164th Evenside final at the 2023 IFMAR World Championships.
Everybody cycling back out here with 2.5 to go. Bali up into 2nd place.
Yeah, shuffles happening through this transfer spot. Ashita and Asahara now duking out over the transfer spot as Bali has put himself into the 2 position. The most cushion he's had here. Closing stage is 2:20 left to go. The 2 and the 5 is the battle for the transfer spot. Asahara has a few seconds over Ashita, so some bad luck going to have to happen for Asahara. He's lapping faster than Ashita. 14.7 that time by for Asahara. 14.9 last time for Ashita. Let's see what he gets on 69. Going to be 15 flat.
The 2nd position for Bali has been his nemesis. Every time he gets there, something happens.
See, the pace of this 164th final, 2 laps slower than our previous. There was a lot more action in this one. 1 minute, 45 seconds left to go. We are on board with our race leader, the 3 car of Tasaka. See Bali just off the back of the shot there. It's flashing through the top of the screen.
Top 4 all on the lead lap as it stands right now. Ashita still with a shot at it here. And a minute and a half left. Anything is possible for sure.
I almost thought that this was a 2 that I just saw in the car. Tighter shot.
Like about 3.5 seconds back, Ashita from Asahara.
A little tighter. Pretty sure that's our leader, Tasaka. You can get it as he comes across the line. It blinks the green light. Yeah, see, told you. 15.4 that time by for our leader, Bali with a 14.6, Asahara 14.9, Ashita with a 15.1. So Asahara trying to secure his transfer spot. 40 seconds remaining in this one. Double transfers on the docket here. Lorenzo Bali has to keep it clean and smooth. So does Asahara because Ashita's not too far off the back.
How about that? Looking to go to the afternoon program here on day 1 with the lower mains.
This is Asahara we drop back to because that's Bali in front of him. And you see just off the back there, not the yellow car, the next one is going to be Ashita.
Down to 10 seconds to go inside of this one.
Ooh, Asahara with a bit of a wiggle there. 15 flat. He's got to finish this one clean. Time on the master clock about to expire.
Got a big gap there. Plenty of room there. Really no pressure at all. Needs to string it together without any issues. Checker flag out.
Top 3 transferring on up.
Nicely done. Man, Lorenzo Bali, what a race there from 8th to 2nd, back to 9th, back up to 2nd. I believe fell down to 4th, possibly fell or maybe suffered a penalty.
Yeah.
Back up to 2nd again.
He got a full stop.
Incredible effort there out of Bali to hang on to that transfer spot. Coming out of the 4th main of the day, now up into the 6th main.
I do believe that brings us to, that was 6 races. That means we take our break and then we go back for the final 4. That's why there's nobody going out there to turn marshal. Unofficial results. Saigo Tasaka, 78 laps in a 20-2. Lorenzo Bali finishing in the 2-spot double transfer. Sutomu Asahara finishing in that 3rd and final transfer position. Katsuhiko Ashida going to finish 4th. Eric Noget going to finish in the 5th spot. Mitsuhiro Kinoshita finishing in the 6th position. Richard Alsop was able to actually wrap up a finish there. Going to finish in the 7th spot. Tatsuya Sake finishing in the 8th position. Jose Angel Guerrero Boe in the number 9. And Wei Chi Chen rounding out our finishing order. But unfortunately, those last 3 guys, you have to call it early.
Great stuff, man. Great racing here as the morning program finishes up. Is that right? Yeah, it's right at 12 o'clock. How about that? Nice job, Scotty.
They had some buffer zone built in between the races. They allotted 30-minute windows for a 20-minute race, so they just hustled on through. So hats off.
There's also the warm-up in there as well, so nicely done.
Hats off to our race director for getting us back on schedule. Lunch right on time, and that's what we like to see. Break is going to be about 60 minutes, so set your alarms and make sure you get right back over here to liverc.com to continue along with our nonstop coverage of the 2023 IFMAR 8th Scale Nitro On-Road World Championships from the beautiful INFINITY International RC Speedway in Inabe, Japan, just outside Nagoya, where we will be back with our 132nd finals after the break.
Three minutes to the start of the race.
レースを観覧に、お越しの方にお知らせいたします。コース周辺の道路は、路上駐車できません。臨時の駐車場が用意してあります。臨時の駐車場が用意してあります。そちらの方へ車の移動をお願いします。路上に止められている方、ここら辺周辺道路ですね、トラックが通ったり、します。周辺の路上には車を止めないで、臨時に設けられています駐車場へ車の移動をお願いします。現在ランチタイムになります。午後からのレーススタートは13時13
And we welcome you back to beautiful Infinity International RC Speedway in Inabe, Japan. Charlie Swanka sitting right alongside myself, Mr. Ken Stout. This is the 8th Scale Nitro on-road. Apparently lunch did something to my English. IFMAR World Championship presented by Infinity. Welcome back here. The warm-up session has begun for main number 7, the 130 seconds, if you will, from the B side of the ladder. We've had a very busy morning here with 6 mains covered so far. We'll have 3 more that have proceeded up out of, I believe it's main number 5. So Lolo, Chew, and Shake should all be inside of this one. And, of course, we'll give you our starting lineup here, our starting grid in just a couple of moments as well. Had a chance to listen into a couple of interviews there, Charlie, to hear about some of the drivers and some of the plans for tomorrow's 30-minute mains. Yeah. Interesting information for sure.
During the lunch break, some of the teams did not take lunch. They practiced pit stops, working on tire changes, fuel strategies, and more so, I was talking to a few of the drivers about the tire situation and what they get for run time out of a fresh set of tires. Got a couple different answers anywhere from maybe, if it depends on the tire wear and the conditions of their normal race. They say here they're expecting probably 15 to 20 minutes at race pace. So we should see 3 or 4 full tire changes in our 60-minute final that will be happening tomorrow.
And much like you said before, I didn't realize it was the main source of the issue. So coming from big car racing, after you run the tires for a while, they lose a lot of grip from the degradation, obviously. Here, that's not necessarily the case. It's more of losing ride height and scrubbing the bottom. They still have grip, but they're so low on the track then. And then when they put the new ones back on, the cars are a bit of a handful because they're a bit higher than what they were, not quite as nimble. So learned something there as well during the lunch break.
If anything, the tires pick up traction the more they run them, and then you lose the ride height and the car isn't sitting where it needs to be to make traction. Body starts to drag, chassis starts to bump on stuff, and you can get those real whip outs that we were seeing towards the end of our lower 20-minute mains, because that's about when they're starting to run out of tire.
I don't want to give up the source of what it was because he'll be racing tomorrow. Very good racer, and somebody might listen and adjust something, but I just don't want to be that guy, right? But even in the 30-minute races tomorrow, I'm hearing about 15 minutes in, they're going to do a full tire change, or maybe just outsides.
Right. I said the same thing. When I just want to know in general. I'm not going to give anybody your race strategy. If we're just
give us an idea of what you're thinking. What are the options on the table?
The fans want to know. So
it'll be interesting to watch that go down. Obviously, we'll change the length of the pit stop significantly, and we'll see how things go.
If you're new to 8th Scale on-road racing, we are working our way through our ladder finals, where the top 3 finishers from each heat moves forward in our race program and gets to bump up to the next higher race. After the 130 seconds, we'll be going to the 1/16th and then the 1/8th finals. That works us up to tomorrow with our quarter and semifinals. That'll be 30 minutes long, where these are 20 minutes long.
Yeah, we have 4 mains left here today. We put 6 in the books a little bit earlier this morning, starting off with the 1/256th. So the B side of the ladder, the A side of the ladder, as I get used to this process as well. And we take a look at our starting grid here as we continue on here. Start things off with the 132s on the B side. And Hideo Watanabe will be sitting in the number 1 slot. Nelson Lee right alongside. By the way, Hideo qualifying up into the top 60. Actually finished 60. So pretty much right in the middle of the program here is what we're looking at speed-wise. Nelson Lee, then Lee Dieter. Was that name?
Yeah,
it was. They threw us a curveball there.
They switched all
once again
to what they thought were correct.
Matsutaka,
start here.
Kawamoto, as we get ready to go here. Yep.
Go down and quiet here in just a moment.
Bell's off. Oh, second spot takes over the lead early on. A little bit of contact in the back. Somebody going for a big ride, but Nelson Lee with a great start takes over the point.
Third spot went off into the dirt there, came back on, made some contact with some backtracks, and it took a few of them for a wild ride, but not too shabby compared to what we've seen this morning. Lead group working their way around here as Nelson Lee to the front. Bit of a bobble there. I think that was Watanabe in the yellow getting a little sideways.
Yeah, man, he's really had a tough start here. He's lost 3 positions right off the bat, starting off in the first position and passed by 3 cars here, sitting back and forth outside of the transfer.
Okuda and Lolo now to the 2-3 as we watch this battle over the transfer spot heat up. 20-minute races, we see pit stops give or take every 4 minutes or so, and we expect 3 to 4 pit stops depending on, or 4 pit stops at least.
Watanabe really struggling at the beginning of this race. He was the quickest based on heat points coming into this, so you would think he had a little bit better couple of days there in the past couple of days gone by to start up there in front of everybody, but certainly struggled at the beginning of this one.
Could be possible they're on a long race setup, went with a little extra ride height, so it's not starting quite the way he wants, and he's waiting for this guy to come in towards the end. Race paces this morning have been significantly slower than we saw in qualifying. Hardly any 14-second lap times until we got kind of to the last heat, and they would kind of come and go depending on where they were in traffic. So drivers trying to figure out their pace and get a feel for things and worry about that transfer more than anything else.
So how about this? One of our transfer spots is Lolo, who worked his way up out of main number 5 a little bit earlier this morning and up into a transfer spot right now in the 3rd position. Sorry, I was chasing an ant that was running across my computer.
Still early on, as we saw this morning, these running orders will change pretty drastically throughout the race for most of these guys. There are going to be some incidents. There's going to be some pit stops that happen. We even saw some pit penalties. There are lots of rules that they have to deal with here, and one of them is that when they do the fuel stop, the car must be all the way over the wall so that there's no fuel onto the pit lane. We saw one of the racers get a full stop and go penalty because his pitman kept the fuel gun in the car as he set it back onto the track. So,
yeah, that was Bali, by the way. He was second to start off in 8th, up to 2nd, went back to 9th, back up to 2nd, got the penalty, lost a couple of spots there because of the stop and go, and back up to 2nd again. It was an incredible effort out of him, but he will transfer in, so we'll see him again before it's all said and done, before the day is over. As once again, Nelson Lee taking over the lead on this one early on. Okuda up into 2nd place. Sam Lolo, our first transfer car from the 8-hole in 3rd place.
Pushing hard, trying to stay in contact with our leaders so that if anything happens, he's got a bit of a cushion. But you see Lolo here in the all-white, number 8, coming back down the hill around our double apex corner. Little bit of a check swing there. Car doesn't look super happy, but able to maintain.
Continue to learn here. I mean, I love everything about it. I love the technical side of this stuff, but much like the big cars, when you go out on the new tires and ride height a little bit different, like you say, I mean, the things are a handful the first couple of laps. Then they kind of settle in. They start ripping off some laps. Then it gets down to the detrimental part where it's just not happy again. So these drivers are forced to deal with different conditions courtesy of the car.
Even track conditions change a bit with the temperature as well. You get greased up and kind of, as the track cools down, you get a bit of bite and feels a touch hotter than it's been today. There's been no clouds whatsoever today, so we haven't gotten any cooling of the track, no haze or anything like that. So it's been maybe a little bit of a condition change for the track for these guys as well.
And worth mentioning that the top 7 here inside of this main have not been on the track until right now today.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the warm-up session just a little bit ago for this race, but you mentioned it before, pit stops already starting here as we are right at 4 minutes in as of now. So maybe a little bit early there, maybe looking for some clean air. We'll see how things shake out there. But you talked about it before. Some of the bump-up drivers have been out there with a lot of seat time already.
Yes, to their advantage. They know the track conditions a little bit better. They have their strategy. They know what's going to happen to the car over a 20-minute run as far as feel and the adjustments they may need to make to kind of capitalize. So sometimes the advantage going to the transfer drivers.
Keeping an eye on the drivers up here, that elevated part. Another camera view down there on pit road as well.
So take a look here on our outlaps. We've got a 21 flat for Nelson Lee. I'd missed Sam Lolo's outside. Okuda with a 23, a 21 for Watanabe. So 23 for Van Schaik. So they lose give or take 4 to 5 seconds on a fuel stop like that. Plus they lose a little bit of time on the in-lap because they have to run to that high side to make that oh-so-dangerous pit entry. And we see one driver here stuck in the pits that looks to be the number 4 car of Matsutaka.
Okuda, by the way, with the quickest lap of the race as it stands right now with a 14.1, sitting there in that 3rd and final transfer spot. Starting off on the pole position, Hideo Watanabe, unfortunately 1 spot out, looking in, has some work to do. Not too far behind Okuda, though.
We're on board with Nelson Lee and Sam Lolo here as they run nose to tail 1st and 2nd, trying to push each other's pace up so they can gap out and keep those transfers secure. And a quick note here, devastator for the young lady racer from Thailand, Supanan Ferrari, not able to make the start in this one. Maybe something going south in the warm-up. She was very fast during round number, I think it was 2 of qualifying yesterday. Laid down some 13.9s, 14.1s, which is extremely fast, but unfortunately not having the luck here today.
Yeah, we've been talking about her all weekend long. She's very, very solid, unfortunately.
Bobble there.
Horrible time.
Bobble there looks like by Lee. That's going to allow Lolo to get by on the track. So Lee dropping down a spot. Okada still in the third. And he's got a good gap over Watanabe right now. You see 24s all the way down the board, though. Okuda with probably about a 4 or 5 second lead over Watanabe right now.
Yeah, Watanabe, looking at the split up there before, was 1 second behind. Sam Lolo from the 8th slot out of the previous main up into the lead as it stands right now, having a heck of a race here.
And just there, he decided, I think he didn't want to, oh no, it was not him. It was lap traffic letting our leader Sam Lolo by.
Yeah, 14.6 on the board, so right there at pace, averaging a 14.8 here early on in this race. We've seen the averages a good bit lower than what we see here today, but we are also in the heat of the day. In the last 2 days during heat races, as we had them all out here, this was the slowest session both days.
Yeah.
This time of day, I should say.
Correct. The post-lunch break round was always a bummer. I thought it was because everybody was eating, but
it was sluggish.
Lolo now, and it looks like, oh, check that. I thought that was Ferrari back on the track for a minute. That was her car, so maybe Ferrari on the track, but the transponder not participating in the race.
And I'm guessing they go to a manual scoring basis if that's the case.
Actually, unfortunately,
no good.
Most organizations, they take no responsibility for your transponder working or not working. It's up to you.
Watanabe now 4 seconds behind Okuda, as you were talking about before. Unfortunately, falling back there a good bit. 1.6 seconds between first and second, then another second back to third.
Man, I tell you what, Lolo is looking good right now. The car not sliding a whole lot, not a lot of extra wiggles. He's just kind of coming to his own. As we approach the 8-minute mark, we should have another round of pit stops coming up pretty quick here.
Yeah, no question. These guys, with that early track time, maybe making a few adjustments to the car to get it settled down. Does look really, really drivable.
As we mentioned, he does have a bit of experience. He's been on the track just 30 minutes ago, so nice and warmed up. I know it feels strange to see how much these guys run to think that they need a warm-up, but it always helps. Is coming into the running out of gas now. Pitman on the pit lane. I'm not sure if that's allowed. Back he goes, running it just a little bit too long. They were 8:10. Car ran out of gas, and now the refire is the trick. Sometimes when they run them out of gas like that, they get real lean and hot, able to get it refired back underway.
At the end of the day, can he stay inside of the top three? That is the ultimate goal.
They didn't have much gap there, so we see Nelson Lee moving into the top, Hiroki Okuda moving into the two. We should see Watanabe came into the pits with him, so he comes by now. And the Kovacic maybe going to get around as well. No, Lolo.
So there's the time, 22.4 for Watanabe. Lolo with a 31.2, losing another 10 seconds.
Lolo, bit of a rough one there, but back underway now. Looks like pit stop cycles complete. Everybody coming through in low 21 or low to mid 21s or 22-second outlaps. So that is pretty solid. We saw as low as a 20.9, if I'm not mistaken, early on.
Yeah, and that was for Bali again. I think that one was clean. You had said it might have been the penalty one. It might have been.
It was the penalty one, yeah. But Nelson Lee with a bit of a long lap there, a 15.5, maybe working with some traffic as we stay on board with Sam Lolo, our possible double transfer driver here in our 1:32 final.
Yeah, it was out here it was main number 5 of 6 this morning, so it's actually been a couple of hours since he's been on the track, given them 1 hour lunch break, and then a couple of mains before that. So track conditions probably a good bit different there for Sam Lolo, but seems to have made the proper adjustments. The car is on point. It just needs fuel. Big
moment there for our leader, Nelson Lee, as he had a bit of a bobble, or could have been the lap traffic.
Nelson Lee off to a great start. Started off in the number 2 slot, able to drive right underneath Watanabe right at the very beginning, going into turn number 1. Stayed out front there until Sam Lolo was able to get it past him. Sam Lolo gives it back.
Our running order right now, Lee, Okada, and Watanabe, our transfer drivers. Lolo doing what he can to reel in Watanabe, making up a 1/10 of a second there. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that adds up rapidly. At these speeds, you're talking feet on the track.
Let's see if we can get that split back there.
Lee across the line down the straightaway. Our uphill 180 that switches back to downhill. Then you climb back up the hill one more time. Increasing elevation down the short chute. And then you hurry down that big left-hander. Last time by for Lee, a 14.5, 14.3 for Okuda. Watanabe with a 15.1. Lolo making up a bunch of time with a 14.4 that time by. Watanabe back on the horse now, 14.5, but Lolo right with him on a 14.5 as well.
Yeah, Lolo was 3 seconds, 3+ back. Close that up to 2.5. Plenty of race time left at just about 9 minutes. Nelson Lee up top, Okuda second, Watanabe in third, Lolo pressing hard. Lolo was leading, ran out of fuel, fell down to fourth. Now pressing hard to get back up in there.
Leader coming through some lap traffic, a bit of a moment, but gets through, no harm, no foul. Did a 14.4 last time by. Okuda did a 14.3, 14.8 coming through traffic for Lee.
1.3 second gap between first and second. No real pressure there just yet.
Watanabe still holding on that third spot. Lolo closing the gap, 14.4 to a 14.1.
Yeah, I believe just about 2 seconds mark now between third and fourth for that final transfer spot. Actually, under 2 seconds it's showing now, 1.9. So Lolo's coming.
Lolo making up another 2.10s. Lee just out front, chopping away at these laps, doing 14.4s. We drop back, and there is Sam Lolo in the 8th.
I heard Eric. And Lolo coming back in this time for a pit stop before he runs out of fuel. That's a much faster way of doing it. No, and off in the grass.
No.
Way off in the grass goes Lolo, in trouble again, has to get some help out in front of another car.
That's our leader.
Potential penalty right there, stop and go. Did not impede them. I think he probably got away with it.
I'll take lucky over good any day in a situation like that.
So Lolo, a couple of big moments here inside of this race after leading it and transferring in earlier.
So that's a rough one for Lolo on the outlap at 25.9. Going to move Okada and Watanabe back ahead of him. But as I say that, Watanabe's red bar of death on his outlap, 22.2. So that's going to bring Lolo probably within about a half a lap of striking distance still.
We'll see if Nelson Lee comes in. Oh, man, chopped right across the nose. If Nelson Lee comes in here, he'll have a little bit of open track and go throw some flyers down here again.
To take a look here at Lolo's tough break as he exits the pit lane, all sorts of sideways, goes for the wild ride, and it cost him a solid 4 seconds. So dropped him down from contention to chasing Watanabe once again.
Yeah, clearly on pace there to run up in the front.
So he is on the back door now of our race leader, Nelson Lee, who is +1 on the field, comfortably in the lead. Sam Lolo trying to pace off of him and work his way back around to the back door of Watanabe. Watanabe has probably 4 seconds over Lolo at the moment, and you see the race leader letting him through.
So now Lolo 4 seconds back behind Watanabe, 4+. A lot of work to do, running out of time now. Clock at 6 minutes. We'll see some pit stops here again in a couple of minutes. Final ones for this main.
Lolo pushing hard. Last time by a little too hard, 14.7, but still making up time on Watanabe. Watanabe checks in this time, 14.7. Lolo with a 14.5, so slowly chipping away a couple tenths at a time. You make up a tenth here, a tenth there. Next thing you know, you got a second, but it's going to need a little bit of bad luck on Watanabe's part or maybe superior pit stop technology.
You can see the driver's mistake. I mean, it just happens once in a while, but not coming in time to refuel. That's clearly a huge no-gooder.
Cost them a lot from the front, but I bet they reset their strategy here for this one. About another 90. Oh, no. And Lolo letting the leader through, looks like. Got a little too close, didn't want to deal with it.
I don't know what happened right there. That makes no sense. I mean, unless he was instructed by the race director for some reason that we're not aware of. I don't know why, unless it was just something that happened.
From this angle, he might have just got a little squirrely and decided to back her down instead of causing an issue.
Is that him back out in front again now?
No, there's 2 green cars.
Copy.
Still pacing very quickly here, so Watanabe just checked in 14.6, Lolo 14.6, but a slightly quicker 14.6.
Lolo, by the way, chopping that deficit in half, 2.6 seconds behind Watanabe now.
Does he have enough time here? One more pit stop left to go. We have seen drivers give or take a few seconds in pit lane, depending. There's a possibility he could gain or lose a bit of time on this next round of stops.
We're keeping pace right there with our leader. With a 14.3 on the board, picks up another couple tenths.
Pick up our race leader now at the front of this one, coming around. Should be stopping in the pits here any minute. We're at about the 4-minute mark. Some of them come in a little after 4 to go to make sure they don't have to worry about it. So he's going to try to go plus 1 more lap. Top side section.
To the back, coming up on turn number 6. A high bank turn, 7. 8 as Charlie calls out the elbow turn and decides to go for another one.
One more. Seems risky, but these guys, the reason that we think it's every 4 minutes, because that's what they get on fuel, but when you cycle in the delay in the pit stop and the fuel and all that, you end up pushing back 10 or 15 seconds overall towards the end. This time he's coming in. No.
Wow.
3 minutes, 30 seconds left to go.
It's about as deep as I've seen somebody go so far today.
We see Lolo's, I think Lolo's been in and out of the pits. I see a 21.3 on the board. Watanabe in the pits right now.
Gonna make it.
Okuda through, leader in the pits. So we pick up Sam Lolo. We see our leader in the picture-in-picture down and away. Nelson Lee back on the track now, getting a little squirrely there as Lolo comes by. Okuda and Watanabe. Watanabe waiting to come across the line. There it is, 15.6.
Somebody going for a big ride right there.
That was Lolo. Having a moment he could not afford, dropping him down yet another spot to the 5. Going to put Snowy from Lee Deitor now to the 4 spot.
Yeah, that'll probably seal Lolo's fate here in this particular main.
Looks like it. 2, the 6, and the 1 at the front of this one. Nelson Lee, Hiroki Okuda, Hideo Watanabe looking to transfer their way into the 1/16th final. One step closer to racing on Saturday.
Lee Dieter qualifying 64th overall out of the heats from a couple of days ago. A couple of days of effort there. As once again, we take a look here at Hideo Watanabe, who's currently in the 3rd and final transfer spot.
All the pressure on now. He doesn't have quite a +1, about a half lap. So any bobbles here could cost him a ton and put Lee right on his back door. So.
No real pressure behind, no lappers in front, so should be able to string together some laps here with just under 2 to go.
Watanabe not pushing too hard, 15 flat last time. No, he's got a big gap. His mechanic letting him know how much space he's got, 14.5 that time by as he picks up the pace. Dieter also with a 14.5.
Nearly 7 seconds out of second, so there's no push to get there. His only concern is 4th place, and really no pressure back there either at some 8 seconds back.
Watanabe playing it very safe. Got on the paint and kind of gave it a slow and go. You see a 15.3 there.
Yeah, no threat. Just ride, man. Ride and finish this one out for another minute.
Scheduled to go 80 laps in this one.
I believe that's the most we've seen so far.
Yeah. And this will be the quickest of the, I think last was an 07, so this is an 04. And that is Watanabe across the line, 14.8, 14.9 for Okuda. Nelson Lee with a bit of a rough one there, 15.1. Dieter with a 14.6, so is closing, but has a long road to hoe here with only 45 seconds remaining.
Probably too little too late here. I mean, you don't want to count it out until the checker flag flies. I mean, we've seen these guys make some sort of mistake right here, get in the grass and go for a big tumble. Anything's possible.
Yeah, you can have lap traffic crash, have a random flame out. You could go down to slicks and get to doing some donuts out there.
Oh, and speaking of that, just like that, it gets super busy. Oh.
Finally gets by. It looks like maybe that was Lolo.
Lolo trying to get back by again, right?
Some last end of the run, make sure they finish type situations, but 10 seconds remaining on our master clock. He may sneak by for one more here, and that would mean Deitor would have to as well, as we jump back with our leader Nelson Lee taking checkers and wreckers.
Boom. There it is. Congratulations to Nelson Lee starting off with the 2nd position.
Jump back with Watanabe here. He's just got to bring it back. 2 more corners. Nice and easy for the transfer. Watanabe started on the point, able to salvage a transfer.
Yeah, tough first couple of laps there for Watanabe. Able to get back inside of the top 3. Okuda, by the way, starting off in the 6th position, also up inside of the transfer spot. So good effort there. Sam Lolo up in the hunt, just could not finish it off after a couple of mistakes.
That brings us to a close of our 132nd B-side final. Your unofficial results there for you. Take a moment to say hello to the Super Chat. How you guys doing? Having a wonderful day, enjoying some racing with us. Tony Firth, thanks as always. Steve Miller, Kalen Plays, Racing Device, C6 Quad. Salton, good day, sir. Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Mario RC, Texas Hill, Evolution 8R, Aaron Stewart, Shelly Dietz, PJ Dietz, Giovanni D'Antuano. Good to have you guys all with us. Thanks for tuning in. We enjoy you joining us for this non-stop coverage of the 2023 1/8 scale Nitro On-Road World Championships, brought to you by Infinity. We are just outside of Nagoya, Japan, in the wonderful province of Inabe, at the INFINITY International RC Speedway. This particular track has been here, I found out last night, for about 20 years, and
changed ownership.
Infinity bought it and revamped the entire facility. Tore up the old track, put down a new track, redid the whole place. They even have concrete pads for the canopies to sit on so it doesn't mess up the parking lot. Just an amazing facility that they have here with a full-on snack shop. All the amenities that a racer could ever want, for compressed air, washing stations, lots of space under the pit area that's nice and covered, so it is great.
And we take a look at our starting grid here for our next main. The A side of the ladder in the 132nds, with Elaine Levy sitting in the number 1 spot, Takahiro Izumoto in the number 2 spot, Hideki Iraguchi, then it's Daniel Burrows in the number 4 spot, Shigeru Hosada, 5th, Mitsuhiro Nishimoto in the 6th spot, Nobuhiro Saki, and then our transfer cars in 8th, 9th, and 10th, Shiego Tasaka, Lorenzo Bali, and Tsutomu Asahara.
Bali was on a tear the last round. He came from last to transfer, so it'll be exciting to see if he can do that on again. Akeem from the Virgin Islands, welcome to the show, sir. Travis Amesqua, you may know him as the Peanut. Mr. Selner, good to see you again, sir. Hope everything's well for you.
So worth a mention here that Bali has a chance to double up here. He came out of the 4th main that we had of the day, which is 128th on the A side of the ladder, and made his way through, obviously. Picked up a transfer spot there, and then stopped on the way on the 164th on the A side and finished 2nd there, and bumps up inside of this one for the 132nd. So Bali having a pretty good day here. We'll see if he can keep it going.
He's a Italian racer who's extremely fast, and as I've commented, you can never count out an Italian. They can pull a 1/10 of a second out of nowhere at the drop of a hat. You mentioned that he still did all that with the pit penalty, right?
We talked about that before. I did not mention that in that last little story, no. Yeah, he went from the bottom to the top, to the bottom to the top, back mid-pack to the top again. And it looks like one might have flamed out on us here. That is car number 3, Hideki Iraguchi.
I'm okay. He's not okay. He moved for a moment. Hi, Mr. Fletcher. Thanks for tuning in.
And then he goes again. Something really odd going on there.
Maybe they forgot to charge the receiver battery. Oh, or maybe it was adjusting his radio. Tony Firth, you're fired. I have no idea. Don't do that to me. How many sets of tires do they get for the lower mains? What I was told was for the finals, they get as many as they want. The tire limit was for seeding and qualifying. For the finals, they get a lot. I know that the New Zealand and the Australian flags look exactly the same, except for the colors of the stars. One has red stars, one has white stars, and I have no idea which is which, because I got it, I can't remember if I got it wrong.
You got it wrong, so I think the wrong was white. I think the wrong was white stars on the New Zealand flag, so it must be white stars on the Australian flag.
Glenn says he's from New Zealand, so that's cheating.
Yeah.
Pit stops, we see, give or take, 4 to 5 seconds for fuel based on lap times. Maybe 7 seconds. They go the 15-second, let's say, average, and their pit stops are anywhere from low 20s, maybe a 20.9 we saw, 21s, 22s. So 7 seconds, give or take. We found out earlier, tire wear is right around 20 minutes if the car is working correctly. And that's why we see some of these guys having a real hard time towards the end of these lower mains, because they're about out of tire. And one of the things we've been talking about are the practice pit stops that go on when the track isn't in operation. A lot of the teams getting ready for their finals tomorrow, because the semis are going to be 30 minutes, so most likely going to have to do some tire changes there. And our final is 60 minutes. So they're talking 3 to 4 sets of tires to make it through the 60-minute final.
Lane Levy qualifying overall in the 59th slot after the end of the heat races and heat points, of course. They go back out there to their starting positions as we're ready to kick off the other side of the ladder here with the 132nd.
Larry, welcome to the show. Glad to have you with us. Never seen this before. Recommended videos on YouTube can show you a good time. Getting ready for the start. They're going to give them a countdown. And the cars have to go down. Nobody can touch them.
The flag will touch the ground at 3 seconds to go. Set the car down, and it's on.
And away we go. Been some rough starts here. See a couple early
good
position
move.
changes.
How about that out of the 3 slot?
Couple guys getting into the grass there. Some contact in the back.
Iraguchi was the early leader here. Not sure if that changed in the back straightaway or not.
They come by, the order will set, and we'll see Burrows going to be leading the way right now. Izimoto in the 2 spot, Iraguchi in 3rd. Top 3 going to transfer. As we've mentioned many times before.
Iraguchi went from 3rd to 1st there by turn 2, back to 3rd by the start-finish line.
But as we've seen, you can't tell much from the first few laps, as that order can change pretty drastically. And we've got Bali all the way up to 5th on the start.
Lorenzo's coming after him. We'll see if he can pick off a couple more. Race is very young here. Burrows off to a great start. Izumoto and 2nd place. Iraguchi in 3rd place. Tasaka out of the 8-hole, by the way, up into 4th, and that is a transfer from the previous main.
Izumoto and Iraguchi going back and forth. Izumoto getting off track there, going for a wild ride. Our top group here working through that top side. White nose, blue tail, I believe, is Iraguchi.
I would call it main number 6. It's the 164th, of course, so we'll see if Saki can hang on here. Oh! Off the track and eats it up.
Gets sideways, stuck in the no man's land. And that is a long haul for the turn marshal. So going to be dropping way down the order here. We'll get it as they go by. Burrows across the line. It was Izimoto, not Iraguchi. My bad. Izimoto with that big bobble. So that's going to put Tasaka into the 3 spot and move Bali up one more closer to the transfer.
So far, Tasaka running quicker laps here than Bali. 14.6 to 14.8. It's another nice 14-second lap out of Tasaka, and Bali put a 15 up on there. So we'll go back and take a look at this start. Look at 3rd place right there down on the bottom. That's what I was talking about before. And then takes over the point right here. So, but then makes a mistake, and they come after him, and we lose him right here. And there it was. Yeah. So he made the bobble there, fell back to 3rd place as we were talking about Iraguchi, and now has picked his way back up to the front.
These starts have been rough all day long. Not a clean one yet. There's been some contact, and I think that they're not up to speed to make the downforce to have the car respond the way that they're used to. So big pressure here on the starts. We pick up Iraguchi and Burrows.
Yeah, Iraguchi under attack. Burrows was up front. Lost the lead. Iraguchi able to take it back over, and Burrows wants it back.
This is
needs to be smart here.
Top 3 working together here. Got Iraguchi, Burrows, and Tasaka. 14.7, 14.7, 14.5. Asahara with a 14.8. Bali, the 14.7 down to the 5 spot.
Absolutely awesome. I love this, man. All 3 drivers on point. Lap times almost identical.
Pacing off each other, being nice and ouch.
Looks like Burrows made a bit of a mistake there. Was going to open up the door for Tasaka to take advantage of it. Hangs on to the spot.
Space back out. They know what they need to do. Just kind of chugging along, waiting for that 4-minute mark as we get closer to our first round of pit stops.
Looks like Tasaka kind of playing it safe right there. Doesn't want to get in the mix.
Yeah.
No real pressure there back behind him as it stands right now.
I think these guys have seen enough of these transfers fall apart for their fellow racers that they're learning a lot, trying not to push the issue and just keep the gap.
Yeah, a long way to go here. First pit stops will begin here in about 20 seconds or so.
Maybe right now. One more we're going to go. Asahara from 10th to 4th at the moment. You can see him just off the back of this group.
Burroughs has opened up that door a couple of times, and Tasaka has chosen better to leave it out. And here comes our leader, right? Iraguchi, first one in.
Wants that open track. That's going to leave Burroughs in the front. Tasaka, the 8 car. Another transfer driver.
Burroughs gapping it out here a little bit. Here comes second and third place.
Burroughs gun in.
Iraguchi 15-1 coming in, I believe that was.
Iraguchi sees 21.5 on the outs.
Really nice job right there. And I believe it was 15-1 coming in on the end lap.
Yeah. We'll check the other 3. Burroughs moving around the line now. A 20.6. Bali with a 23.5 there. A 21.6 for Tasaka.
Wow, that might be enough to put Burroughs back in the lead.
Asahara with a 21.6 to stay in contact. So Tasaka, the 8, one of our transfers. Asahara, the 10, one of our transfers. And Bali, the 9, one of our transfer drivers. So our 3 transfer drivers all in the mix here, just past the 1/4 mark.
And Burroughs is back up in the front. And probably based on that great pit stop, Iraguchi right there in second, very, very close to each other. But it was the difference in the pit by about 1 second.
Burroughs and Iraguchi here, nose to tail. Tasaka just a tick off the back, 1.5. Burroughs across the line that time, 14.4. Iraguchi with a 14.6. Leader gaps a touch. Tasaka with a 14.7.
And as close as they were, I would say that Burroughs was probably a little bit quicker than Iraguchi when Iraguchi was in the lead. Tasaka, I think, a little bit quicker than both of them.
Yeah.
But it's one thing to catch them. It's another thing to pass them.
Definitely. The all-yellow car of Burroughs looking smooth and stable now as we drop back to second spot runner Iraguchi running a little wide there. Playing it safe, 14.6 that time for 14.5 for Burroughs. Check that, 14.5 for Iraguchi. Tasaka with a 14.5. Top 3 drivers all pacing very nicely off each other, the 4, the 3, and the 8.
Asahara from the 10 slot up in the 4th. You mentioned that before, one of the transfer drivers, along with Tasaka. And Bali right there in 5th. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th, all transfer drivers.
Bit of a wiggle there for Iraguchi as he moves down the back straight. Ours are all looking pretty stable here, but we're not to the halfway point yet.
13.5 minutes complete, or still to go, I should say.
Give you a point of reference, during their qualifiers, let's say they start on a new set of tires or maybe some reruns, they get a 3.5-minute warm-up and a 4-minute qualifier, they're going to be out there for 20 minutes of run time. So tire wear and chassis change going to play a bit of an issue here, but as we move through the ranks, they kind of have a little bit more of experience with this. They've done a little bit of testing during their practice days, and they kind of have a game plan in place.
You almost wonder if it's worthwhile in their warm-up session to come back in maybe 1 lap early, put on a new set of tires so that it's fresh for the 20 minutes instead of putting the warm-up on them as well.
Yeah. Ask him about that. Tasaka, a bit of a rough lap there. Did a 15.8 after a 19.9, so losing a little bit of ground. That's going to allow Asahara to close in just a little bit. Pick up Burroughs here as he streaks down the back straight. Coming through some lap traffic, no problem.
Yeah, and Asahara right there on the back. I mean, 1.4 seconds off the gurney, if you will, of Tasaka.
Does look like Iraguchi now closing. Maybe about the same.
Asahara putting another 10th on him right there in terms of lap times. 14.6 is quickest, average 15.2. Tasaka has put down a 14.2 on lap number 25. Quickest that I see in the group so far.
7:45 down. Next round of pit stops due any minute. Leader streaks down the straightaway. Iraguchi as well.
Lap traffic about to play a role here.
Asahara in the 3rd spot. Does a 14.7. Tasaka's right with him now, though. So that battle for the 3rd transfer spot starting to heat up just a little bit. They're probably 4 corners off the back of our leaders here.
Burroughs chugging along. That gap staying about the same.
Oh, here they come.
Here we go.
Leaders in. Oh, big whoops there. Oh, he's on the wall. Oh, motor died. Burroughs with the flame out as they came in. You see the mechanics frantically working there in our picture-in-picture. That's going to put Iraguchi, Asahara, and Tasaka up a spot. Burroughs still in the pits. They can't get it refired.
Iraguchi, looks like he is back out there with a 21.8.
Oh, devastation here as Burroughs still stuck in the pit lane.
leading to falling down the ladder quickly. Asahara, transfer driver. Asahara, transfer driver up in there. Tasaka, currently in third, also a transfer driver. Bali, a transfer driver now in fourth, courtesy of this issue.
Bali and Tasahaka battling right now. We try to find them here. Looks like maybe the top side. Think Bali may have just gotten by him, but we will find out here as they come across the stripe. Iraguchi, Asahara, Tasaka. Order remains the same, but Bali still in contact with Tasaka.
Bali 1 second back. Was a little less than 1 second a lap ago.
Iraguchi has the lead right now. Follow the 3 car across the line.
Now Bali closing it back up, a 14.8 to a 15 flat. Puts another couple of tenths on him.
Iraguchi coming down the hill. Smooth and easy here through our roller coaster elbow. In the double apex. Little wiggle there coming out on the straightaway.
Bali 7 tenths back now. Applying the pressure. That's the battle right there. That is for that third and final transfer spot between Tasaka and Bali.
We hit the halfway point of this one. 10 down, 10 to go. Still a lot of racing time ahead of us.
Tasaka in the 8 car, Bali in the 9 car.
Looking at our leader here with a very comfortable lead over Asahara and Tasaka. Looks like Asahara, Tasaka, and Bali starting to group up just a little bit on the clock. As we pick up Bali in the orange nose and the yellow tail. Just ahead of our leader. Is that right? It is right. So Iraguchi with a bit of a lead here as he comes through to lap 4th spot Bali if possible. Yeah, luckily.
See that? Top 4 all on the lead lap here. And yeah, that's exactly right. The top 4 on the lead lap, and that is it. So yeah, I do agree. That looks like Bali just ahead of our leader.
Iraguchi's bar and Bali's bar in sync, but off by a lap. So Iraguchi was nice enough to give us a view of Bali by catching up to him. But you see lap times matching here as Bali starts to stretch it out just a bit. He's got his sights set on Tasaka. But 2 double transfers on the agenda here if these guys can keep it together. So we approach the 12-minute mark, our 3rd round of pit stops. Yeah. Down the hill he goes.
So again, all about that transfer spot. And we showed you the leader versus 4th place here. But 4th place and 3rd place is where it really gets important.
Leader's going to be coming in probably 2 more laps if I had to guess.
Bali's lost a lot of time, actually, to Asahara. Now, near 2-second gap. Was at 7 tenths.
Maybe started to overdrive the car a bit.
8 minutes yet to go inside of this one.
Iraguchi across the line that time by 14.84. Tasaka with a 14.851 for Asahara. Bali with a 15 flat.
Continuing on.
Bali coming into the pits there. We saw him just off the bottom of the screen trying to get some open track for himself. Iraguchi doing this time by. I thought he ran out of gas there. Maybe running low. He's going kind of slow here. Not going in yet. Staying out. And we're at 12:45 that time, or 12:35 across the line. And he's got...
It would have been a good time to come in, that's for sure. Get out of this dogfight. There it is.
Leader into the pits, so that's Iraguchi. Nishimoto just across the line behind him. Asahara and Tasaka out on a 22 and a 22 on their out laps. A 21 for Iraguchi. Was that on the way in?
And a respectful move right there, but was that for position? That Iraguchi up top, Saka in 3rd. Saw him move up out of the way there in turn number 2.
Asahara and Bali getting nose to tail here with Iraguchi down the main straight. You see just ahead of him there, that is the battle for the transfer spot. They orange nose, yellow tail with that car just in front of him.
Yeah, right there. I mean, and again, closing that gap back up. Now just 0.6 of a second.
Bali getting dicey. The lap traffic doesn't know what to do. Did the slow and go. Thought he was going to split the difference. So that looks to be Bali and Asahara battling. Oh, now Bali up to the 3rd spot. Nishimoto drops down.
Made a pass in that craziness,
We lost
right?
Tasaka. That's what happened. Tasaka with a problem, coming to a stop. You see him there just coming down the hill. Maybe ran it out of gas. Well, Tasaka back underway now, but you see they're at 30.2. Iraguchi, Asahara, Bali.
Yeah, and you said it before, Iraguchi, almost a full lap ahead here, but all 3 cars very close on track.
We jump on board with Bali now. Working his way up the hill. It's going to be, I think that's Asahara with him, but maybe he made up all that time already. We'll find out as they cross the line here. Asahara and Bali running nose to tail down the straightaway there.
Yeah, once again, we'll try to take a look at the gap here between 2nd and 3rd, as it is 0.6 of a second. Not that that matters. 1.2 seconds back to Nishimoto. And Nishimoto now in that catbird seat, if you will, to try and take over that 3rd and final transfer spot, 1.2 back.
Asahara and Bali trying to work together here. Keep their pace up. Don't allow Nishimoto to make up any time without getting in each other's way. Coming up on our final round of pit stops here, give or take 60 seconds from now.
Yeah, Nishimoto right there in frame. These two need to keep their nose clean, not get into trouble and get racy with each other. Nishimoto, I think, closing this gap, though, just a little bit.
Could come down to this final round of pit stops. We've seen a couple passes made in pit lane.
Nishimoto now just 0.6 of a second back, has really closed it up. You can see him right there on the back of that, as you talked about before, the orange-yellow car. All 3 of them nose to tail, but the transfer spot is Bali sitting there in the middle.
4 minutes, 20 seconds on our master clock as we bring it around. Gonna be having to come to the pits this lap or the next, I'd have to guess.
Man, Nishimoto should go for the undercut right here. I'd pull in, get out of this fight right here. Pit.
They're going by one more. We've seen this cost racers before stretching it out, but they want to get into the pits with less than 4 to go, so they have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, we've seen them down on the clock at 3:30, so they're probably good here. It needed at least one more. We'll see if they come in. Does not come in there. And I'm surprised he didn't, because he can make it to the end from here and makes the pass right there. That is for the transfer spot. Bali falls back one. Nishimoto takes over the spot. Now do they go through the final turn here and pit?
Bali made a driving error, went through the curb. Bali now into the pits.
See if he can get out of that fight, get back out there with a clean track, and see if he can make it back up.
That means our leaders will be coming in next. I think that was Tsutomo, maybe down and away. Lots of fast pit stops happening here. Everybody pulling well away from the wall. Don't want that penalty.
21.3 there.
Oh, no.
For Bali.
Off camera, our race leader got into the grass. Had a bit of a rough one. Seems to be okay now. We'll check the order as they come around. Asahara still in the 2. Nishimoto has gotten by Bali.
Well, it's Dan Burrows back there with that yellow card. Just gets out of the way. Had a rough moment a little bit earlier in the race. Now staying clear of the leaders.
Our race leaders still on the back door of the battle for the transfer. As you see the Bali's car there, not happy right now. Usually he can pace with the leader, and he's not really giving him a lot of space to work, but the leader wisely backs it down. He knows these guys are battling for a transfer, gives them some space to work with. Nishimoto maybe a car and a half ahead of Bali right now. There's Burrows giving way. So Bali there pushing hard, looking for the double transfer.
Yeah, Bali losing a little bit of gap there to Nishimoto, 14.8 to a 15.2. And again, Nishimoto 14.9 to a 15.1. So Bali off pace here, trying to close that gap and can't get it done.
I think Bali may have driven the wheels off of it here and ran out of tire. Doesn't look like it has the stability that he needs to push. Nishimoto with a 14.9. Bali back under track with a 14.9. But does he have enough time? 1 minute 50 seconds on our master clock. Bali coming down the hill. Off-track excursion behind him, but Asahara still in very leader on his lid.
And that's going to put...
That was our leader behind Bali.
Put Bali back in. Oh, he was almost a full lap behind Bali, so I don't know if it'll be enough. Into the pits he comes.
Iraguchi coming into the pits for a check. They're going to put some gas in it just to make sure. He did have a pretty sizable lead, so
Was that Bali that just went by him, I think? So that'll put Bali back in, looking for a double transfer here.
As they came across the line before all of that, it was Asahara, Nishimoto, and Bali. This time by still Asahara, Nishimoto, Bali. Iraguchi off the lead now into the 4th spot. Lost the transfer with a bit of a bobble. Asahara from 10th to the lead right. Oh no, big off for Bali there. Able to collect it. Burrows being very nice to him. Slammed on the brakes to give him the space.
Bali trying to close this one out here. 52 seconds left to go.
Iraguchi's 1 car back off of Bali. You can see him hunting there, the pink and white.
Iraguchi throwing down a 14.7 here, and Bali with a 14.9 this last lap. Bali's got to get back on the program here if he's going to stay in front of Iraguchi.
Bali's got to keep it together for 3 more laps, and it looks like the car is not cooperating. Can't muster more than a 14.9 at the moment.
Look how wide that turn is right there.
Just trying to keep it together. Bali that time with a 14.7, feeling the flow a bit more in the closing stages. 20 seconds. They're going to get by for 1 more lap. Through the bottom side. Bali hoping for the double transfer. Asahara in good position for the easy double transfer. Nishimoto just in front of Bali now.
So, by the way, it looks to me like by scoring 77 laps, 75 laps for Iraguchi, I think Bali has a lap on Iraguchi.
Iraguchi off the track. That is time. They're racing him to the line. Asahara, Nishimoto, and Bali, your transfer drivers here out of the 132nd A-side finals. Devastation for Iraguchi as a late race incident had him upside down. Lost all of his spots.
Tough go of it. Asahara, how about that? A transfer car starting off dead last in the field wins this one. Moto also transferring up, then Bali in the thick of this battle, coming out of the 128th through the 164th into the 132, and will now transfer into the 16th. So amazing effort right there for Bali.
A quadruple bump up.
Well, I mean 3 right now, but shooting for 4, right?
There I go again. I can't count.
He'll have a chance at it. That's an amazing run there for Bali. Great job.
Take a look here. So many errors. 2 laps slower than the previous 132nd. So I bring this up because this is what we talk about when we get down to the semifinals, that they take the next fastest 2 drivers from that. So if you have a race like that, you finish 5th or 6th, you really have no chance to make it into the final on the 5-6 spot there.
That was Nishimoto that also transferred in, right?
Yes, sir.
Making some notes here. So I can make sense of this maybe later on today.
Take a moment to say hello to the chat. How's everybody doing? Luta, Sam Fletcher, Salton, Larry, Samuel, Travis, Steve, Lyons. Good to have you guys all with us. Thanks for tuning in. Bringing you non-stop coverage of the 2023 IFMAR 1-8th Scale Nitro On-Road World Championships. We are here at the INFINITY International RC Speedway to bring you the worlds, brought to you by Infinity.
Speaking of the 16th, we are ready to start those on the B side of the ladder. So we'll see some new drivers out here for today. Trent T, as we've been referring to him all weekend long, courtesy of that incredibly long last name, will sit in the number 1 spot. And Kunzanari Mimura in the number 2 spot. Ritsu Sasahashi in the number 3 spot. Yasuhiro Nago in the 4th hole. Takahiro Komuro sitting 5th. Yin Ju Hang in the 6th position. Scott Robinson 7th. And Nelson Lee, one of our transfer cars, in the 8th slot. We know that can work back there. Hiroyuki Okuda and Hideo Watanabe making it into this as well, coming out of the previous 132nds.
So, we are at our 1/16th finals. You know what that means? These guys have an opportunity to be racing tomorrow.
Yes. That is absolutely right.
Right. This is our last
2 of the day. That is exactly right.
So that means if you get to transfer out of this, your race weekend continues, and you don't get to party that hard at tonight's banquets.
So to put this in perspective as well, who you're racing against, Trent T, starting off in the number 1 spot, qualified 46th overall through qual points. So we're looking at the top third of the field here at this point. So these guys, I think, close at putting an 18-lap effort together in the 4-minute qualifier, if I'm not mistaken, just one day ago. So it was right there at a 17.404.
Utak, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you guys chiming in the chat. Makes us feel less lonely because no one talks to us.
All good, man.
20-minute finals today. Tomorrow we get some 30-minute semis, and we've talked about tire and fuel strategy. We've been right around 4-minute fuel stops for most. We did have one racer that looked like they were going for the 5-minute to try to shave one of those off.
And was working there for a little bit.
Right. Depends on the pace. When they get below the 15 seconds real consistently, you can't really afford to slow down for fuel mileage.
I think those early mains, like the 256, I think, is when we saw that. The pace, just generally speaking, is slower. They might be able to sneak one way if they start it from the very beginning. But once you get up here at this level, I mean, these drivers are absolutely ripping, so I don't think that's an option.
This is not the time when slow and steady wins.
There's a lot of wide open throttle here in these groups here, so they're not saving much fuel. Just plan on making the stop and do your job.
Report from the racers I chatted with during the lunch break. They said the tire wear here is pretty excellent. 20 minutes is a long time to have to worry about tires as compared to last Worlds where they were 10 minutes.
Wow.
They were out of tire, so...
Really, really smooth surface. We talked about it before. You mentioned the new ownership came in here, repaved the entire place. I believe that was just a handful of years ago, like 2018, I think they said. Something like that. So to give you an idea, I mean, you walk out on the track, it is absolutely beautiful and not very porous, so it is consequently not cheese grade in tires, if you will.
Very smooth. There's no cracks or breaks anywhere. I walked around the track this morning before racing started, took a whole bunch of pictures kind of down low, and I was very, very impressed with the surface. It's the playground style asphalt that they do, so it doesn't have anywhere to soak things up or whatever. I don't know. It's pretty awesome.
So great stuff here as we continue on. Like Charlie just mentioned a moment ago, just a couple of races yet to go here today. We'll kick things off here again, of course, tomorrow with our 30-minute A-mains. I think we'll kick things off here with the 8th, if my math is correct, and work our way through the semis. And then, of course, into our 60-minute main event. Charlie went over this a little bit earlier in the day. We have two that are locked in. Of course, Kurzbach locked in based on time, being the top TQ from a day ago. Dario Ballestri also worked his way in from the Super Pole qualifying effort that we had out here with the 4 remaining cars that had a shot at it. Super fun to watch that all take place. Laid down the quickest lap of the entire weekend with a 13.51. Yeah. I mean, just threw a heater down, no doubt. So, and then out of the semis, we'll take 3 off of each side of the ladder, and then the 2 quickest times after that, it doesn't matter where they sit.
Right.
That'll give us a field of 10.
For a 60-minute World Championship final.
Throw it down.
Yeah. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Leave nothing on the table. If you want the hardware, you got to go for it.
We still have 40 minutes of racing action and an opportunity for some quadruple bump-ups.
Yeah, we won't know that until tomorrow. Oh, no, will we know that today?
Yeah, next race.
Yeah, next race. That is exactly right. Yeah, Bali has made his way up from the 4th, the 6th, the 8th, and we'll have a shot in the 10th. Final race of the day.
My apologies. I said this was the 1/8 final. This is the 1/16 final.
1/16, yeah. We'll see the 8th tomorrow.
I looked at the wrong thing. It says 8th GP.
I thought you said it correctly. I must have missed that. I'm not going to.
Who knows?
I'd be lying if I said I listened to every single word you said.
I'd be lying if I said I could remember anything I say.
I don't think either one of us say anything that makes any sense all the time.
Ken, I tell you what, the voices in my head are really loud.
Yeah, there's no shortage of them. I'm with you, dude. There's a band in there.
There's 2 of them having a conversation right now. Like,
all the time.
What are you guys talking about?
One guy clearly makes no sense at all. Usually the guy here.
And in case you guys didn't know, I'm Charlie Swanka. This is Ken Stout. Scotty Ernst is stuck up in the booth doing race command duties. He is the race director, decision maker, and rule breaker, or enforcer.
I've been saying Swanka, and you said Swanka. Real quick. Just one.
Yeah. No,
I made it
Swanka.
2.
No, I think you're doing it better than I am.
So that's it. Warm-up session done here. This will be the 9th main of the day. We will have a total of 10, as Charlie just mentioned here, down to the 16ths. Once again, we'll give them a countdown here. All the mechanics out there with the cars running. Looks like we have a full field here ready to go. They'll count this one down. The flag will touch the ground at 3. They let go of the cars, and the drivers have control at that point, supposedly.
Last minute
top off,
yeah.
right?
Nope, I was going to say a little bit cleaner, but actually not bad. Only one car going for the wild ride. So
first, second, third, everybody hanging. Oh, man, a colossal crash back there just outside of turn number 4.
We call that a cluster.
Yes, safely.
Trin T at the front of this one in the 1 car, going to lead these guys up the hill. Nose to tail, taking a look to the inside. This is our battle for the 3rd spot. Huang and Okuda.
That's the transfer position, and it just happened right there. Okuda able to jump up in there and take that away from Zhu Huang. Okuda, by the way, a transfer car. Take a look at that. Okuda starting off in the 9th position, up in the top 3. Let's go back and take a look at the start. That was a number 3 car right there of Sahashi.
Sneaking through on the inside there just to get by these guys.
The blue car was Sahashi starting off in the number 3 spot. Got sideways, I believe. If we see that again, but... and then was just sitting perpendicular in the track and got tagged by 2 more cars. That one, I'd say, is probably done.
Big moment there for the 2 car of Mamura. Stepped sideways, had to give it up to Okuda. So Okuda 1 spot safer in the transfer here.
How about that? Okuda from the 9 hole up into 2nd already early on in this race.
I tell you what, if you'd have told me that these guys from the back of the pack would be up in the mix so early, I'd have called you a liar. But
some things just go their way, right? Not working out for Watanabe. He's still back there in 10th. Started in 10th and hanging out in 10th.
He got collected in that pileup. He was the one that came through and hit the 2 of them together, I believe.
That's what happens when you're in the back there and you got to deal with all the chaos.
Rin T still at the front. Hiroki Okuda running 2nd. Mamura dropped down to 3rd, and Huang running in that 4 spot right now. Our leaders down the back straightaway. Trin T in the all blue. White car of Okuda in tow.
But he coming across there, the first 2, really tight here. Mamura needs to hang on.
Trin went a little bit wide, gave Okuda an opportunity to get to the inside. They both kind of backed her down to avoid it getting worse. Top 3 getting nose to tail here.
Huang 1.1 behind Mamura. That is for the transfer spot.
They all came across the line together that time. They're working together well as they're gapping out a bit from Huang.
Okuda, by the way, quickest lap of the race now with a 14.1. These guys nose to tail.
Made a bit of a bobble there coming out of the straightaway, but patience paid off. Rein it back in. First, second, third, and fourth. Just a blink off the back for Huang. Huang actually making up a little bit of time here and there as he has been hot lapping these guys a bit. You see him getting closer in the shot there.
Top Huang 4. Sitting in 4th is only 2 seconds out of the lead to put it in perspective.
Trin with some pressure here as the top 3. Can't make up much, can't lose much. 14.5 for our leader, 14.2 for Okuda as he closes the gap. Mamura with a 14.2 as well. Trin now. Why?
I really thought that was going to be disastrous.
That's the
Checked
second,
up just a little bit.
The second close call between Okuda and Trin. Third close call may be the one that does them in, but.
Well, we talked about it before. I mean, you're running tight like this, you can't slow down too much.
Yeah.
But you don't want to charge so hard you cause a crash. It's a tap dance for sure.
Coming up on our first round of pit stops as we approach the 4-minute mark. See who blinks first. A lot of times in this first session, all 4 of them come in together.
I thought Mamura backed off just a little bit, which of course would allow Okuda to back off just a little bit, get some breathing room between the 2. That's exactly what's happened right there. But then they continue to close it right back up. I think both of them are faster than Trin.
I think they're all coming into the pits this time by.
See what that does here. I mean, again, a perfect time. Yeah. Tag the wall again. And just in time. Might only lose 1 spot here.
Trin down and away. 6 and the 9. That was Okuda. Got a little stuck behind Trin on the way in.
Yeah, I think Okuda was the one that went for the ride there, upside down, but was picked up immediately. Might end up behind Mamura, but still inside of the top 3.
So, see, Trin comes around. 21.4 on the outlap. Nago moving up a couple spots there. 17.6. Mamura on his outlap at 21.3.
Yeah, look at Okuda down there, 28.4 after flipping it over, tagging the wall twice.
I think there was maybe a little more. Yeah, that's true. They had to get him over to the guy as well. 14.6 for Trin. Kazunari Mamura now up to the 2 spot in the number 2 car, the 6 of Wang. And Okuda has his work cut out for him now. He was safely in the transfer spot, came into the pits a little hotter than Trin did, got on the brakes into the dirt, and then car went for the wild ride.
Did Wang and Sahashi come into pit already? I guess that would be the question if they did.
Wang did.
All right, so he's out of the top 3 then for sure, with some work to do. And I'd say Sahashi at this point too, based on the clock, has as well.
Wang's pace was right with our top 3 before that cycle of pit stops, so I don't think it's going to be easy for anybody to get back into the mix here.
Yeah, good point. I think he was only second back.
Yeah. We pick up our leaders working up the hill now. I believe that is the light blue and white of Trin T.
Agree with that. And Mamura now right behind him. Very close between the two. Again, just need to be smart here and bide your time. Wait for an opportunity. This might not be it. Be smart about it. Be patient. Just sitting back there 3/10 back. Then 2.7 back to Wang. So no pressure behind Mamura.
Down the straightaway. Wang now trying to close the gap. Makes up a couple more tenths. He did a 2 to their 5s last time by, but this time by does a slower 5. Okuda chopping away at this one up to 4th now with a 14.2. Komura with a 14.5. Sahashi with a waffle in there, 17.9.
Working on an 81, by the way, an 81.20.01, nearly an 82 at this point.
Quickest pace we've seen thus far, but still early on. Mamura in the 2 spot. Wang still running 3rd, losing a bit of time there to our leaders. The real question is Okuda making up time on Wang? And yes, he is making up a 10.5.
Yeah, just a little over 2 seconds back there behind Wang, so a little bit of work to do here. I think these top 2 are playing it perfect right there. Lapper got out of the way. Very nice of them to do that. But these 2 playing it perfect right here. No question, Mamura's got a little pace on him, but this is just not the time to push it.
It looks like Trin's car is not super happy. He's got a lot of wiggle and doesn't want to rotate from the front, so maybe waiting for the tires to come in. They could go on a setup that's a little different to help with the tire wear. Waiting for that to happen.
Mamura backs off here. Gets a little bit of gap, and he has a 2.8 second gap behind him, so that's one of those deals where your mechanic can tell you, hey man, you don't have to hang right on the back bumper. Let it breathe just a little bit, get yourself in a good spot, and just hold tight to the next pit stop, see what happens.
Last time around, Okuda making up 2/10 on Wang. This time by still making up about a 0.5 tenth. So slowly but surely, Okuda is closing the gap on Wang.
I think we're still at 2.1 possibly. See if we can take a look at that spread here. 2.5 back behind Wang, but plenty of time to get there. 12 minutes left inside of this one.
Kazunari, Mamura, and Trin T at the front of this one. They are working together, coming through traffic.
Pit stops should be coming, right?
First and second cars in your picture here as we approach the 8-minute mark. They went in just after 4 last time by. They did 4 + 1, so this one will be 8 + 2 laps, if I had to guess. Gonna go by one more time. Oh. Make me a liar. Trin T in the pits.
Did he get past? Oh, Trent got out ahead of him. That was oh so close. Pretty cool right there. Trent drove right by him, so the car responded great. I was able to get right back out on track as well. Gap stays the same.
Trin T and Mamura in and out together.
Yeah, 14.8 to 14.7, and
Okuda,
a 20.3 and a 20.5. That is spot on.
Okuda has gotten around Wang.
Wang falling down the ladder. Did he pull into the pits?
Wang may be running out of go-go juice. He's still not checking back in.
17-second end lap, I believe is what that is. He's all the way down to the bottom, so he's had an issue. That's going to put Okuda back up into the top 3. Nelson Lee there in 4th place now.
Wang back out on a 40.8. So if I had to guess, came into the pits and maybe flamed out and had a hard time getting it restarted. Or ran it out of gas on the track and had to wait for the turn marshals to bring it back.
I believe that was the quickest pit stop that we've seen. Overall pit delta there for Trin T at 20.1.
Wow.
Right there. And then 20.5 also for Mamura. Very respectable.
I haven't seen low 20s yet. We saw some low 21s, but yes, that's hot lap in the pit lane.
We saw a 20, but it ended up being it didn't end up so well. It was a penalty.
That was too fast. Trin T from Thailand, working his way down the hill. Japanese driver Kazunari Momura in the 2 spot, and transfer driver from Japan Hiroyuki Okuda holding down that 3rd transfer spot with a...
Lapper jumps right out in between 1st and 2nd place here, playing a role as it stands right now. Not cool.
It's the 6 of Huang trying to get back underway, I think. Yeah, I think
that's
so.
Right in the middle of 1st and 2nd. And no doubt has affected this race, and now finally gives way.
Looks like Okuda rather, has some breathing room over Kimura, about a lap plus maybe. I don't know, as I say that, they both get on the same lap, but here comes Okuda to +1 again, so. Bit of breathing room here with just past the halfway mark, 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on our master clock.
Yeah, good job for Okuda hanging in there. It's so hard not to say Okuda Matata. Keeps raining in my head.
Trin T across the line, 14-3, 14 flats for Momura.
That's the first 14 flat we've seen so far today.
I know what it is.
This race.
So they start this on brand new tires, and as they get down to race size, it picks up, and they go through race size, and it slows down again. Just figured it out.
I said that earlier.
Yeah,
by the way. Yeah, you're not listening to me either. I don't blame you.
I was listening. I just wasn't paying attention. Pitch on the straightaway with a 14-2, 14-3 for Momura. Okuda still with that comfortable lead over, or Okuda rather, with the comfortable lead over Komura. Together they go, and Momura just happy to settle in a pace behind Trin. Looks like he closes the gap a little bit, then backs it down here and there just to make no pressure. You don't want to make him crash in front of you and do something crazy.
A couple more laps here. Should see pit stops one more time. Somewhere in the 7:15 area, I would think.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, 7:45.
12 minutes elapsed. They came in +1 on 8 last time by, so they might do +1 on 12. They go by the pit lane at 12
Momura, by the way, got ahead of Trin T for the lead.
Looked at the scoring thing for just a second, and that's what happens. Well, Momura
and here comes more. Trin T says, yep, I'll take that clean track, see if I can't get the overcut to work.
Pushing hard, 7:30 on the master clock. 3rd place into the pits, Okuda, in the yellow with the black stripe.
Yeah, Okuda playing it smart here as well.
Trin T coming in there, down and away.
A couple more coming in here as well to take care of business.
4 of Nagoya into the pits. And that last one should be everybody. Pit stop number 3 of 4.
And let's see where they shake out. There's a good look at Trin T. Once again, back here across the stripe. Right back up in the second. So Momura first, Trin T and second. We'll have one more pit stop to go here. It's typically been coming with about 3:30 to go. If they push it hard, Okuda still inside of the top 3, and Nelson Lee outside 1 spot looking in.
Komura with some rough luck there, was running in that 4th spot trying to reel in Okuda, and now it's Nelson Lee. Nelson Lee still has a very long road to hoe as he's a +1 lap on him, and even more now that he's in the pits. Komura now back to the 4th spot.
Yeah, I think Okuda 4 seconds back behind 2nd place.
We're on board with Trin T, 2nd place runner. Drop back down to Okuda, our transfer driver, our 3rd and final transfer driver with a 14.4 that time across the stripe.
Okuda some 6.5, 7 seconds, so half a lap behind our leader. And then Komura back behind him a good bit.
Okuda looking smooth out here. 14.5 across the stripe. Not a lot of wasted inputs. Car looks stable. A little bit of a slide there, but we approach the 14-minute, 30-second mark. Second to last race of the day. So our transfer drivers in this one will be racing on Saturday, which means they have an opportunity to work their way further into the World Championship Finals. The
Yeah.
9. Go ahead.
I was just saying, a little shindig tonight for the gang.
Yeah.
We're going to throw some stuff down there, get everybody fed and hang out. A pseudo banquet, if you will.
It's going to be a Japanese barbecue.
As we finish this one up, and we're putting together some good laps here right at the very end. 14-14. Has quick lap of the race at a 14.0. Quickest lap we've seen so far throughout the first 9 races.
Bora down in the paint here. 14.0 again. He just did a 14.1. See that beautiful rotation there on the paint of the 180. Just kind of skirting across it. Kazunari Nomura, sorry.
Charging right back by here.
14 flat again. Trinity content in that second spot, not pushing too hard.
About a minute away from our final pit stops. We'll finish this one up. 62 laps, and they are on an 82-lap pace, or at least our leader is on an 82-lap pace. Trinity on an 81, along with Okuda.
We got some action here in the 180 as the upside down crash action.
Yep.
I think that was Nagao. Our leader coming around to lap 3rd spot right now. No?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, an 82-lap pace, and let's see, a 3rd spot? Yeah, I don't know, Kamuro at 80.
The last pit stop's going to throw that pace off, unfortunately.
See up, I think we ended up at 81 last time out,
Yeah,
so here we go. And 342 yet to go inside of this one. So
that was a very fast fueling. You gotta wonder if all the gas went in. Wow.
I can answer that for you here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, we got 3 minutes, 30 seconds to find out. Mora in through the pits. Came in on a 15.9, nice and easy. Gonna go out on a 20.3. 15.1 for Trin that last time by. Maybe he's in the pits right now.
I think he had a 20.5 last time around as well.
I think the quickest we've seen is a 20.3, or was it a 20.1?
We saw, well, a little bit earlier, we saw the 20.1. I think that was out of Trin. Trin put together a 20.1.
Trin
and a 20.5 for Mamura.
Trin in and out of the pits now, 21.2. Okuda out of the pits with a 21.3. Very respectable pit stop laps with no pressure as well, so the pit man being extra careful for no penalties and fuel all over the car.
That was Nelson Lee's end lap there at 15. Another 15.6 there.
Less than 3 minutes to go as we got the 7 car of Scott Robinson into the pits.
20.7 for Nelson Lee on his pit stop. Really nice job.
Pick up the 2 car of Nomura. His way down the straightaway through the sweeper. He's got, is that Trin in front of him? No. Lap traffic giving him lots of room.
I don't believe so.
No, it's not. If there's anybody, it's Nelson Lee. The lifetime scoring is so awesome, you can kind of tell. I've been staring at lifetime screens for years, so it's
2 minutes, under 2 minutes to go here inside of this one, the 16th, as you can see up there. The first of 2.
Nomura with a bit of a moment there.
Nice move right there to get out of the way.
74 laps under their belt now. After the final pit stop, pace is 81 in a 20 minute and 3 second session. Trinity going to finish 81 as well if everything stays on course, as does Okuda. And you see the pace for Nelson Lee there. Full 2 laps off of these guys, and he is a -1 on our current time in the scoring as well.
About 5.5 laps to go in this one. And we'll wrap things up. Pretty exciting there early on, and they've kind of settled in. Played it smart. You're in the top 3. Play it smart. That's what you've got to do. Of course, the had a big failure there for one of the drivers that was up in the hunt. Just could not make it happen.
Pick up 3rd place Okuda now, as he is double transferred if he can pull this one off. It's not done yet. Still has 45 seconds, give or take 3 laps.
Yeah, finished up 2nd in the previous main that he was in the 30 seconds. Looking to cap this one off here in 3rd. It doesn't matter as long as you make it.
Got a little squirrely there coming out of the straightaway, but I think he's just taking it nice and easy here. Okuda's still in the 14s, though.
30 seconds yet to go. 2 laps. He seems to be nice and calm.
Bottom side. Doesn't look even like he's giving her full beans down the straightaway, but it could be getting used to it. We join our leader for their final lap.
Nothing wrong with saving a little bit of fuel. If you've got a little bit to save and some gap to do it with, make sure you get it across the stripe. As we're down to 4 seconds. 3, 2, and 1. No!
He made it. Victory lap. As we ride along with third, make sure he brings this one home. Even if he dies now, he still gets third. And we pick up our leader out on his victory lap. Congratulations, Kazunari Mamura, Trin T, and Hiroyuki Okuda. You were racing on Saturday at the World Championships.
Well earned. So tough to do. So many cars to get past all along the way. Good battle here. Pretty tough up there at the front of this race, but everybody hangs in there, does a good job. Okuda transferring out from the previous 32nd version of the main up here through the 16ths and into the 8ths on Saturdays. You take a look at the unofficial results here, and we have run one race yet to go here on the 8th scale Nitro On-Road IFMAR World Championship presented by Infinity. Looking forward to that. We'll wrap things up here. Should be an exciting one. They'll get a little bit faster.
But Mora did 82 laps. That's our first 82
There you go. How about that?
He was going to pull it off, but he went fast.
Well, I mean, he was right on the outside edge. You talked about that pit stop in 2014. Doesn't get much closer than that, but nonetheless, 82 is 82.
Yep. Had to earn it, too, because if you finish on a point or 14 seconds, that means you just snuck across the line.
Well, he was right there. Yeah, and we saw him right there at the stripe. We were wondering if he was going to have to run another one.
Welcome back, Mr. Scott. Good to have you with us. Chi Dreams, thanks for joining the chat. Thomas Chong, welcome back. Samuel Flesher, Lou Talk, Mr. Salton, Henning Stavignaw, the Lion 510, Stephen Miller, the Peanut, Larry, Glenn Brew. Good to have you guys all with us as we continue coverage here of the 2023 IFMAR World Championships here at the beautiful INFINITY International RC Speedway. I've been in Japan for 4 days and I don't want to go home yet. I have a couple extra days. We got a bonus day to get ourselves over to Tokyo. We're going to ride a bullet train and go walk around Tokyo and look at cool things and stuff.
We'll walk about, as Scotty would call it. Rahoi Takahashi, by the way, should tell you who's racing in this one as they get ready to start the warm-up here. Rahoi Takahashi in the number 1 spot. Yukihiro Matsuyama in the 2 spot. Kazuki Aida in the 3 spot. And that might be Lida, actually. Chikahiro Iraguchi in the 4 hole. Takayashi Tanaka in the 5th position. Leo Hungisto in the 6th position. Hamish Scott there in the 7th position. Tsutomu. Help me with that one. Tsutomu.
Yeah, the T is silent.
Tsutomu Asahara. We should really know that one since we've been saying Asahara here for a couple of mains as he has transferred in Nishimoto and Bali looking for the 4-banger here today.
So Ryoji Takahashi is Gaga. He's a very famous YouTube superstar here in Japan is what I found out yesterday. So when Gaga gets on the track, all the squiggly lines come into the chat.
There you go.
Love to see it.
Go Gaga.
Yeah, there you go. KSRC, thanks for joining us. Stick figure, smiley face, hashtag, welcome to the show. Iris, thanks for coming in. Kalen Plays, let's go, Hamish.
So Bali from the 128th through the 164th through the 132, now into the 16th, trying to make it to Saturday in the 8th.
Triple transfer thus far, looking for the quad transfer.
Exciting stuff, pretty cool. So yeah, you were chatting about we have a little bit of time to go do some sightseeing come Sunday. Maybe ride the bullet train, might go eat a tasty steak somewhere along the way.
So one of the first times that I came to Japan was 2007 for the Worlds, and we did a bonus day in Tokyo, kind of the same thing. We wandered around, and we went to a Sizzler.
A Sizzler?
Yeah.
There's a lot of options, I'm sure, in Tokyo. I didn't chose a Sizzler.
I mean, I didn't. I don't think I chose it. The people that I was with chose it. And now, granted, this was more than, oh gosh, I'm so old. This was probably 15 years ago, give or take. So Very touristy in the area that we ended up staying, and don't go to Sizzler. So it'll be back. Don't worry, Jimmy Tonto. They got lots of technology happening. They are not racing right now. We are in the warm-up. They get a 3-minute warm-up session, and then they bring them in, kick the tires, and light the fires. And this is about the time the track gets real fast. Shadows start to stretch across the straightaway.
Couldn't remember it. Looking for we want to go eat a Kobe steak at Kobe.
Famous basketball player.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, if you want to go somewhere adventurous, just outside the hotel across the street, there's the Japanese barbecue that we went to on the first day.
I looked down in there. It looked really good, actually. It looked like a great place.
Take a Japanese person with you, because otherwise you won't know how to order.
Oh, really?
They don't have. It was all on tablets.
Venture that tonight. It's right there close.
It's all on tablets, so maybe they have the English. The place we went to last night, there was an English button on the tablet, so we could order it. So it was nice.
Helping us.
Beautiful view there of the elbow corner. It comes down the roller coaster and goes into the elbow. A very black race line from all the foam rubber poured into that.
6, 7, 8, and 9 as it were on the track. As you can see there, 7 and 8 really just one consecutive turn.
Yeah, it's one motion. Sounds like the track is closed and they're bringing them in for final fueling. Cam was on the track.
Yeah, I'd pull the plug here. One lap early, come in, put new tires on.
That's interesting.
This is the chance you have to move up, right? So throw everything at it that you have.
Oh, thanks, Chi.
Unless, of course, you're Bali. And then he'd have to do that 4 times.
Takashima Designs, welcome to the show. Backward C, funny squiggle, backward C, funny squiggle, parentheses. Welcome to the show. And we are about to kick this one off.
2, 1. Here we go. Hands off. And we need our camera. There it is.
Oh. I was going to say, that's the closest to a clean one we got. One bit of contact in the back.
I think that was Lita that was in 3rd place that might have got in trouble there in turn number 2.
Ida or Iraguchi. I wasn't sure. We'll find out right about now.
And boom, falling down.
It was Ida.
It was Ida for sure.
They keep going further down. Bali from 10th to 7th. Oh, we got one being run across the track. That was Nishimoto, the 9 car. Oh, this is tight at the front. Ryoji, Yukihiro, and Chikahiro at the front with Leo in that 4th spot.
Oh! Matsuyama was just pitching it in their four-wheel drift earlier, but it's back in 3rd place. It's really struggling right there. Iraguchi, I believe that was Iraguchi that was really struggling trying to keep things together there and got past in the process.
Not happy with the big tires early on in this one.
And he did. He falls down to 4th place out of the transfer spot. Angisto up there makes the pass and gets up into the top 3. Takahashi, Matsuyama, and Hangisto. Asahara already up to 5th place out of the 8-hole.
Push it.
One of the transfers.
Amish Scott running 6th right now. Lorenzo Bali in the 7th spot. And then it's Takayoshi Tanaka rounding out our runners as Kazuyuki Ida and Nishimoto off the track. 3rd spot,
right down through the pan. All 4 wheels almost on the concrete right there. 3rd place on Gisto.
We join. That's top 4. And
take a look at our gap there between 3rd and 4th, and it's 0.6 of a second. So this one's still wide open. Iraguchi trying to get it gathered back up. There's a 14.8 on the board to a 14.5 on Gisto. 14.4 quick lap to a 14.4, to 14.5 to a 14.4, all inside of the top 4. How about that, man? I mean, that's getting it done, right?
Angisto, front of the screen here, our 3rd place runner. Top 3 racing on Saturday. But we have a long road to hoe still. 2 minutes down, only 18 minutes left to go. Pit stop should start to happen right around the 4-minute mark.
And a look at Leo Hangisto there as they put a little graphic of him currently in 3rd place. Did a nice job there. Was able to get around Iraguchi, who is tough to say the least.
Ooh, Iraguchi pushing hard now, starting to close the gap, getting down into the paint. Hangisto with a 14.9, Iraguchi with a 14.5. That's what 4/10 gaining looks like.
To put it in perspective here for the overall group of 117 or 116 that have put times on the board here this weekend, Rohei Takahashi qualified 45th overall in terms of qual points 1 day ago.
Hangisto with a 14.5, Iraguchi 14.6. Back and forth they go. Some gained, some lost.
Well, give and take right here. And again, we've seen a couple of, and it's happened here in these latter couple of heat races, right, where these guys are pretty fast, really good control of their car, very smart knowing what's going on. We see these races calm down. Once they get past this initial start, they get a little bit of gap, a little bit of breathing room, and if they're in a transfer spot, they play it pretty smart.
Yeah. Saw a lot of guys working together, actually, these last couple races, so hope to see a bit more of that here as Gaga himself continues to lead the way. Matsuyama in the 2 spot as we stick with our 3rd place runner, Hangista, and Iraguchi trying to close that gap. Last time by, Hangisto able to pull out a couple tenths, give himself a little bit of breathing room.
There are a couple more laps here, and we should see our first pit stops of this final race of the day.
And what you'll see is a bit of a slow in lap. They'll lose a couple tenths on the way in because it's a dangerous pit entry. And we've seen as low 20s to mid 21s on their out lap. So losing, give or take, about 6 or 7 seconds.
I would say this time around, we'll see if our leaders pull in here.
I've been wrong more times than I'm right on guessing the pit ins.
A little bit clear under 4 minutes at this point, pressing it for sure.
And here he comes. Ooh, very slow.
Very slow, both of them.
Safety first. Oh, together, in tandem, all the way off the track.
How about that? Lead change.
Passes him in the pits. Iraguchi going to get by Hangisto. So as the pit stops cycle through, timing and scoring will catch up. Takahashi, I think, was that Takahashi's outlap with a 19.8?
Wow.
I believe it was.
How is that possible? It just did not look that fast.
They have reset now. Matsuyama in the 2 spot. Iraguchi gets by Hangisto. But Gaga still at the front of this one. We stay on board with Iraguchi now as he works down the hill. Beautiful shot of the pits there. It's like we have most people complete here at the 5-minute mark.
Hangisto was in 3rd place there, and now outside looking in. Iraguchi able to take advantage of that. How important it is, right?
We got a beautiful view of getting past in pit lane when your pit man does the work that you don't need to do.
When you know what, I think lost a lot of gap. We talked about how slow he pulled in. It allowed him to close up a little bit, and that was probably the difference. I bet you the pit stop, in terms of mechanics, was almost identical.
They got to the mechanics at almost the exact same time, and the mechanics were farther apart than the cars were on the track. So. But absolutely right, an advantage coming in second because you can run right up on their back door and hopefully not hit them. So Iraguchi pulling that off. Master level pit stop.
Takahashi out front still, Matsuyama, and then Iraguchi. Hangisto with a little bit of work to do now. Asahara, who is transferred in out of the 8th slot and the previous main in 5th. And Bali, I've not mentioned his name too much here, out of 10th, up into 6th. A lot of work to do inside of this one yet.
Slowly chipping away at it. He was down at 7th, so they have their work cut out for him, but they're going to keep plugging. Asahara in the 5th spot, so our transfer drivers with a chip and a chance still.
Asahara 2.1 back behind Hangisto.
The good thing is we haven't seen any of those guys in the background of our shots getting run off, so still got an opportunity to make up some time. It's very early. We still have 13 minutes and 45 seconds on our master clock. Only 1 round of pit stops in the book of 4.
Bali another couple seconds back behind Asahara. As we continue on here, 26 laps in the books on an 82-lap pace here once again, which we saw just barely in the previous main.
Iraguchi hitting his marks here, looking strong.
14.1 quick lap of the session here so far, and that is for Takahashi. 14.15, 14.18 for Matsuyama.
A car coming into the pits early there. We jump back to our leader, Gaga Takahashi. He has orange hair to match his paint job. 14.4 last time by, completing lap number 29.
Half-second lead right now, 2.5 seconds over Iraguchi. Just putting them together.
Second round of pit stops, do 3 laps or so. They usually come in around 8 minutes plus. Oh, a bunch of traffic here in front of our race leader. Could get a little dicey. Orange car in the shot there, our race leader, that is right.
Oh, cleared right in front of him. Thank you very much. Not necessarily the way to do it, but I'll take it.
Beggars can't be choosers. I'll take a free pass. Passing
Another
pit
one
lane
here.
at 750 that time.
It wouldn't surprise me if he went one more. Back through turn 7, 8, and the final turn here, 9, the double apex, and it does pull in. How about that?
Bali in front of him. Bali down and away, maintains his track position. Oh, look at the gaggle of cars coming through pit lane, getting pretty dicey there. Got a couple more making pit stops. And that should complete our pit cycle. Maybe one more. Like, I don't see any pitmen down on the knees, so that usually means they're done.
Takahashi with a 22 flat pit stop right there. A 22 flat for Iraguchi as well. And when I say 22 flat for him, I mean .008. So 8 thousandths from a perfect 22-second effort there. And Takahashi was a 22, I believe, .09.
So that round of pit stops, order not changing much. We still see Bali in the 6, Tanaka in the 5, Hangisto still in the 4 spot, Iraguchi maintaining that 3rd and final transfer spot.
Top 45 in the program here. We've yet to see a 13-second lap time. Don't know if we will here in the heat of the day. But they're pounding around right there at it. Race pace a little bit slower there, as we talked about before, out here for a lot longer.
Matsuyama has closed the gap on Takahashi. They are lapping kind of across the line same time right now.
He was only a half second behind to start off with. Now he's about 9/10 behind. Iraguchi 1.5 back behind Matsuyama. Hangisto, that's the one we got to keep an eye on. Has he gotten any closer to Iraguchi? Does he have a shot at that final transfer position as they roll back around here? And it looks like he's 6 seconds behind.
Looks like Matsuyama had a bit of a moment there, but closing up now.
Almost a half a lap, so Hangisto not having things go his way here, at least not yet. A lot of racing yet to do inside of this one.
And unfortunately, we see Bali there with our leaders behind him.
Yeah.
Orange and yellow. We've been
Not
cheering
looking
for
good.
him.
Looks like it might. The run might stop here, but we don't want to count him out just yet.
He might have used up all of his Italian to get to this point. I've always.
Oh, and he just moves over for the leaders. Really respectful move right there. How many tires did they get? I mean, do you think tires an issue for him?
No, you
It's
get
in fourth race.
in the finals. You get more tires.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
think for every final you do, you get another set of tires. Yeah.
Trying to come up with some help for him.
Right. Actually, I think they said you get even more than the one set because if you want to do pit stops for whatever reason, you can. So somebody goes out on a super aggressive setup and they burn through tires and they want to do a pit stop in their 20-minute race, they can. And part of that is because during the semis being a 30-minute final, none of them think they can make it on tires. So there's going to be some pit stops in the semis is what I've been told. All right, some tire changes in the semis, sorry.
Yeah, they're talking about 15 minutes in. I mean, right there at the halfway mark. So that'll be exciting to watch. And we've heard rumors of just right side since this track is predominantly left-hand turns. Thank you very much, Cam. Cam coming in with some waters for us. Would prefer another type of beverage here since we're only a few minutes from being done. Thank you very much.
Cam wants another one of them highballs.
Highball.
Coming up on the 12-minute mark, we're at 11 minutes and about 30 seconds down. They'll be in just past the 8-minute to go mark. Ryoji in the orange car there with the pressure now from Matsuyama.
Gaga.
Really like the bright yellow on the front. Makes the car very easy to see.
I love the colors on the cars, man. We can tell who they are.
Lap
It's a
traffic.
massive help.
Giving these guys tons of love out there. Practically coming to a stop on the track. But, Matsuyama into the pits at the 8, just plus 8 to go. So maybe looking for some open track out there. Smooth and easy, no rush.
Yeah, we'll see where Takahashi rolls back out in front of him there, but that's probably a really good move right there. Get away from him, run some lap times, stay consistent. Who knows? Maybe take over the lead and pick up a spot without fighting for it on track.
Watching the pit lane here for Matsuyama's car. I believe he may have been in and out already, and I may have missed it, but...
Matsuyama or Takahashi?
Sorry, Takahashi. Yeah, I missed it. He came out on a 22A, so not spectacular, but not bad either.
Let's see where they cycle back around now. Matsuyama in second at Sane.
Iraguchi did a 22-1 out lap, and Matsuyama's already done, so order remains the same at the front, except Hangisto and Tanaka have switched spots.
3/10 of a second between Takahashi and Matsuyama. A little bit tighter than it was. Tried to get out of the hornet's nest and actually closed the gap just a little bit.
Through the front side section, coming back down the hill.
Could have made it happen, if he had one of those 20.5 pit stops. I mean, could have been in front of him and not take a chance, with racing with him.
Working our way through this one as we approach the 13-minute and 30-second mark. Be one
they
more.
Are tight, man. 3/10 right there. That's what it looks like.
Making their way onto the straightaway, kind of nose to tail here, pacing off each other. They know they've got this one kind of in the bag. Iraguchi on the same lap as them, but a few seconds off.
Yeah, and we're finally, at that level where these guys can rip these type of laps, for a long, long time. They just do not lose focus. Really skilled at what they do. I'll put a couple more minutes in here, another minute and a half or so, and final pit stops for the race. And it looks like Matsuyama has backed off just a little bit, give it a little bit of breathing room. The last thing you want to do is get caught up in the other guy's mess if something does happen. Rolling up on some lap traffic here as well to play a role.
And can't count this one done yet. We've seen the leader in some of these lower mains have an off that cost them dearly. I'm on purpose not remembering his name so I don't have to embarrass him in front of our international audience. It has nothing to do with me not remembering.
Well, again, I think it goes to just that next level down, if you will. It's a half a step down, if you will. And no sooner than I say that, and there's the bobble right there. Matsuyama has to play it smart. Probably had the opportunity to make the pass. Decides better of it.
That was a perfect reason for him to give him a bit of gap. It's
exactly right, man.
One mistake worth of space.
And they're getting close enough to that lapper right there where it could certainly affect what's going on with Takahashi and his drive. We'll see if the lapper pulls over. Is that Hangisto?
Yeah,
wow.
Lapping through.
And that's why Hangisto doesn't want to give it up.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to try to pick up a transfer spot if he possibly can. Finally gives it up.
Well, he's down in fifth, but not in a tough
He's really not, not there. Something would have to go wrong with Iraguchi, but
just past 5 minutes remaining. We should see pit stops here in about 3 laps. We'll come just after 4 minutes to go. Oh! Takahashi's car, or perhaps the nerves getting to him.
Matsuyama's like, just give it to me, dude. I'll lead you around.
Follow me. I know the way. Takahashi pushing hard to get that gap back. Matsuyama not letting him go. Iraguchi staying in contact with these guys. You see the yellow and white car just off the back of the screen. That's third spot.
How about that? Just 3/10 between first and second. 1.2 between second and third. Oh, and pit stops beginning.
That is Matsuyama into the pits
just a tick early because we've seen him come as late as 3:30, and this is right on the 4-minute mark, just a couple seconds before, actually.
Yeah, he comes out of the pit lane right about 4 minutes, so maybe
he should be fine either way it goes, and if you can get out of that fight, maybe it's a smart move.
Watch Matsuyama's outlap as we got pit stops coming through for the rest. And it looks like Gaga maybe still hasn't pitted.
22.6 there for Matsuyama.
Oh, there it was. Gaga's on his outlap now.
21.6 gets a little gap.
Yeah.
Put a second on him. That makes a big difference here. So Iraguchi had a 22.2. So Iraguchi and Matsuyama, that's the one I thought might close up. Did not happen.
Order remains the same in the front of this one. All they got to do is bring it home. 3 more minutes of World Championship 1/16th final.
And Hangisto with a 22.6 as well, so not able to close up the gap at all on Iraguchi during that final pit stop.
Takahashi and Matsuyama still stuck together here. Could be talking to each other. They could through their pit men to let them know, hey, let's just finish this one out. Japan for the win.
Just hanging right there. That's what I was talking about before. Just hang right there, enough to apply the pressure. If they fail, you pick up the spot. Of course, you don't want to get caught up in that moment if that's what happens, but
it does look like he closes up when he wants to, and then he kind of backs it down on an exit just to give him some space, but it may just be the angle.
Well, the close rate is so quick.
These cars make a ton of traction despite the little wiggles that are going on out there. That's more drivers kind of pushing them just past that limit.
Yeah, and if in fact, I mean, we're hearing somewhere around 70, 75 miles per hour down this front straightaway. So, yeah, any sort of off throttle, and man, that gap disappears quickly.
Nice and smooth there. A little bit of a snap turn it looked like, but it looked worse than it was in the waning light here.
What's that? I believe that's 120K. Does that sound right? Kilometers? Somewhere in there? 100
kilometers an hour is 60, and 10 is 6, so you do 60 plus 12, which would be 72. I think.
And a minute 32 inside of this one, so should be about 6 laps to go inside of the final race here of the day at beautiful Infinity RC Raceway.
Close
in Inabe.
Yeah, just a little bit again, but I guess I'm willing to bet that as we get, oh no, Takahashi getting very squirrely here in the closing stages. He's probably getting notifications for all the lights.
Just a lot of pressure right there. I mean, all over the back of the car. Oh, it gives it up right there.
Yeah, wisely gave it up. He could let Iraguchi go by too.
I don't think that was the issue right there, but yeah, that was a smart move. Let him go, settle in, plenty of room back behind him. The pressure here at the end of the race never ceases to amaze me.
I think his car's going away. It looks very squirrely, even as slow as
So if it's darting around like that, he might be scrubbing, right? He might be on the bottom.
Could be almost out of tire. At the lower speeds, too, loses that downforce. Car gets too low. All sorts of bad times. Tanaka would have to make up a lap on him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Tanaka's a lap back, so he should be absolutely fine here if he can just put it together without crashing the car.
They want to battle at the front here. Iraguchi says, I want one more starting position for tomorrow.
Matsuyama started off 2 positions ahead of him with a number 2 car. Takahashi number 1 and Iraguchi number 4. So Tanaka, as we talked about, a lap back, and Bally started off in 10th up to 5th.
Here they come for the finish.
Lap back as well. The clock count is down. And that's it. Checker flag flies. That'll wrap up the day here. Congratulations to Matsuyama. Hung right there. Boom, boom, boom. Did not let up. And finally got the spot here with just a couple of laps to go over Takahashi, who had led this entire race. Iraguchi follows him through. Takahashi making a wise decision. And now will race on Saturday because of it.
And they checked in with 81 laps in this one. So you could tell a patience race. Not having to push real hard. No 82s. So congratulations to Yukihiro Matsuyama, Chikahiro Iraguchi, and Ryoji Takahashi. You guys are racing at the World Championships on our finals day.
How about that? A chance to move forward. That is awesome. That is what it's all about. Good day here once again. A lot of great racing action.
There's Gaga, so with all of his fans clamoring around. They're being YouTubed the whole time. But I want to say real quickly, hello to the chat one more time. Iris55, AF, Butchie A. Thanks for tuning in and cheering on your favorite racers, everybody. It's great to have you with us. Ian Hobbies, Eduardo Espinoza, Poco Poco, Chris Harina, Satoro J. Good to have you with us. Masaki Taga, Eduardo Espinoza once again. Iris Kim Lundgren, She Dreams, Takashima Designs, Jimmy Tanto, the list goes on and on. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We would be bored without you, and we appreciate your love.
Yeah, we're going to kick things off tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Make sure you join us. It'll be the run for the championship tomorrow. That's what it's all about. Big hardware on the line, a shot at history. Put your name in the history books here for this historical event for the 8th scale cars. We'll kick it off with the 8ths, and we'll do so at 9 o'clock. It's been a pleasure to be out here once again. We are certainly looking forward to Championship Day tomorrow here, Saturday, at the 8th Scale Nitro On-Road IFMAR World Championships presented by Infinity here at beautiful Infinity International RC Speedway in Inabe, Japan. Nagoya is our home. That's where we're going to head back to tonight. We'll have a little bit of fun here tonight. We won't throw it down too hard because the guys got to show up tomorrow and do some work, and we hope you'll join us for that. Charlie Suenka sitting alongside Scotty Ernst out there on the track doing his work as well. We appreciate all of their help, and we love all of the folks on the chat. Thanks for watching in. I'm Ken Stout. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Bye.